Donovan's phone chimed as a text came in from his mother.
Dee, someone is outside the house. They're trying to get in,
it read. It got worse. Before Donovan was able to respond, a second message appeared. Emergency alert. Environmental hazard warning in effect. All residents are ordered to stay inside until further notice. Phones throughout the classroom chimed over and over as Donovan's classmates received the same message.
Okay, phones away,
Mr. Herman said from behind his desk in the front corner of the classroom. He stood up and showed everyone his phone.
I'm getting the same messages, so I'll make sure we are all properly informed as new alerts come in.
With the windows behind him and to his side, the morning light backlit Mr. Herman, so his 6'3" frame looked even more imposing than usual. His phone was just a rectangular silhouette. He shook that silhouette for emphasis, then sat down.
Get back to the quiz,
he said.
All of you. I am sure everything will be fine. Probably an accidental sewage dump into the Townsend River. The county commissioners need to start spending some of that tax money and finally upgrade that facility. I swear, every time I drive by the plant, it stinks like...
Two quick chirps erupted over the school's PA system. Mr. Herman had just settled into his seat, but his back went ramrod straight after the chirps.
Miss Hollis,
Mr. Herman said, speaking directly to Tina, the girl who sat at the desk closest to the classroom door. Tina sprang from her seat and locked the classroom door, then pulled the shade down over the inset window. She hurried back to her desk and sat there, her eyes wide, her hands shaking. Donovan's hands were shaking too as he tried to text his mom back.
What's going on?
He texted.
There's a woman outside,
his mom texted.
She looks like me and she's trying to get in the house.
Donovan read the text a couple of times before responding.
What do you mean she looks like you?
He texted. The three dots floated and floated.
She looks exactly like me. She's even wearing my clothes, the ones I have on right now. Call 911,
Donovan texted. This wasn't the first time his mom had a mental freakout. Donovan's dad called the moments
her fragile state.
Donovan sent 3 question marks when his mom didn't respond.
911 won't pick up. The line just rings.
Call Dad, Donovan replied. I'm in the middle of a quiz. Not that Donovan or anyone in the classroom cared about the stupid quiz anymore. Half the class was talking back and forth, comparing texts as they received information from outside the high school. Donovan waited. No response from his mom. Did you call Dad? He texted, then waited some more. Again, no response. Donovan could vaguely hear Mr. Herman giving the class instructions, but he couldn't focus on that. His phone was his world at that moment. He sent another row of question marks. Nothing. There weren't even the 3 wiggly dots telling him she was trying to respond. It got worse.
Mr. Benoit,
Mr. Herman called out. Donovan looked up and half the class was looking at him, as was Mr. Herman. The other half of the class had their faces buried in their phones.
Mr. Benoit and everyone else,
Mr. Herman said.
Please, put your phones away.
My dad says people are acting strange,
Missy Collins announced, holding up her phone.
My big bro is saying the same thing,
Daniel Atwako said.
He's the assistant manager at the Stop and Save on Morgan Street. They are closing down and locking the doors after the manager went nuts and trashed the chip aisle. There's a fire at the gas station on Crown Boulevard,
Tim Verdun said. He leaned closer to his phone.
What the fuck? My sister just sent a picture of herself outside our front door. Hey!
Mr. Herman shouted. All eyes went to him.
Put the phones away, now! We do not need rumors spreading.
Mr. Herman, these aren't rumors,
Missy said.
My dad is saying the same thing. There's some guy outside his office that looks just like him, and more people are showing up.
She read from her phone.
Everyone outside looks like someone from the office. We're locking the doors. Please, stay safe.
She looked up and around. Tears filled her eyes, but hadn't spilled over yet.
Okay,
Mr. Herman said.
I understand everyone is emotional and on edge. Lockdowns can be scary. But I assure you that there is a logical explanation for everything.
Yeah? What's that, Mr. H?
Max Kinnaman asked.
Tell us the logical explanation.
Max was the kid that sat in the back of every class. He was the kid everyone at Dorchester High School both feared and admired. No one messed with Max. But then, no one really hung out with Max either. Eyes went from Mr. Herman to Max, back and forth, until Mr. Herman said,
We'll know more soon. Principal Gordon is gathering as much information as possible. When he understands the situation and feels it's appropriate to inform the staff, then I will pass on whatever pertinent information I can. So you don't know shit,
Max said.
Just say that.
There were a few snickers. Not many. Most of the kids were more than freaked out, Donovan included. He held up his phone.
Mr. Herman, my mom texted me, but now she's not responding. Can I call her?
That set off a tsunami of requests to call parents. Most of the class held up their phones and tried to shout over each other for permission to get a hold of their families.
Stop! Stop! Stop!
Mr. Herman shouted.
Put your phones away, people! Let's see what we can learn before we all panic.
Donovan's phone chimed.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Herman said firmly. Donovan ignored the man and read the message. Then he read it again. She's in the house, the text read.
Mr. Benoit!
Mr. Herman shouted.
I have to call my mom,
Donovan said and pressed the call button. Mr. Herman stalked down the aisle toward Donovan.
I literally just said that everyone needs to...
Mr. Herman said. But Donovan tuned him out the second his mom picked up.
Help me, Dee!
Donovan's mom said.
I'm locked in the bathroom. She's trying to break down the door. Who is, Mom?
Donovan replied.
Me!
His mom shouted.
It's me!
Mr. Benoit!
Mr. Herman said, standing next to Donovan's desk with his hands on his hips.
Give me that phone!
Donovan held up a finger.
Mom, that doesn't make sense.
Donovan replied, his finger still held up.
It must be some homeless lady that looks...
Give me that!
Mr. Herman said, and yanked the phone out of Donovan's hand.
Hey!
Donovan protested, but Mr. Herman was already walking off, the phone to his ear.
Mrs. Benoit?
Mr. Herman asked into the phone.
I am sorry, but we have a lockdown situation that we are dealing with. I am sure it's nothing for you to be alarmed over as soon as...
The man stopped, then held the phone out. He studied the screen and could see that the line was still active. Then Herman put it back to his ear. It got worse.
Miss Benoit? Are you still there?
He asked.
What's going on?
Donovan asked, jumping up from his seat.
Miss Benoit? Yes, I can barely hear you. What is that noise? Are you in any...
He stopped talking, and his entire frame went rigid. Donovan reached him and tapped him on the elbow. Mr. Herman turned around, and Donovan took 2 steps back, nearly tripping over his own feet. Mr. Herman's face was pale, and his eyes were wide. Then he slowly took the phone from his ear and pocketed it.
What did she say?
Donovan asked. Mr. Herman swallowed hard, then went and sat behind his desk. Donovan looked around, confused. He saw the same confusion on his classmates' faces.
What's got your panties in a wad, Mr. H?
Max asked from the back of the room.
Nothing,
Mr. Herman said. He shifted his focus to Donovan.
I'll hold on to your phone for now, Mr. Benoit. Everyone else, please put yours away, or I will confiscate them.
What did she say?
Donovan asked again.
What's going on?
Sit down, please, Mr. Benoit,
Mr. Herman said. Donovan did not sit down. He approached Mr. Herman's desk. That's when he got a good look at just how pale Mr. Herman had gone, and beads of sweat formed on the man's forehead.
Give me my phone,
Donovan said.
Sit down, Mr. Benoit,
Mr. Herman said, but his voice was less than convincing.
Give it to me,
Donovan insisted.
Now, goddammit!
A girl in the 3rd row started crying. That set off 3 other students. Mr. Herman looked shell-shocked and completely at a loss as to what he should do.
Keep your voice down,
Mr. Herman said to Donovan.
And do not take that tone with me, Mr. Benoit. I'll let it go this time due to what I just...
Donovan waited, but Mr. Herman did not continue.
Give him his phone, Mr. H.
Max called out from the back of the classroom.
Sit down, Mr. Benoit,
Mr. Herman said once more, ignoring Max.
Now, please. No,
Donovan said.
Give me my phone.
I need to call my mom back.
Mr. Herman swallowed hard and shook his head.
You should go sit down.
Missy Collins stood up from her desk and walked toward the windows.
Miss Collins,
Mr. Herman shouted.
you need to sit back down. Everyone, sit down.
What's Principal Gordon doing?
She asked. The whole class turned to the classroom windows that overlooked a huge common area. Standing in the middle of the commons was a man dressed in a blue suit, just like the one Donovan had seen Principal Gordon wearing that morning as he greeted the students when they arrived and walked through the front doors. But there was something wrong with the suit.
What's he got all over him?
Boyd Tustin asked. Boyd was a linebacker on the football team, so when he stood up, everyone behind him shouted for him to sit down and stop blocking the view. He shrugged and sat his huge bulk down.
Fucking hell!
Max said.
Mr. Kinnaman!
Mr. Herman shouted.
Language! Fuck language!
Max said and stood up. He pointed out to the commons.
That's fucking blood all over his suit!
The entire class went into a panic. Half of them got on the ground and under their desks. The other half stood up and moved closer to the windows for a better look. Donovan joined the students at the windows.
Everyone, please!
Mr. Herman cried out, but it had no effect. No one was listening to him anymore. It got worse. The students at the windows gasped and backed away almost in unison. Some had their hands to their mouths. Some had their phones up and were immediately recording.
Well, that's fucking weird,
Max said, standing right next to Donovan.
I didn't know Gordon had a twin brother. A what?
Mr. Herman asked, and finally joined the students at the windows.
He doesn't. Principal Gordon has a sister, and she lives in Oklahoma. Tell him that,
Max said and pointed out the window. Principal Gordon stood in the middle of the commons, his body still, his blue suit covered in dark stains. From the east side of the commons, a man moved slowly toward Principal Gordon. The new man looked exactly the same, except his suit wasn't stained at all.
Two Gordons, see?
Max said to Mr. Herman.
Oh shit,
Donovan said.
he's right. You think, Benoit?
Max responded.
That's, strange.
Mr. Herman said. He was no longer focused on the class. His attention was solely on the two Principal Gordons as one approached the other.
What's he saying?
Donovan asked as the approaching Gordon spoke to the one standing still.
He looks just as confused as us. Clean Gordon is our Gordon.
Max said.
What does that even mean?
Daniel asked from Donovan's other side.
Use your eyes, Atwako.
Max said, pointing out the window.
One is covered in blood and standing there like a fucking zombie. And the other one is not covered in blood and is acting like Gordon should act. He doesn't have a twin.
Mr. Herman mumbled. It got worse.
Yeah, well, these fuckers do,
Boyd said, holding up his phone so everyone close to him could see the video.
This is happening at the Burger Shack. People are fighting each other. Like, fighting themselves. Jesus Christ!
Tim said, staring at the screen.
That's Eloise Buntner. She graduated last year. And look, she's...
Those looking at Boyd's phone screamed, and all took an involuntary step back, like the phone itself would attack them.
She popped her fucking head off,
Tim said, and sat down hard in the closest chair.
Her head? She just popped it off. No,
Mr. Herman said, shaking his head back and forth.
No, it's a TikTok prank. Yes, TikTok. That's the problem. I think... Mr. Herman?
Missy said, putting her hand on his elbow since she couldn't reach his shoulder.
Why don't you sit down, Mr. Herman?
Missy steered the stunned teacher back to his desk.
Good thing it's not an active shooter,
Daniel said, watching Missy walk Mr. Herman back to his desk.
because Herman is already checked out. We're on our own. No shit,
Max said. He laughed. Then he stopped.
Oh man, the Gordons are facing off. This should be good.
Clean Gordon had reached Bloody Gordon. Clean kept a good couple of feet between them, but was actively talking to and gesturing at the other man. The students could see Clean Gordon's mouth moving, but couldn't hear anything he was saying.
Gotta be weird to see yourself covered in blood.
Max said.
What the hell do you think he's even saying?
Daniel asked.
Oh, fuck!
Donovan shouted. Bloody Gordon lunged at Clean Gordon and grabbed him around the neck with one hand. Clean Gordon shouted and swatted at Bloody Gordon as he was lifted up off his feet. Clean Gordon's face turned bright red, then dark purple. Then snap! Suddenly, at a very wrong angle, Clean Gordon's head wobbled onto his right shoulder. The whole class screamed. They weren't the only ones. Other classrooms that looked out onto the commons could be heard screaming too as they witnessed the brutal death of their principal. Bloody Gordon kept squeezing and squeezing until the dead principal's neck was completely crushed into mush. Then, with a flick and twist, the dead man's head popped off and went flying across the commons. When it hit the ground, it rolled and rolled, lost from sight directly under the row of windows that Donovan, Max, Daniel, and the other students were staring out of. Bloody Gordon shook gore from its hands, then slowly turned toward the classroom. He cocked his head and smiled. Before anyone could say a word, the man sprinted straight for the windows, mouth agape as an unearthly noise burst from his throat. Students scrambled backwards, bumping into desks and overturning chairs in their mad escape away from the windows. Even Donovan, Max, and Daniel retreated as the crazy man raced toward them. Then slam! Bloody Gordon crashed into the windows at full speed. His forehead met reinforced glass, and his skin split open wide. Blood poured down his face and into his still wide-open mouth. The students clapped their hands over their ears as the unearthly noise penetrated through the glass and entered the classroom.
Fucking hell!
Max shouted over the noise, his palms firmly pressed to the sides of his head. It got worse. Bloody Gordon began to pound his fists against the glass. In seconds, cracks appeared. His fists hit the reinforced window over and over and over, turning the pane into a shattered mess of cloudy glass and quickly bending wire.
He's getting in!
Daniel shouted, hands to his ears. Donovan looked about the classroom. Most of the students were huddled against the far wall, desperate to get as far away from the windows as possible. A few eyes met his, but most were closed as students muttered prayers or comforting words or whatever to themselves. Donovan tore his eyes from his fellow classmates and continued to look about the classroom. Then he saw it. He ran to the paper slicer tucked on the far side of Mr. Herman's desk. Donovan barely gave his teacher a second look as he grabbed the slicer's handle, lifted and twisted. The moment he stopped covering his ears, intense pain filled his head. He let go and stumbled back, both hands back in place instantly.
We're gonna need that!
Max yelled. Donovan turned around and couldn't believe his eyes. Bloody Gordon had shoved the broken window pane out of its frame and onto the classroom floor. Max, Daniel, and Missy just stood there, hands clamped over their ears, all looking at the crazy man struggling to crawl through the window as the broken pane lay at their feet. Max reached behind him and snagged the backrest of a chair. He immediately cried out, but he didn't stop. He dragged the chair forward, lifted it into the air, and brought it down on the top of Bloody Gordon's head. The unearthly sound abruptly stopped as Bloody Gordon's face smashed into the top of the low bookshelves directly under the window. The crazy man paused, then gave his head a hard shake. When he looked back up, his nose and most of his teeth were shattered, adding to the blood already pouring from the man's forehead. Then he smiled.
Oh, fuck!
Max said, and retreated quickly. Daniel joined him, but Missy was too slow. A hand shot out and grabbed her by the back of her skirt as she tried to turn and run. Bloody Gordon pulled Missy to him, and his other arm reached up and wrapped around her throat. It got worse.
No!
Donovan shouted. With the unearthly noise over, Donovan returned his attention to the paper slicer. He pulled and tugged, but the blade wouldn't come loose. Then Donovan lifted the whole thing over his head and brought it down as hard as he could against the floor. Industrial tile cracked and splintered as the heavy body of the slicer finally separated from the blade. Donovan turned back, just as Missy's head popped off like a dandelion. Bloody Gordon started screaming once again, and it took all of Donovan's willpower not to drop the blade so he could cover his ears. He ran to the window, raised the blade up over his head with both hands, and brought it down with every ounce of strength he had. Bloody Gordon's head split right down the middle. The two halves fell to either side, but were still attached by flesh and sinew. Donovan struck again, and again, and again until he hacked the two halves completely off. Then he dropped the blade into the mess of blood and flesh around him and stumbled backward before reaching a chair he could collapse into.
Fucking hell!
Max said.
Remind me not to fuck with you, Benoit!
He killed Missy, Daniel whispered. Donovan's eyes slowly moved from the headless corpse of Bloody Gordon to the headless corpse of Missy Collins. Then he turned and threw up. He wasn't the only one. A good quarter of the students pushed out of their protective pack in order to empty the contents of their stomachs. Phones were blowing up. With the unearthly noise gone, the sound of message chimes and ringtones filled the silence. Students scrambled to pull phones from their pockets and backpacks and purses. Everyone was suddenly talking over each other as they announced what they were learning.
The National Guard is barricading roads!
The police station is on fire!
Smoke is coming from the hospital! My dad's not picking up! He's not answering!
My mom says she killed something that looks like my baby sister.
It got worse.
Look!
Donovan said to Max and Daniel as movement outside caught his eye.
That's Mrs. Herndon!
The 10th grade social studies teacher was running across the commons with their own doppelganger right on her ass. She didn't make it very far. The doppelganger caught her by the ponytail and pulled back so hard that the skin around Mrs. Herndon's throat split in front. The teacher clasped her hands to her throat as she fell onto her back. Then the doppelganger leaped into the air and came down with both feet onto Mrs. Herndon's face. The sound of the woman's skull caving in echoed across the commons and into the classroom. There was a lot of screaming and even more throwing up.
My mom!
Donovan said and stood up. He raced to Mr. Herman's desk and held out his hand.
Give me my fucking phone!
Mr. Herman looked up with dazed and bloodshot eyes.
What?
He asked.
My phone! Give it to me!
Donovan shouted. Almost robotically, Mr. Herman reached into his pocket and pulled out Donovan's phone. Donovan snatched it away from the man and dialed his mom's number. When she didn't pick up, it went to voicemail.
Mom!
Donovan shouted into the phone.
Call me back, please! Fucking hell!
Max said. While Donovan kept trying to call his mom, he turned back to the windows and was stunned by the horrifying sight of half the staff running outside into the commons as they were chased by their doubles. Coach Carpenter, Mrs. Thomas, the receptionist, what's her name? Miss Lipton, Big Joe the custodian, so many more. The adults were desperate to escape. None of them did. While the kids stared in horror, the adults' heads were popped, torn, ripped, and even bitten right off their necks. Pop, tear, rip, bite, gone. It got worse. The commons had become a bloodbath. But even as open necks still spouted blood, it looked like it wasn't enough for the doppelgangers. As one, the group of doubles turned in different directions and looked toward the classrooms surrounding the commons. Then they ran straight for the windows, that unearthly noise blaring from their open mouths. The students in Mr. Herman's class screamed, but all seemed to come to the same conclusion at the same time. One of their windows was already broken in. Without saying a word to each other, instead of covering their ears, the students began barricading the windows with their desks and chairs. Then they pulled the heavy cabinets and bookshelves over. They had just gotten the last piece of movable furniture in place when bodies slammed into the windows outside. Somehow, a hand managed to reach through the broken window and squeeze through a crack between bookshelves. Donovan instinctively picked the paper slicer blade back up out of the gore and slammed the edge down on the hand's wrist.
Nope, definitely won't be fucking with you, Benoit.
Max said as the bloody stump retreated back from the gap between the bookshelves. Boyd and Tim shoved the shelves together, closing the gap. It got worse. Something smacked against the classroom door's window.
They're inside!
Daniel said.
You think?
Max snapped.
We just watched them chase half the fucking staff out into the commons. Where the fuck did you think they came from? Yeah, idiot. I'd say they're inside.
Max looked at the blade still in Donovan's hand. Donovan looked down at the blade and then over at the classroom door. The smacking grew louder and more insistent. So did the unearthly noise. Tim Verdun coughed hard, then fell to his knees. He had his hands over his ears, but blood started to seep from between his fingers.
Oh, crap!
Boyd said just before he fell to his knees. The door window cracked, crumbled, and then was shoved out of its frame just like the other window. Bloody hands tore the shade off and tossed it to the ground. Faces peered in through the open space. Recognizable faces. Faces that looked exactly like many of the students cowering in the corner, staying as far away as possible from the wall of windows and the classroom door. The mouths of the faces peering in opened wide, and the faces screamed that unearthly noise. Students fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Donovan stumbled against Max. The two boys held each other up and staggered to the one place left to hide, the closet behind Mr. Herman's desk. The teacher was catatonic. He sat there in his desk chair and stared at the barricade as it shook and shuddered. The pieces of furniture began to teeter and scoot. Then a bookshelf toppled over and a head appeared. Mr. Herman's. The man in the desk chair screamed. His double screamed back. Max and Donovan shoved past Mr. Herman and yanked the closet door open. They rushed inside and slammed it closed.
Let me in!
Daniel cried from the other side.
Guys, let me in!
Neither Max nor Donovan let the other boy in. Instead, they bolted the closet door from the inside and retreated as far back into the closet as they could.
No!
Daniel screamed from outside the closet. The scream was cut short. A second later, there was a thunk. It got worse. Blood seeped from under the door, and Donovan watched the pool get bigger and closer. He lifted himself up onto a short filing cabinet and tucked his knees up under his chin. Max did the same on a different filing cabinet. The two boys looked at each other in the dim light the edges of the closet door provided.
Good thing there's a lock.
Max said. Donovan nodded. Then the boys jumped as Donovan's phone rang. He tugged it from his pocket and nearly started crying when he saw Dad on the screen.
Dad!
He cried as he answered it. Donovan winced as noise filled his ear.
D?
A faint voice called.
D? Can you hear me?
Dad?
Donovan replied.
I can barely hear you.
D, the National Guard has the town cordoned off. I can't get home.
Donovan's dad shouted over the phone.
I can't get a hold of your mom. What is going on?
I don't know.
Donovan said.
People are killing each other, and they look just like everyone else. He's not going to understand what you mean.
Max said, knees to his chin, eyes on the blood still pooling from under the door.
Listen, Dad, if you see someone that looks like...
Donovan started to say.
Holy God!
Donovan's dad interrupted.
What is that? There's something in the sky over the town.
The man's voice was drowned out by a combination of unearthly screams, soldiers shouting and giving orders over bullhorns, and then gunfire. A huge explosion filled Donovan's ear and the phone went dead. Max's head shot up.
What was that?
Max said.
Something blew up.
Donovan said.
You think?
Max replied. He shook his head.
Sorry. What did your dad say? He was talking about something over the town. Then there was that explosion.
Donovan said. Another far-off explosion reached their ears. The school shook and dust rained down from the ceiling above their heads. Both boys looked up at the ceiling, then looked at each other.
Oh, fuck!
Max said. Donovan's eyes went back to the ceiling, and he slid off the filing cabinet. The blade lifted to shoulder height. Max slid off his filing cabinet too, and frantically searched the closet.
What are you looking for?
Donovan asked.
What do you think?
Max snapped.
A fucking weapon!
He opened a plastic container and found several pairs of heavy-duty scissors.
This will do,
he said, and pulled out 8 pairs. He carefully staggered the pair's handles on his fingers and gripped tight.
Fucking hell,
Donovan said.
You look like that goth guy in that old movie. Maxwell Scissorhands,
Max said, and held up his hands in front of his face. In each hand he gripped 4 pairs. The handles staggered so that they overlapped, turning his hands into spiked weapons. Then he joined Donovan and stared up at the ceiling. Another explosion rocked the school, and more dust rained down. But the dust didn't stop falling after the explosion had settled. The two boys looked at each other and nodded. They knew what was up there. They waited and waited. It got worse. The closet door was ripped off its hinges. The bolt snapped in half. Donovan and Max's attention was pulled from the ceiling and to the doorless opening. Half the football team stood outside the closet. They'd shoved Mr. Herman's desk away for more room. All of them were coated in blood. A figure slipped through the mob and smiled at the two boys. It was Boyd Tustin, or Boyd Tustin's double. And the double was just as huge as Boyd, of course.
Fucking hell!
Max said and took 2 steps back. Donovan didn't. He turned and squared off with the Boyd double.
Fuck you!
Donovan said, blade held up. The Boyd double's smile widened. The doubles of the football team opened their mouths and screamed. Donovan cringed at the unearthly sound.
Fucking kill it, Benoit!
Max shouted.
Do it!
Before Donovan could strike, the ceiling exploded into a shower of broken mineral fibers. Max cried out. Donovan couldn't help himself and glanced over his shoulder. Max was pulled up into the ceiling, kicking and screaming. He punched upward over and over with his scissor fists, and blood sprayed down into the closet. Then he was gone, and his screaming suddenly stopped. Max's head fell from the open ceiling and landed at Donovan's feet. Hands yanked Donovan from the closet and tossed him across the classroom. He slammed into a desk and fell into a heap. When he tried to stand up, he realized he'd lost the blade. He also realized that the room was filled with headless corpses and bloody doppelgangers. Donovan was only able to get to one knee as the unearthly sound tried to beat him down. Warmth dripped down Donovan's left cheek and jawline. He realized he was bleeding and couldn't hear out of that ear. His eardrum must have burst. But Donovan also realized that the pain from the unearthly sound was less. A lot less. Without hesitation, Donovan snagged a stray pencil from the floor and jammed it into his right ear. Pain exploded and he cried out as he pulled the pencil free. The unearthly sound became a whisper. Donovan stood up. The Boyd double crossed the room, the copies of the football players right behind him. Donovan sprinted to where the blade lay and threw himself at it. He slid in an inch of blood and gore and just managed to snag the blade as his ankles were grabbed and he was pulled to the center of the classroom. Without even looking, Donovan whipped his arm back and the blade came to a shoulder-jarring stop. Although still a whisper, Donovan could hear the unearthly screams intensify. He was lifted off the ground and spun around, his face coming nose to nose with Boyd's double, the paper slicer's blade embedded in its rib cage. Donovan knew what was going to come next. He'd watched it happen to his classmates. He'd feared it had happened to his mother, possibly his father. Donovan refused to let it happen to him. He pulled the blade free just as the Boyd double's other hand closed around his neck. The pressure was intense, and Donovan's airflow was instantly restricted. With black motes swimming across his vision, Donovan lifted the blade up and then hacked and hacked and hacked with what strength he had left. He fell to the ground hard, and he would have been knocked unconscious if the thick carpet of gore hadn't lessened the impact. The Boyd double stood over him, one arm missing, as well as most of his face. The football doubles pounced, but Donovan wriggled his way out of their clutches. He was coated in so much gore that the doubles couldn't get a solid grip on him. With no other option available, Donovan slashed with the blade again and again, then slipped and slid his way to the wall of broken windows. He threw himself outside into the commons and rolled for several feet before getting back up and limping toward the east hallway. Navigating the corpses and body parts that blanketed the commons was not easy. Donovan could hardly take a step without risking being tripped up by severed heads and limbs. He finally reached the far side of the commons and pulled open the hallway door. Inside was nothing but a sea of blood and offal that came nearly up over his ankles. Donovan waded in and waded through, doing more slipping than walking. When he reached the front office, Donovan risked looking back over his shoulder. The football double stood at the doors to the outside commons, watching him.
Fuck you!
He shouted, and even in his own head the words sounded like he was screaming through thick cotton. The football doubles didn't move an inch. Donovan wasn't about to waste the opportunity. He fled past the office and out the school's front entrance, blade held out like it could ward off the devil himself. The scene outside was nothing short of pure chaos. Crashed cars filled the parking lot, as well as the street out front. Parents were either running for their lives, screaming for their children, or fighting versions of themselves. A few students had made it out of the school like Donovan had. but they were quickly overpowered by either their own doubles or doubles of their parents, or just random doppelgangers who were happy to pop the heads off anyone they could capture. Donovan turned and ran. He sprinted around the crashed cars. He dodged and avoided doubles that jumped out at him from behind crumpled fenders and stacks of dead bodies. He raced past a woman punching her double in the face over and over. He skirted a mob of doubles that had a hold of Coach Wilson's arms and legs and were pulling in opposite directions. Donovan ran and ran. When he was finally several blocks from the school, he slipped into an alleyway between a hardware store and a hair salon. Explosions and gunfire filled the air from the town limits, intense enough that even Donovan could hear them. The boy stood there in the shadows of the alley, his body waving back and forth, and he just stared out into the street. More crashed cars, more dead bodies, but luckily, no doubles in sight. Donovan took a deep breath and knew what he had to do. He needed to get home. But before he could leave the alley, a black sedan screeched to a halt, blocking his way. The driver's side window rolled down, and Donovan's dad began shouting at him. Donovan hesitated. He hadn't seen any of the doubles drive cars. But then he'd been trapped in a classroom all morning, so he had no idea what the things were capable of. When Donovan didn't move, his dad opened his car door and stepped out into the mouth of the alleyway. He gestured wildly for Donovan to come to him. But before he could take a step, he was tackled to the ground. That got Donovan moving. He sprinted to the rolling, fighting forms on the ground and raised the blade over his head, then paused. He had no idea which was which. One was real, and the other was a double, but they were so intertwined in their fighting that Donovan couldn't tell the difference. Before he could act, a massive shadow overtook the street. Donovan looked up and gasped. He didn't know what he was looking at. Whatever it was covered in lights and spires and spikes and flaming ports. The unearthly screams the doubles made started to make sense to Donovan, or as much sense as anything could make. A hand grabbed Donovan by the shoulder and whirled him around. The blade was knocked from his grip. Donovan could only stand there, stunned, as he stared into his own face. It got worse. Hey, are you a coffee lover looking for a great way to support the show? Then you've got to check out NoSleepCoffee.com. We started the No Sleep Coffee Company with one goal in mind, keeping you wide awake through our darkest stories. We roast fresh, specialty-grade coffee to order, shipped straight to your door. It's perfect for late-night binging, long drives, or any time you need that extra kick. And with the holidays already here, it's the perfect gift for the coffee lovers in your life. And because you're part of the Dr. No Sleep family, you can get 20% off your first order with promo code NOSLEEP20. That's promo code NOSLEEP20 for 20% off at NoSleepCoffee.com. Thanks so much for supporting the show and for keeping the nightmares brewing. Now back to the story. Here they come, I say, pressing the transmitter to my ear while listening to Thomas narrate their ascent. The medic, Sandra, stands nearby, watching the watery surface of the entrance pool. I stare at the water, heart careening around in my chest as I wait for Addison to surface. It's just a little leak, I tell myself repeatedly. Just a little leak in the leg of her pressure suit, that's all. But the fact is, until she's up here in the station once again, the leak could prove fatal. The suits are designed to prevent catastrophic implosion if one component weakens. But the pressure down here is so immense, there's no telling what can happen. So as the 6-foot diameter pool shimmers under the LED lights of the station, I find myself wishing it was anyone but Addison. It's a horrible thing to do, wishing this kind of danger on someone else, but I can't help it. I've come to the realization that I love Addison, and what's worse is I haven't even told her. Dim lights emerge in the dark ocean under the station. They're hard to see because of the overhead lights reflecting off the pool's surface. But I crouch down and squint as they get closer. They're the twin lights on her pressure suit's helmet. "I'm coming in," Addison says over the channel, voice shaky in my ear. I ready the straps from the hoist. Relief starts to expand in my chest. Then her helmet breaks the surface, and I breathe an "oh thank God" sigh as I reach out and connect the hooks to the shoulders of her suit. We share a look through the thick visor, and I have the urge to tell her I'm in love with her right now over the transmitter, allowing everyone to hear. I would surely get fired and sent back to the surface, but at this point, I think it would be worth it. Still, angels of caution went out, and I say nothing but, "Hang on, I'm getting you up." Using the hoist controls, I pull Addison out of the pool and stand her up in the staging area where robotic clamps come out and secure the heavy suit so it doesn't topple. Sandra, the medic, immediately starts working to get Addison out of the suit. I rush over and do the same. The water down here is so cold, she could already be hypothermic. Leaving Thomas and Delrod in the water for the time being, Sandra and I get the helmet, the arms, and the torso off Addison. She's shivering, her lips are going purple, and her skin is covered with goosebumps, but she's still the most gorgeous woman I've ever seen. As we help her climb out of the suit's legs, I see a wound on her left leg. It doesn't look too bad, but as soon as her feet are on the metal grating that serves as the floor, I kneel down and inspect it. "Does it hurt?" I ask, noticing a bulge just above the 2-inch wound on the side of her calf. I drag my thumb gently over the bulge, and it moves. It twitches and seems to disappear into her leg.
Ah, shit!
Addison says.
What the hell did you do?
"Nothing," I say, looking up at her. "Sorry."
For nothing? It hurts like hell.
"Let's get her to the infirmary," Sandra says.
We need to get these wet clothes off. I'll look at the wound in there.
"Right," I say. The phantom sensation of that bulge moving still lingers on my thumb. It felt solid but not hard, like a worm or an eel. I help Sandra get Addison to the infirmary. Along the way, I ask her what happened. She tells me. I help get her situated, and then I have to force myself to leave her side to go get Thomas and Delrod out. As I hurry back from the infirmary, I go over what Addison said happened. They were exploring an underwater cave one of our rovers discovered under the seafloor. Addison was the first one to go in, and she wasn't in the cave for more than 10 seconds before something struck her leg and caused the leak in her suit. She said she didn't see what it was, that it was too cloudy in the cave to see much of anything, but she said she thought it had to be a rock fall or something like that. The relief I felt upon seeing Addison's surface is fading away, and as I clasp the hooks onto the rings on Delrod's suit to pull him out, an implacable, horrific feeling seats itself in the deepest part of my guts. I'm thinking about the pressure suit leg when there's a gentle knock at my door.
Come in.
I say absently, thinking about the small hole in the high-density reinforced knee joint of the pressure suit. The hole that no rock could have caused. The hole that not even a bullet could have caused. Certainly there are no bullets that small and that powerful. Addison pokes her head in, still looking like she's freezing, but she smiles that same hungry smile I've seen a half-dozen times before and hope to see 1,000 more.
You busy?
She asks. I shake my head.
Not at all. Come on in.
She's wearing a tank top and yoga pants, but my eyes flick down to the bulge of the bandage on the outside of her left calf. Did I just imagine what I felt earlier? Is that possible? I shift, trying to pull my finger out. Then I scream, feeling one of the wire-like appendages dig into my finger. It's so strong, so sharp. I yank again and scream again, and then I pull my hand out, but my middle finger is gone. There's only a messy nub there, with pink bone visible for a moment before blood obscures it. Addison screams and pulls her yoga pants down to her knees, reaching down to look, to see what's happening down there. I tumble off the bunk and smack my head on the wall. The world goes swimmy for a minute, but I look back up at Addison and see that 3 of her fingers are gone now, the nubs spurting blood. As I stagger to my feet, I catch a glimpse of what's happening, but the image isn't coherent. It doesn't make any sense. The only thing my mind thinks to call them is tentacles, but instead of suction cups, the shimmery purple-black appendages seem to have little saw teeth on their undersides.
Get it out!
Addison screams as she lurches from the bed and runs to my cabin door, yanking it open and stumbling out into the hall. I move after her, Sure, I don't want to touch her, but knowing I have to do something to help the woman I love. Our screams have drawn the others. Sandra turns the corner up ahead, with Thomas behind her. Delrod is poking his head out of his cabin back behind us, looking frightened. Sandra and Thomas freeze when they see Addison with her pants around her knees and her thighs splattered with blood. Addison looks at them and stops running, suddenly doubling over, gripping her stomach. What's left of her ripped-off fingers drip blood onto the floor.
What the hell happened?
Sandra asked, looking accusingly at me. She starts toward Addison.
Don't touch her!
I shout. Sandra ignores me, getting to her knees in front of Addison and reaching out with one hand. The moment Sandra's hand touches Addison's shoulder, the injured woman's head whips up and 4 wire-thin tentacles shoot out of Addison's mouth, gripping Sandra's head with their little razor-sharp ridges. Sandra tries to scream, but it just comes out as a muffled gargle. She grips Addison's shoulders and tries to pull away, but the tentacles are already ripping at her face. Addison is trying to push Sandra away too, both of them fighting against the creature. When they finally succeed, Sandra falls back, but she does so without a face. The creature greedily devours the skin it ripped from Sandra's head, pulling it into Addison's mouth before disappearing. Sandra, now writhing on the floor, is screaming. Her shouts sound like they should be tearing her lungs apart. But I'm more concerned with Addison as she turns around and lurches toward me.
Help me!
She cries, cheeks and lips smeared with Sandra's blood. I back away, shaking my head, hot tears rolling down my face. I try to form the words, "Stay away!" but I can't quite get them to come out. Delrod steps out of his cabin to my right, holding something in his hands, looking scared. Before my shocked and reeling mind can comprehend what I'm seeing, Delrod squeezes the trigger on the object in his hands. The spear gun kicks as the spear shoots out and impales Addison through the chest.
No!
I scream, but I make no move to help Addison as she stumbles back and falls to the floor. The 3 of us, me and Delrod at one end of the hall and Thomas at the other, stand and watch as Addison twitches for 30 seconds before she finally stills. Sandra has stopped screaming and passed out. The 3 of us stand and stare at the 2 women. I can't speak for the other 2, but my mind seems vapor-locked, unable to complete a coherent thought. It's only when Thomas starts forward that I complete a thought.
No!
I shout.
Stay away from her!
We have to help Sandra,
Thomas says. I know he's right, but I look at how close Addison and Sandra are on the floor, and I don't like it, not one bit. Still, after pausing briefly, Thomas starts forward, and I don't stop him. As he's about to kneel beside Sandra, Addison's throat bulges. Thin tentacles emerge from her mouth. Thomas sees this happening and backpedals away from Sandra. The creature emerges with the quickness of a spider, flinging itself out of Addison's mouth and onto Sandra's bloodied head. It's not like any creature I've ever seen. It only has 6 tentacles, and they're extremely thin, only thickening near a tiny, oval-shaped body that looks as if it has no eyes and a suction cup-like mouth. I blink, and it's gone, scurrying into Sandra's mouth and down her throat like a rat into a hole. Delrod and I look at each other, then at Thomas. Understanding passes wordlessly between us.
Hey, get her feet.
Delrod says to me.
Thomas, her arms. We'll lock her in the decompression chamber until we can figure out what the hell it is and what we should do.
Thomas and I start toward Sandra, but Delrod stops us.
Wait,
He says.
let me get my scaling knife first, just in case.
He drops the spear gun, the line still attached to the spear sticking out of Addison's chest. He ducks back into his cabin. Moments later, he's back with a thin-tipped, sharp-looking knife in one hand. Thomas and I pick Sandra up. She's still unconscious, which is for the better. I adjust my grip on her ankle with my injured hand, wincing as we start toward the decompression chamber. Both Thomas and I stare at her throat and mouth, looking for the telltale bulge of the creature. Delrod follows behind us, knife ready. Just outside the decompression chamber, I shout.
It's coming!
I drop her legs, and Thomas drops her arms. Her head cracks against the hard metal floor, but it's the least of our worries because the creature is coming out. Thomas jumps into the decompression chamber and slams the door, locking us out. The creature scurries along the length of Sandra's body as I back up, bumping into Delrod, who's trying to see what's happening. The creature launches itself at my face, but I get my hand up. It latches onto my hand, tentacles tightening and barbs cutting through my flesh. I scream, but make a fist, trying to grip the thing. I whip around, holding my hand out toward Delrod.
Kill it!
I shout. The creature is trying to crawl up my arm to get to my mouth, so I bring my other hand up and snag a couple of the tentacles. I feel the sharp barbs sink into my flesh, and I have to grit my teeth against the pain, knowing it isn't even close to being done. Delrod hesitates, but I scream at him again.
Do it!
He jabs the knife at the creature, but it's so thin that he does more damage to my hand. Still, the creature writhes, cutting into my fingers as it tries to escape. Delrod stabs again and again. The creature rips my pinky off and the index finger on my other hand before Delrod manages to hack 2 tentacles off. He keeps stabbing and slicing until it's hard to tell where the creature is under all my blood, but I urge him to keep going. I can feel the thing weakening. Both my hands are fairly mangled when the creature finally loosens its grip and drops off. I don't waste any time, stomping on what's left of the thing until it's nothing but mush on the floor. I put my back against the wall and slide down, hitting the floor hard as I hold my mangled hands to my chest. Delrod runs to get some bandages. I'm left in the hall with Sandra. I look over and see the pool of blood surrounding her head. Her chest is no longer moving. But the creature is dead. The fucking thing is dead. Still, I can't help the tears that come flowing forth as I realize something truly horrible. I never told Addison that I love her. The rotor noise makes it impossible to hear each other, despite the fact I was promised we'd be traveling in one of those stealth helicopters. Hell knows I paid a fortune for the damn perk.
Oh yes, Mr. Lawson. This is stealth.
The pilot had assured me and my group before we took off from the rundown airport just outside the containment zone.
They will not hear us coming.
I have serious doubts about that, as I watch 2 of my colleagues struggle to hold a conversation. We weren't even offered headphones, so we could talk over the radio or comms or whatever they call it. We've spent maybe 2 hours in the air when the pilot shouts something and gives us all a thumbs up.
What did he say?
Torsten Collins asks as he leans across the bench seat to shout close to my ear.
I don't know.
I shout back, then pat Torsten's arm and lean across the small gap between the 2 bench seats that make up the passenger hold of the helicopter. Our guide, Mikhail Goransky, has his eyes closed, and I go to tap him on the knee. His hand shoots out and grips my wrist just as my fingertips are about to touch his fatigues.
He said we will arrive shortly.
Mikhail says without opening his eyes. He lets go of my wrist.
Sit back, relax. You have nothing to worry about. Never said I was worried.
I shout over the rotor noise. His eyes open, and he fixes me with a hard stare. The ice blue of his irises catches what little light the hold has, and I smile at him, giving him that grin that has won me hundreds of court cases back in Connecticut. Mikhail doesn't grin back.
You sound worried,
Mikhail says.
How can you tell over all this stealth?
I laugh. He doesn't laugh. Mikhail's a tough cookie, that's for sure. But so am I, and so are my colleagues. Collectively, we have over 75 years of legal experience and are the partners of one of the most successful litigation law firms in the tri-state area. None of us even flinch when we go on head-to-head with the big Manhattan firms. And between us, we've gone big game hunting on every single continent in the world. I've personally bagged 2 bull elephants, and both of them were probably bigger than the house Mikhail lives in. So, tough cookie or not, he's picked the wrong group to try to intimidate.
You said you served.
Randolph Black says from the same bench seat as Mikhail. He leans in close to the man, a move I've watched him do a million times during depositions.
Why aren't you serving now? Your country's at war with the Russians. Are we?
Mikhail responds, twisting his neck slowly so he faces Randolph head on.
I had not noticed.
To his credit, Randolph does not ease back even a millimeter. He simply nods and waits. Mikhail waits as well, and I'm busy watching this standoff when the helicopter suddenly lurches to the right. Randolph grabs a strap that hangs from the ceiling. I brace my arm against the door on my side. Mikhail sighs and stands up. He pushes past Randolph and squeezes his bulk between the gap in the pilot and co-pilot's seats. Randolph gives me and Torsten that look he gets when he's annoyed by a waiter or dealing with a new caddy. Torsten leans close to me again.
Randy is out for blood,
He shouts in my ear.
Mikhail better get back on his good side.
Yeah, it'd be a shame if there was an accident.
We smirk and laugh. Randolph purses his lips and nods. He may not be able to hear us, but I can tell he knows what we're saying. Getting on Randolph's bad side is not a smart move for anyone. While hunting in Madagascar, Randolph pistol-whipped a teenager for sneezing just before he was going to take a shot. He yanked that .45 from his hip and slammed the butt into the kid's temple like he was trying to crush a roach. We all heard the crunch just before the kid collapsed into the dirt. The other guides were like his uncles or something. Who knows with these people? And they picked that kid up and walked him the mile or so to the waiting trucks. It set us back 3 hours that day, and you can be sure I deducted that from our payment. Plus a little extra for the blown shot the kid caused. I never did find out what happened to that teenager. He's probably drooling into a cup in some thatched hut while pissing his pants every time someone reaches for their hip. Maybe he learned his lesson. I hope so. Otherwise, he needs to just call it a day and give that drool cup to someone worthwhile.
What's so funny?
Randolph yells across from me.
Madagascar.
Randolph smirks, then looks at Mikhail as he retakes his seat.
What?
Mikhail asks, seeing Randolph staring at him.
Do you have more insight into my country's troubles?
That's why they called the fight between the Protestants and the Catholics in Northern Ireland.
James shouts. I lean forward so I can see him past Torsten. He's wedged himself into the corner by his door and looks pretty damn comfortable. I swear, that man can look relaxed anywhere in the world, no matter the circumstances.
What the hell are you talking about?
I yell.
The IRA, the Irish. They called the war the Troubles.
I am not Irish,
Mikhail says.
No, I suppose you aren't.
James responds with a nod.
Just making a comment on your comment.
Comments on comments,
Randolph says and pumps his fist in the air.
Comments on comments.
The rest of us shout and pump our own fists. Except for Torsten. He's half a second late.
What was that?
Mikhail asks, looking back and forth between us. He doesn't look confused. He doesn't even look interested in our answer. From my decades of observing human behavior, I'd say he's the kind of guy who doesn't like to be left out of something.
It's an inside joke.
I tell him. He frowns.
A joke only the four of us understand. Although Torsten always fucks it up.
A waste of a joke then if only 4 people know it,
Mikhail says, and closes his eyes as he leans back against the seat.
He will land very soon. How soon?
Torsten asks.
Very soon.
Mikhail replies.
Do not worry.
No one is worried.
I snap. Randolph frowns at me. I roll my eyes. He rolls his.
Good.
Randolph says to Mikhail.
We didn't pay for a helicopter ride. We paid to hunt some wolves.
Mikhail doesn't respond.
Hey, did you hear me?
Randolph says louder.
We're paying to hunt wolves, so we better get to that sooner rather than later.
Mikhail holds up his right thumb, then lets it fall back into his lap. Randolph and I roll our eyes at each other again. Some people inflate their place in life, and Mikhail seems to be one of the unfortunates who believes his place is on equal footing with those who pay for his services. It'd be awful if he accidentally found out how wrong he is. The rotor noise changes, and the smooth but loud whir turns to a high-pitched whine.
See?
Mikhail says.
You'll get yours sooner rather than later.
That's not exactly the correct response to that phrase,
Torsten says. Mikhail shrugs. The helicopter banks to the right, then begins to slowly turn until we are over what looks like an empty field. It's hard to tell in the darkness. My assumption is proven correct the moment we touch down, and Mikhail rushes to open the passenger hold and drops a set of steps for us. All I can see is dead grass lit up by the almost full moon above. I hop out and stay low until I'm free of the rotor space. Then I straighten up and look around. Yep, nothing but an empty field.
I wonder what grew here.
James asks, sauntering up to me.
You know, before.
Before the nuclear plant went boom?
Randolph asks, joining us.
It didn't go boom.
Torsten says from right behind Randolph.
It melted down, causing a chain reaction, which did in turn cause several large explosions. But it wasn't like the nuclear accident was an explosion itself. There was no mushroom cloud.
How many of us here asked for all that useless information? I reply, looking at my colleagues. Raise your hand if that's what you care about right now.
I only care about bagging some mutant wolves,
Randolph says.
Same.
James says. I make a sad, mocking face and look at Torsten.
Sorry, Torsty, but no one gives a shit about trivia time,
I say.
You guys are assholes.
Torsten responds, but not in a hurt way.
And they aren't mutants. They just live in a high radiation zone.
Good to know,
Randolph replies.
I still only care about bagging mutant wolves. I swear.
Torsten says with an exaggerated sigh. Torsten's used to getting picked on. There is always one in a group, and Torsten's our one. The helicopter completely powers down, and we wait out in the middle of the empty field for Mikkel, the pilot and co-pilot, to unload our gear. We all check our watches, any one of which costs more than the helicopter we flew in on.
6 minutes.
Randolph says.
4.
Torsten says.
I'll go with 4 too.
I say.
You can't do that.
Torsten protests.
Pick your own damn number, Tim.
Fine, I say and flip him off.
4 minutes, 30 seconds. I'll take 5.
James says. We continue to stare at our watches until the last of our bags are placed in front of us.
I win,
Randolph says.
6 minutes and 8 seconds. You time us?
Mikkel asks, not even close to out of breath from hustling back and forth from the helicopter with our hunting gear.
You think we are game? Everything is a game,
Randolph says.
Especially you. I see,
Mikkel says, then kneels next to a ratty old canvas duffel bag that is definitely not owned by any of us. The man unzips the bag and carefully pulls out a rifle wrapped in an oilcloth, which he sets in the field's damp, dead grass. We all share a look.
You hunting with us?
Randolph asks.
With you?
Mikkel replies.
No.
And what's with the rig?
James asks. Mikkel doesn't respond. He unrolls the oilcloth and reveals an immaculate Winchester 308.
Nice looking gun,
Torsten says.
Is it enough for wolves? I'd want a little more punch. The 308 does what it needs to do,
Mikkel says as he slowly and carefully inspects his weapon from stock to barrel.
Jesus, are we playing Pet the Rifle, or are we going to hunt some goddamn Chernobyl wolves?
Randolph snaps, then steps past Mikkel to his gun case.
Tempus fugit, people. That means time flies,
Torsten says to Mikkel. Mikkel looks up and raises an eyebrow at Torsten.
Yes, I speak Latin,
Mikkel says.
Omni bonum lisqui expectant. Yeah, well, we didn't pay to wait for the good to come to us, did we?
Randolph says.
In fact, we sure as hell did not pay to wait at all.
Let's get a move on. Of course,
Mikkel says and stands up. With his rifle slung, Mikkel bends and rolls up his oilcloth. He holds it out, and the co-pilot runs over and picks up the duffel bag, then takes the oilcloth from him as he gives Mikkel a slight nod. We all share another look, but none of us say anything as we quickly move to our respective gun cases. I place my thumb against the first lock pad and it flips open. I do that 3 more times along the front of the case until I have the entire thing unlocked and opened. Inside sits my baby. Originally, it was a stock Azure Safari Lux, but I have added a few special modifications making the gun one of a kind, in my opinion. Both James and Torsten use a version of the Krieghoof Classic. They've modified theirs too. But for Randolph, who just can't be run-of-the-mill, as he likes to say, he sports a Rigby Rising Bite double rifle that he had custom fitted. He traveled to and from his gunsmith in Vienna for over a year before they had the measurements precisely dialed in. From the distance between his cheekbone to the end of his chin, to taking a silicone mold of his shoulder in various outfits, he made sure the gun fit him and him alone. Then, even after all that, it was another 18 months before the gun could be built. Then, and I'm not shitting you, he spent 6 more months of back and forth travel as they made sure the build was completed to specifications. And the Rigby Company is in the UK. He could have gone directly to them in London, but that's not Randolph. No, Randolph has a gunsmith in Vienna, so he flies to Vienna. And we're talking Vienna, Austria, not Vienna, Virginia, in case there's any misunderstanding.
What do you like to kill with that?
Mikhail asks Randolph.
Anything in my sights.
Randolph replies, standing up with the rifle casually hanging from the crook of his right arm. Then he slowly brings it up, so the barrel is aimed dead center on Mikhail's chest. Our guide says nothing.
How much do we need to carry in?
Torsten asks Mikhail.
None.
Mikhail says without turning away from Randolph.
The helicopter will meet us at our first stop. They will carry everything for you.
Finally, some service worth our money.
James says and laughs.
So we bring nothing?
Randolph asks, still facing off with Mikhail. I can tell the other two are getting uncomfortable with Randolph's brazen disregard for Mikhail's safety. I don't blame them. So am I. It's a little early to shoot the help. We need to at least bag a wolf first. But that's Randolph for you.
How about we practice some firearm safety and aim at the ground, Randy?
I suggest.
Mikhail has nothing to worry about,
Randolph says.
I'm a professional. Have you been paid to kill before?
Mikhail asks.
Only in the courtroom,
Randolph says. He waits a beat, then bursts out laughing and moves the barrel's aim away from Mikhail.
I'm just fucking with you. I'd never shoot our guide before the hunt begins. But the hunt already has begun,
Mikhail responds, his eyes still on Randolph and the rifle.
How do you mean?
Torsten asks. Mikhail shrugs.
Follow me.
Then he sets off at a fast clip across the dark field. Behind us, the helicopter starts back up and preps for liftoff.
Hey, I only have about 24 rounds.
Torsten says to Mikhail's back.
Hello? I said I only have about 24 rounds. The pilots took the rest when they loaded up the cases.
We wait for a response, but the only one we get is the dim sight of Mikhail's back receding into the darkness.
He said the helicopter will be going ahead.
James says and pats Torsten on the shoulder as he steps away from us.
I think I'll stick with the guide in the meantime.
Okay, sure,
Torsten says and follows James. They get about 10 yards away when Randolph steps up next to me.
Who recommended this guy?
Randolph asks.
Torsten,
I say.
seriously?
Randolph asks and laughs.
He asked around and Nolan told him.
I reply.
Apparently, Nolan says he's the best hunter in this part of Ukraine and knows the patterns of the Chernobyl wolves better than anyone.
Nolan's a prick,
Randolph says.
You trust him? Not a bit, but he's our highest paying client, so I trust his money.
I say, and point at the barely visible outline of Mikhail way up ahead.
And if Nolan's willing to pay what this asshole charges, then it's got to be worth it.
Then we better catch up,
Randolph says and starts walking.
I'm going to get my money's worth one way or another on this trip.
And across the field we go, right into a thick, dark tree line. We spend about 45 minutes navigating the thick woods before we come to a decent-sized creek.
What's the name of this creek?
Torsten asks.
Irrelevant,
Mikhail answers.
Weird name,
James says with a chuckle.
might be good to know in case we get separated.
I say.
We won't.
Mikhail responds, then walks a little faster so he gets a couple yards ahead of us.
Nolan is fucking with us,
Randolph says as he gets close to me on my left.
he set us up.
What do you mean he set us up?
I ask.
What the fuck are you talking about?
That guy,
Randolph says and nods at Mikhail.
there has been something off about him ever since we met him. I think he's working for Nolan.
What? That's crazy.
I say.
I paid this guy myself. I checked him out. He's fully bonded by Rutherfordton and McGuire. They don't fuck around, Randy.
Doesn't matter,
Randolph says.
I smell a setup, and I'm never wrong. Especially when it comes to dangerous pricks like Nolan.
Yeah, but why would he do that?
I ask.
Why would he set us up for anything?
Because of the Krakauer deal going south,
Randolph replies.
He said he didn't blame us for that.
I say, and look at Randolph. Randolph shrugs.
His secretary says he was rage pissed at us for days after the deal fell through.
His secretary?
I ask, then it hits me.
Jesus, Randy, are you banging her?
Every Thursday at the Omni.
Randolph says proudly.
Can you blame me? Getting a woman like that into bed is why we do what we...
Randolph stumbles, then reaches out and grips my shoulder. Then a far-off crack reaches my ears.
Was that a gunshot?
Torsten asks from up ahead where he's walking with James.
You okay, Randy?
I ask as I stop and steady him. I pat his chest.
Tell me you just got a stitch in your side or something.
He turns his body to me, and even in the darkness, I can see there's something wrong with the side of his neck.
Randy?
I put my hand to his neck, and he comes away wet and warm. I don't need to put my hand up closer to my eyes to know what I'm dealing with. I've seen and smelt plenty of blood at night.
Randy's been hit!
I call out. James and Torsten turn and run back along the creek the second they hear my voice.
What the fuck do you mean he's been hit?
James asks.
I knew it!
Torsten says.
That was a gunshot!
Randolph falls to his knees. I drop with him and hold my hand against his neck as I try to put pressure on the wound and stop the bleeding.
Is that blood? Is he bleeding?
Torsten asks, his voice pitching into panic territory.
Yes, he's fucking bleeding. That's what happens when someone gets hit by a bullet, you fucking dipshit.
I snap at him, then look ahead for Mikkel. He's nowhere to be seen.
Motherfucker!
I shout.
Mikkel! Mikkel, where the fuck are you?
I told you the hunt had begun.
Mikkel's voice calls out from the darkness.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Oh shit.
I say just as Randolph's eyes roll up into his head and he collapses against me.
I think Randy was fucking right. About what?
James asks.
Nolan set us up.
I reply as I check for a pulse, but there's nothing there. Randolph is gone. Without saying a word, I ease Randolph to the dirt and slip his rifle free from around his shoulder. Then I go through his pockets and take all the ammunition he has on him.
What are you doing?
Torsten asks.
Making sure I have enough firepower to win this shit. Did neither of you hear Mikkel? We're the prey, you fucking idiot.
I say and quickly step off the creek path and into the cover of the trees.
Why in the hell would Nolan go after us?
James asks with a chuckle.
Was it something we said?
Are you fucking high?
Torsten asks James.
Of course.
James replies.
Wait, Tim? Where the fuck did you go?
Torsten calls out. I don't answer him. I'm already out of his sight line. 3 makes for easy targets. 1 is harder to spot. Plus, Torsten really is an idiot, and James is just a dumbass most of the time. I'm neither of those things. What I am, now that Randolph is dead, is the best fucking hunter in our group, and I have no plan on becoming prey, even if someone as powerful as Nolan is after us. It does make me pause and wonder if Nolan is hunting us because of our fuck-up with the Krakauer deal, or if he's hunting us because maybe he wasn't so keen on Randolph banging his favorite secretary. Knowing Nolan, it could easily be both or neither. Billionaires are a strange breed, even if they are quickly becoming a dime a dozen nowadays. I move swiftly between the trees, and Torsten's shouts grow quieter and quieter. Foreign land or not, I know my way around woods, deserts, swamps, alpine peaks, anywhere. And the number one rule in all environments is to never stop moving. If you stop, you die. A scream echoes through the woods, and I know Torsten has taken a round. James would have just mumbled some witty regret and died. Torsten's the screamer. And he's still screaming as I put more and more distance between us. It isn't until I'm a quarter mile from the creek before the screams finally stop. Off to my left is a rocky outcropping covered in moss and ferns. I tuck under the outcropping and crouch down so I can take my phone out of my pocket with a little cover around me. No point in lighting up the entire forest and giving my position away. The second my phone is out of my pocket and on, I dim the screen as much as I can and bring it up close to my face. No cellular service, of course, but that isn't a problem. I swipe a couple of screens over, then activate the satellite connection. My phone chimes over and over as message after message and email after email load into my phone. I scramble to mute the sounds and tuck the phone into my coat, then just crouch and wait. When no gunshot takes off part of my head, I bring the phone back out and scroll through the messages. What I expect to be there isn't there. I mean, I highly doubted Nolan would implicate himself by sending me an elaborate explanation via text or anything. But I expected something cryptic at least, that would have a double meaning. Something like,
It should have been Poland, but Ukraine will do.
because Krakauer is Polish. It's not the best barb, I know that. But Nolan isn't known for his wit. He is known for holding a grudge forever, though. Still, it is surprising that there isn't even one message or email from the man or one of his underlings. He's really keeping his hands clean on this one. Or maybe this isn't about the Krakauer deal or Nolan at all. Except, why would this backwoods Ukrainian yokel be trying to kill us? We're Americans. We're on the same side as Ukraine. Makes no sense. As I think about the possible explanations for this shitstorm I find myself in, my phone's screen blinks a few more times, then warps and goes black. I was warned this might happen so close to the old reactor. I try every trick I know to get it to come back on, but the piece of tech in my hand is as useful as a brick. Oh, now I get why it's called that. I've never had a phone go out on me before. I pay to make sure that never happens. A phone to a lawyer is as important as a chip of rock slices across my left cheekbone, making me cry out in surprise. Then I flatten myself on the ground as several more rock chips shatter around me. I wait for the echoes of gunshots but hear nothing. The shots aren't coming from someone far off. They're coming from someone close by, using a suppressor on their rifle. Shit. I squeeze myself as far under the rock outcropping as I can until the rock chips stop flying around me.
Okay, Timothy, think this through. Think, damn it.
Shots in the dark require some sort of visibility. Doesn't matter if they are up close or far off. The shooter needs to see their target. That means night vision goggles or an NVG scope. My money is on goggles, since we're talking close-range, suppressed fire. In other words, I'm trapped where I am. If I stick even a toe out, I'm gonna lose that toe. So how do I get out of this shit alive? That's the question that runs through my mind just before a second question slips in. Mikhail was close to us, but Randolph was hit from a round that was shot long range. The delayed crack of the gunshot told us that. So the second question is, who shot Randolph? Then a million other questions flood my brain. Does Mikhail have a whole team out here? Or could the shooter have been either the pilot or co-pilot of the helicopter? If there is a team, how many are there? And why are they shooting at us at all? Randolph's Nolan theory isn't feeling right. Not after the lack of a taunting message on my phone. I press my forehead into the damp earth. I've got to think this through. Long-range shot in the dark through trees. That's an expert shot. Maybe. The shot nicked Randolph's artery and he bled out. That's how he died. Not really from a kill shot. Which means maybe the shot was meant for either of us, or even Torsten and James, who were both ahead of us, and it was sheer luck it even tagged Randolph. Now, couple that with a bunch of close-range, suppressed fire, yet I don't have a scratch except for where the rock chips hit me. If a pro is after us, Randolph's head would be gone, and I'd be dead under this outcropping. Not pros. Geared up, yes, but not pros. Jesus H. Christ, this has nothing to do with Nolan. This is all Mikhail. He set us up. I hired him to guide us on a hunt, and instead, he guided us into an ambush. He said the hunt had already begun. We just didn't realize we were the prey, and Mikhail had another group out here that paid him a shit ton more so they could hunt people, not wolves. Well, fucking hell, I would have paid more if I knew that was an option. Quiet voices reach my ears, and I slowly roll over so my rifle is free. Randolph's rifle is pinned under me, but that doesn't matter. I'm only going to get one shot anyway. The voices get closer, and I instantly can tell they aren't American. Maybe Ukrainian? The language sounds familiar, except... Fuck. No, it's Russian. The language is Russian. I know a little from some of my work back home, and it's definitely Russian. But not pros, so not Russian soldiers. Although, maybe Russian soldiers are shitshots anyway. Slowly, so I don't rustle any leaves, I adjust my position and brace my back against the rock while I bring my rifle up further. The world around me is almost pitch black. Almost. Just ahead, possibly about 6 yards from the outcropping, there's a break in the trees above, and a hint of moonlight filters down into the forest. If they aren't pros, then they'll avoid that because of the light. NVGs seem self-explanatory, but I've watched honest-to-God geniuses temporarily blind themselves by looking in the wrong direction. I could get lucky and maybe that will happen, but I'm more so banking on whoever it is to come around the moonlight. I adjust my aim and wait. A twig snaps to my left and I fire. The sound is deafening in the close space, so I have no idea if I hit someone or not, since I can't hear any screaming. But I have no choice except to flee, since I just gave my position away. With my rifle in one hand, I scramble out from under the rocks and crawl my ass as far and fast as I can into the shadows before I get to my feet and run. Something hits my neck and I almost fall on my face, but my feet stay under me, so I keep going. After a few seconds of still being alive, I reach up and barely feel any wetness. Most likely I caught some tree bark, as whoever is back there fires after me. And I say fires because I can see bark ahead of me chipping off trees and turning into woody shrapnel. For sure not pros. I'd have more than a few rounds in the dead center of my back if they were pros. And from the amount of gunfire coming at me, I am more than certain it is a they and not a single shooter. The trees thin and the moonlight grows stronger. I begin to weave in and out of the trees instead of running straight out. I need the cover now that I'm even more exposed. I skid to a stop just before I tumble over the edge of a steep drop. Down below is a river whose name I can't remember. Privet or Privyat or Prinyat or who cares. Dirt kicks up at my feet and I can hear the gunshots now. My ears are still ringing pretty bad, but sounds are finally getting through. Sounds like shouting from at least 3 different men. Shouting in Russian for sure. I turn and run alongside the edge of the drop until I reach a good-sized thicket of bushes. Slipping in there, I sling my rifle over my shoulder and switch it out for Randolph's. It may be fitted to him, but it's still the best rifle I have. Better than mine, which has always bugged me until now. Squeezing myself between the tangled branches of the bushes, I try to make myself as invisible as possible. The fact that the bushes aren't being torn to shreds by gunfire means they lost sight of me at some point. They must have still been back in those trees a ways when I ducked in here. Minutes fly by, then I hear whispering. I angle my view and can see 4 men come out of the woods. 2 stay back, and it looks like one is helping the other stay upright. Maybe I did hit someone when I fired blind back at the outcropping. 2 men break from the group and follow my tracks to the edge of the drop. They kneel, talk to each other, then point to where the tracks lead, which is me. They talk loudly, almost like they want me to hear them. Then they both laugh. A taunt. My Russian is minimal, but I can make out some of the words and phrasing. They certainly aren't trying to stay quiet. Their voices easily carry to my hiding place, if it can still be called that. My blood runs cold at what I think they are saying. If I'm right, then Torsten and James are dead too, having been run down or caught or shot or something like that. Both men stop talking, stand, point at my hiding place, and raise their weapons. I have seconds to do something. But before I take aim and fire, several things happen all at once. A wolf howls from not too far away. One of the 4 men drops to a knee and slumps low as he clutches his side. His buddy, who had been helping him stand, crouches next to him, asking him questions in Russian. The man shakes his head and cries out. The 2 men that were about to open fire on me lower their weapons as they walk back to check on their friend. Then a chorus of wolf howls fills the air and the 2 men pause. Their weapons back up and now swinging back and forth as the howls echo around them. Then Mikhail steps out of the woods about 30 yards away from them. I can tell that none of the Russians have a clue he's even there, though he isn't trying to hide himself, and he's walking straight at them. Finally, one of the Russians notices Mikhail and calls out to him. Mikhail raises a hand in greeting but doesn't respond. The Russian calls out again, and Mikhail shakes his head as he points at his ear. The Russian looks annoyed at the gesture and stomps toward Mikhail, closing the distance between them. The Russian on the ground cries out again, then fully slumps onto his side. The moonlight illuminates the man's blood-soaked shirt. Yeah, I definitely got him. Good for me. With obvious panic in his voice, the Russian kneeling by the wounded man calls out to the one walking toward Mikhail. That Russian pauses and looks back over his shoulder, then nods. When he turns back, Mikhail is right there in front of him. The wolves howl again, and before any of the Russians can move a muscle, Mikhail grabs the Russian in front of him and yanks him closer, sinking his teeth into the man's neck. Blood spurts high into the air, looking like a black geyser in the moonlight. The Russians, not wounded, stare at the scene for a second, then they scramble for their weapons. But they are too late. A dozen massive wolves break from the tree line and attack the Russians with a ferocity that makes my knees weak. I've seen some shit. I've done some shit. But what the wolves do to those Russians is beyond description. I know wolves, and these do not act like regular wolves. There is no circling, there's no testing their prey's defenses, there's no communication or coordination between them. All I see is raw, brutal violence as the wolves take down the Russians and tear them limb from limb. The dead grass at the edge of the drop is stained deep black by the time the Russians stop screaming. With his chest coated in blood, Mikhail walks away from the Russians he killed and over to the feeding pack. One of the wolves breaks off and approaches him. Its hackles up. Mikhail shows empty hands and slowly bends a knee. He holds his empty hands out to the approaching wolf and lowers his head. Growling deep in its throat, the wolf gets closer and closer to Mikhail, then finally places its nose to one of Mikhail's hands. With a yip and a sharp bark, the wolf stops growling, then runs past Mikhail to the dead Russian. Two other wolves join the first one, and they tear into the body with enthusiasm. I just wait here in the bushes and try to keep from pissing myself. Not because of embarrassment or even discomfort, but because if I let my bladder loose, those wolves will smell my urine instantly. And considering the smallest of the wolves is bigger than me, I do not want them getting curious about my location. 30 minutes slip by as the wolves continue to feast. Then an hour. 2 hours. Nearly 3 hours go by before the wolves have satiated their appetites and, one by one, they slip back into the forest. Across the river, a sliver of light appears. It's already nearly dawn. Daylight is not going to be my friend. I need to move and get back into the cover of the trees before the sun fully rises, or I'll be the easiest thing in the world to spot. My only problem is Mikhail is still here. He's slowly going through the Russians' gear and consolidating everything he wants into one of their packs. What I need is for him to turn his back so I can get away. But no matter what he does or how long he takes, he's always facing in my direction. Could I put a round between his eyes at this distance? Not even a question on that one. Can I do it silently and fast enough that Mikhail can't defend himself? Yeah, that's the real question right there. And considering my luck so far in this trip, I'm not pushing it. Finally, as pinks and purples and oranges light up the sky across the river, Mikhail finishes scavenging the corpses. He stands, stretches, and unslings his rifle. Slowly, like he's in a dream, he puts the rifle to his shoulder, sights down the barrel, and takes aim right at my position. Then he fires, and a branch about 2 inches from my head snaps in half.
Come out, Mr. Timothy Lawson,
Mikhail says as he lowers his rifle.
I do not ask twice.
Without even having to think it over, I extract myself from the bushes with my hands up and a rifle hanging from each shoulder.
I don't know what your deal is, but there has to be a way to work this out,
I shout.
There is.
Mikhail says and walks toward me.
Come closer.
I I hesitate.
I do not ask twice.
He says again. I walk closer to him, my hands still up. When we are about a yard apart, he stops and gestures for me to stop as well. Then he looks me up and down and smiles.
You survive well,
He says.
I am surprised.
I'm surprised to have a bunch of fucking Russians shooting at me.
I shout. He cocks his head and I calm myself down. I need to remember what situation I'm in and not let my anger get the better of me.
How much did they pay you?
I ask, once I know I'm under control. Mikhail laughs.
You always ask that.
He must see the confusion on my face because he continues.
The men like you. Then men like these Russian pigs. The men who believe money solves everything. Always asking how much I get paid. May I ask you a question?
I'd be a fool to say no.
I reply.
Is it a game? All this money?
He asks.
A game? No, it's life.
I answer as I start to lower my hands. He shakes his head and I keep my hands up.
But yes, in a way, it is a game. Money tells us who is winning.
Winning what?
Mikhail asks.
Life,
I say.
money equals status and power. It gives you access to places you wouldn't normally get to see. It allows for experiences others do not get to enjoy.
Like this experience?
Mikhail asks.
Are you glad you get to enjoy it while others do not?
To be honest, no, I'm not glad at all.
He shakes his head and laughs.
Americans, Russians, you are all the same,
He says. A silence falls between us, then I clear my throat.
May I ask a question?
I say. He nods.
The wolves,
I say slowly, trying to find the right words.
you led them to the Russians. Why?
Is that your only question?
He responds. I shake my head and he smiles.
Good,
He says.
to answer, it is simple. The wolves of Chernobyl are hungry, very hungry. But as the land has changed them, their appetites have changed as well. I understand, because I was one of them once.
Not what I was expecting him to say. He shakes his head and laughs again.
No, I am not wolf monster man.
He says.
I was small child and lost when the wolves found me. They saved me and kept me fed for months before I was found by my family. But I learned a lot of their ways during that time. I also learned what they eat.
He spreads his hands out to indicate the nearly picked clean bodies of the Russians. Then he hooks a thumb over his shoulder toward the forest.
I bring them food now.
Mikhail continues.
If I do not, then they will eventually sneak into the villages and farms close by and attack the people there. The wolves of Chernobyl are hungry, and they must be fed.
Why not kill the wolves and be done with all this?
I ask, and almost regret it instantly as a dark cloud of emotions covers Mikhail's face.
Why? I am smart man. I am skilled man. I man with a plan, as you Americans say.
You con rich men like me into hunting trips, then let the wolves kill them.
I say.
I let men kill men. Then let the wolves kill the ones remaining. Except for you. You are a survivor. You may be useful.
I don't understand.
You have connections. You know other rich men. You can help feed the wolves.
I'm not going to help you.
I say.
What are you even thinking? That I tricked my friends and family into a hunting trip where I know they'll die? You're fucking insane.
And you are idiot.
He replies.
Not friends and family. Enemies. You suggest to enemies that you have done something they cannot do. That makes jealous. They want more than anything now. Then, you give my number and I do rest.
What makes you think I'll help you?
I snap.
You do or you die.
Mikhail says.
No, I mean when I get home. Why would I help you? Why not just forget all about you and live my life? You'll be here and I'll be safe in Connecticut.
But what story do you tell?
Mikhail asks me.
The one with crazy Ukrainian and giant wolves eating Russians after you ran away and let your friends die? or the one where you survive a helicopter crash that your friends do not, leaving all of that law firm to just you. No questions will be asked because I can make sure no questions can be answered. You get more money. You win the game of life.
I open my mouth to argue at the absurdity of his proposal. No words come out. Mikhail does have a point, and if he can pull off things on his end, then I know I can pull off things on my end.
What's my cut?
I ask and nod down at the Russian corpses.
I know what I paid for this trip. What did they pay? Whatever it is, I want a percentage of this whole operation.
So you will consider an arrangement?
Mikhail asks.
Yeah,
I say, and can't believe I'm actually considering it.
I tell you percentage when we get back to helicopter.
Mikhail says.
We need to leave before sun all the way rises, or we become target for Russian missiles.
Then he turns for me and walks off into the woods. I struggle to keep up, but manage it for the most part. I only stumble and trip a couple of times along the way. Mikhail never pauses to see if I'm following or flat on my face. When we arrive at the field, I almost want to cry at the sight of the helicopter. It never left. That was all part of the ruse. But then we cross the field, and as we get closer, I realize I can see legs dangling out the side of the passenger hold door. I stop, and Mikhail stops without looking back. He's testing me, seeing if I'll break. Fuck that. This Ukrainian prick can't break me. I walk again and Mikhail walks again. Then we reach the passenger hold and I see Randolph's body stacked on top of James's body.
where's Torsten?
I ask.
Here.
Torsten says from behind me. I whirl around and come eye to eye with the barrel of his rifle.
Torsten!
I ask, looking down the barrel at his scrunched up face.
What the fuck, man?
Did he ask for a percentage like I told you he would?
Torsten says.
What are you talking about?
Yes.
Mikhail says, and I realize the question was for him and not me.
But it got him to walk here like you also said it would. Better than carrying his sorry ass.
Torsten says with a smirk.
Torsten, what is happening?
I'm taking over the firm. It took me a long time to find Mikhail and his operation, but I did, and it's all gone exactly to plan. I said it would,
Mikhail says.
So all of this was bullshit?
I snap.
Mikhail's story about the wolves? Him needing someone to introduce him to Rich Marks? All of that was so I'd walk back to this helicopter on my own 2 feet?
all of it true.
Mikhail says.
All of it.
Torsten agrees.
Mikhail's story really moves me. I like wolves.
You like wolves?
I nearly shout.
You fucking have your partners murdered, and that's what you say? That you fucking like wolves?
Yes.
Torsten says.
Why are you surprised? You guys have been making fun of me for years. You have always thought of me as the weak one. You have always shit on me. Well, fuck you, Tim. Fuck Randy and fuck James. Maybe I am weak, and maybe stories about wolves move me. But guess what?
Fucking what?
I don't have to take your shit anymore,
He says.
and the wolves of Chernobyl are very, very hungry. So I'm thinking they still need some food.
The muzzle flash comes before I can respond.
They're leaving!
Lonnie cries, looking out the porthole window.
They're all leaving us here! Let me see.
I say, bringing the radio down from my mouth. I crowd next to the nurse and peer out, seeing lifeboats shooting off into space from the other side of the prison. The prison station is shaped like a giant capital H, with minimum security on one side, our side, and maximum security on the crossbar. The other side of the H is all admin and living quarters for the staff. It's also where all the staff lifeboats are,
See?
she says, on the verge of tears.
They're leaving us here to die. I'm sure they're not all leaving.
I say, but the way my legs shake and my fingers go numb tells me that maybe they are. Maybe that's why I can't get anyone on the radio. Still staring out the window across the station, watching more and more lifeboats jettison, I bring the radio to my mouth again.
Hello, is anyone there? This is Austin, one of the nurses that arrived today. I'm in the medium security wing with another nurse. Is anyone there?
Lonnie shifts her hazel eyes from the window to me as we wait for a reply. None comes.
Shit! We need to get over there and get on a boat,
I say.
No way! There's a riot happening in the maximum security wing. We need to wait until they send help and get things back under control.
They've deserted the station, Lonnie. Remember how long it took us to get here? There won't be any help coming for at least 48 hours. By then,
I trail off, hoping I don't have to spell it out for her. But if all the guards have fled, then it's only a matter of time before the entire prison is controlled by the inmates. And this employee break room in a secured hallway isn't going to keep them out for long. Lonnie trembles.
Do you know what they'll do to me if they catch me?
Her fear-stretched eyes swim with horrible visions of her possible future.
I know, but if we sit here and wait, there's a virtual guarantee that they'll find us.
But
I've worked prison jobs before. I was in the middle of a riot once. Our only chance is to move fast and get off this station before they organize and take over. Right now, we can use the chaos to our advantage.
what about the virus?
She asks meekly. The virus. It's the whole reason we're even here. A strange sickness that swept through about a quarter of the prison, overloading their on-site medical staff. So they requested a couple of additional bodies to help. Now, here we are. And, of course, a nasty riot erupts just a couple of hours after we arrive. But riots don't generally cause the entire staff to evacuate. I try not to think about all the crazy things we heard over the radio before it went silent. Impossible things. No, best not to think about that. It's enough to drive you crazy. I consider her question,
What about the virus?
for a long moment before answering.
We're both up to date on all our shots. So long as we wear our masks, I think we'll be okay. But we need to get out of these scrubs and into some prison whites. I think we passed a laundry facility on the way up here. You ready?
Lonnie doesn't look ready, but she nods. I take her hand and we head out of the break room. 10 minutes later, we're both wearing prison whites and surgical masks. I even found a do-rag for Lonnie to wear. It's not much, but maybe it will keep these male prisoners from noticing she's a woman at a glance. Since we're on a staff floor and several levels up from the H crossbar, which leads us to the admin side of the station, we have to travel down 3 levels before we can go across to safety. There are elevators, but we decide to take the stairs. I don't know about Lonnie, but visions of elevator doors opening to reveal a floor full of bloodthirsty criminals is enough to make me want to avoid any elevators. As we get to the floor we want, the unmistakable sound of a commotion comes through the stairwell door. Men shouting and screaming, footsteps pounding the composite metal floors. With our backs against the stairwell wall, I ease forward and peer through the mesh-reinforced window into the hallway. I see a guard I recognize. His name is Palomo, and he's the one who escorted us from the med bay where we were working to the break room once the riot started getting out of hand. He left us in the break room, telling us to stay put and wait for someone to come get us. Seeing him through the window gives me a little hope, but it's quickly dashed as I realize what's happening. Palomo limp runs down the hallway, followed closely by hooting prisoners, free from their cells. About a quarter of them wear surgical masks, given to them by the medical staff in an effort to slow the spread of the mysterious virus. One of them has a collapsible baton, surely taken from Palomo himself, and the others carry prison shanks of various shapes, sizes, and makes. Palomo makes for the stairwell door, causing a jolt of panic as I realize he's about to give our position away. But before he makes it to the door, the prisoner with the baton smacks him in the back of the head. The guard falls to the floor, and the crazed prisoners descend on him, bashing and kicking and stabbing. They keep at it until well after I'm sure Palomo is dead. For a moment, I'm sure some of the prisoners are going to come through the door, but something happens deeper in the hallway, drawing their attention. There are shouts of alarm as men call out to each other. Fear sweeps through the prisoners, most of whom are now splashed in Palomo's blood. As one, they turn and run down the hall, heading away from where Lonnie and I need to go. I keep watching, hoping to see a throng of well-armed guards pushing the prisoners back. But what I see coming down the hall after the prisoners causes my knees to go weak and my stomach to contract. The group lurching after the prisoners are all wearing prison whites, but they hardly resemble humans any longer. Their skin is covered in black and maroon lesions and puke yellow growths the size of eyeballs. It looks as though something has gnawed away at the skin around their lips, nostrils, and eyes. The eyelids on all the ones who run past are gone, revealing bulging, bloodshot eyes with pupils that have all but taken over the irises. Their nostrils have melted away, and their lips are gone, revealing blackening teeth that clack together as if they're hungry for flesh. As the last of them pass, I think about how patients infected with the mystery virus were all suffering from inflamed areas around the mouth, eyes, and nostrils. It can't be a coincidence. The things we heard over the radio about prisoners transforming is true. As I turn to make sure Lonnie hasn't seen what I have, I find her standing right behind me, peering over my shoulder. Tears stream down her cheeks, and she shakes her head in stubborn refusal.
No.
We have to go,
I say, gripping her wrist.
we have to run.
She's still shaking her head and saying no when I open the door and pull her out into the hallway. As I step over Palomo's body, I notice his keycard attached by a clip to his shirt pocket. Not sure if we'll need it or not, I stoop and yank it off before dragging Lonnie down the hallway. We pass through a sally port, kind of an airlock with two gates that should never both be opened at the same time to prevent prisoners from going where they shouldn't. But both gates are open, which speaks to how bad things have gotten. After the sally port, we step into the main cell block of the prison, a long, straight section which is the crossbar of the H. The floor ahead of us, lined on both sides with open cells, is a mess of detritus and bodies. Bludgeoned or stabbed guards and prisoners litter the floor here and there. A couple of them are still alive, but just barely. Other than the dead and injured, I see no one between us and the other sally port far on the other side. But there's a strange sound coming from the balconies above. It's a chorus of grunts and growls and low metallic bangs. This section of the prison is 5 stories tall. The bottom floor, where we are, is overlooked by 4 stories of facing cells and their accompanying walkways. But we're still under a section of the second floor walkway, so we can't see what's causing the chorus of odd sounds. But as we step out from under the walkway, we look up. The walkways above are walled off with metal mesh to prevent inmates from jumping or throwing each other off. But those mesh barriers are bulging as throngs of infected prisoners try to force their way through. They must be locked on their respective floors, trying to get free. Either that, or they've lost all ability to reason, driven only by base instincts to spread their infections to as many people as possible. They stare at us with their bloodshot, lidless eyes. Their lipless mouths reveal quickly rotting teeth, parted in grim anticipation. Pustules pop and leak foul yellow-green goo as they press up against each other. Pausing to gape at this stunning sight, I see something that will stay with me until I die, which may not be long. One of the infected prisoners has his face pressed up against the mesh, and he's being pushed from behind by dozens of other prisoners. The pressure is so great that the skin of the man's degrading nose and cheeks is being cut into by the mesh. Blood pours down the metal and drips to the floor. The sound of stressed metal giving way fills the corridor in a shriek, and a section of mesh fencing 2 stories up gives way, allowing a wave of infected to pour through.
Run!
I scream, even as I'm moving on shaky legs. Lonnie, who seems to have reverted to a childlike state as a kind of self-defense mechanism, doesn't need to be told twice. She runs right along with me. But the problem is we have no choice but to pass the wave of infected now hitting the floor with sickening crunches and thuds. Dozens of bodies crash to the floor, their limbs snapping, skulls rupturing. But as we're finally coming abreast of them, the first bodies have made a cushion for the ones following. Several infected men roll off the growing pile and dart after us. Legs pistoning, arms pumping, eyes wide, I run and dare not look back. I keep my eyes fixed on the sally port door, which is open, The next door in the sequence is closed, but that doesn't matter. As long as we can get inside and close that first door, we've got a chance. We near it. Slapping footsteps behind us get closer and closer, but we're almost there. I jump over a dead prisoner on the floor, slipping in his blood, but managing to keep to my feet. Just a few more yards. A large prisoner suddenly appears ahead, between us and the door. His lidless eyes look like they belong on some unblinking deep-sea creature, not a human being. He has blood all over his mouth and chest, and the skin of his shirtless upper body looks like a desert city after a bombing campaign. I'm still holding Lonnie's arm, and I can feel her tense when she sees him. The infected man stands right in our path, blocking the door as he clacks his teeth together in a skeleton grin. Knowing what I have to do, I let go of Lonnie's arm and reach into my pocket to grab the guard's badge. My plan is to give it to Lonnie and then take on the big bastard so she can get past him to safety. Otherwise, we're both dead. But as I'm about to pull the badge out of my pocket, Lonnie dodges over to me and kicks at my right leg. I lose my footing, yanking my hand out of the pocket and, on reflex, reaching out to Lonnie as I stumble. I grab her arm, trying to stay up, but I can't. I fall to the hard floor, taking Lonnie down with me. Rolling to a stop, I have enough time to make two sudden realizations. The first is that Lonnie tried to sacrifice me to save herself. The second is that there's a dead prison guard right nearby, and he still holds a collapsible baton in his hand. He must have been killed by the infected, because any other inmates would have taken the baton. Scrambling, I grab the baton and whip it up at the big bastard as he attacks me. Slightly behind me, I can hear Lonnie screaming as the infected who were chasing us rip into her. The big bastard, momentarily stunned by the blow, comes at me again. This time, I use the thing like a knife, jamming the bulbous tip of it into one of the guy's eyes. The eye pops out like a ripe grape coming off the vine, and the baton sinks deep into his skull. He goes limp and falls to the floor. I dart forward and get into the sally port, yanking the gate shut behind me just as several infected smash into it. Beyond them, Lonnie is still screaming. One infected prisoner rips the do-rag off her head and then yanks her scalp off. Unable to look anymore, I turn away and step to the other door. Panic grips me as I look at the keycard reader. I can't remember if I pulled the keycard out of my pocket or not. I jam my hand into the pocket and feel the thin piece of plastic. Sighing, I use the keycard to get through the door, shutting it behind me. Now, I have to hope there's still a lifeboat left. I don't think there's supposed to be a road here. I looked left and right down the narrow dirt road, wondering if we'd taken a wrong turn somewhere. Saul came crashing out of the brush behind me. I turned to look at him as I pulled my phone out of my pocket. Huffing, he yanked a severed pine branch from where it had snagged in his backpack strap and threw it angrily to the road.
I thought we were supposed to be following a trail. You've had me bushwhacking for the last 2 miles.
I couldn't help but smile.
There's a trail. You're just too damn big for it.
My half-brother brushed pine needles off him and shook his enormous head angrily. As a lineman for a Division I football team, it wasn't the hiking that got to him. It was the fighting his way through the trees.
How about we take this road for a while,
he suggested.
see where it goes. We can mark the trail here and come back to it.
I studied the map I'd downloaded onto my phone, unable to find any sign of a dirt road. Weeds and grass grew in a line up the center, indicating that it was in disuse. Taking pity on my brother, I agreed, and we started up the road. Not even a mile later, the road dead-ended at a wall of granite with a huge, rusted door set in the middle of it. Stopping in the middle of the road, Saul and I shared a look of excitement.
We have to check it out,
Saul said.
It's not every day you stumble across a freaking underground bunker.
I couldn't have agreed more. I smiled and started forward. The door was hinged on each side, so it would open in the middle. One was fully closed, while the other was open about a foot. There was a complicated-looking metal handle on one side and a locking mechanism on the other, complete with a ring that would lock the two components in place when the doors were flush with each other. But there was no sign of any chain or lock anywhere. Still, I glanced at the ground and saw some tracks. I stuck a hand out and stopped my brother before we trampled them.
Look,
Imprints had been left in the dirt under the slight overhang that would keep that patch of ground out of the rain. The prints had been left by what looked like a pair of hiking boots.
I guess we aren't the first here,
Saul said, starting forward. Before I could stop him, he trampled the prints and opened one side of the door wide on squealing hinges. Shaking my head, I decided I was overreacting, my imagination getting the better of me. But I could have sworn the tracks only led inside. There were none coming out. The crunching of dirt under our boots soon gave way to the muted slap of synthetic rubber on concrete. About 20 yards into the bunker, the space opened up on our right in a large parking area. The walls were concrete, and large concrete pillars stood in a line, holding the ceiling up a good 15 feet overhead. The only vehicle in the place was an ancient-looking World War II-era Jeep. It sat on cinder blocks, its tires long gone. The hood stood propped open like the mouth of some prehistoric creature that had been fossilized and long ago entombed from its stony grave. We ventured over, our footsteps echoing down the corridor that stretched before us, off into a black void. The only thing left in the Jeep's engine compartment was the engine itself. Everything else had been stripped out, probably shortly after the Second World War ended. Saul slipped his backpack off and propped it against the Jeep. In the light coming through the door, I could see his smile.
What are you doing? Let's explore for a bit. Leave our packs here to give our shoulders a break.
I looked into the dark distance, thinking about the boot prints. I was being ridiculous. I just didn't see the outgoing prints, that was all. Besides, Saul was with me. While I was pretty average in every way, Saul could handle all comers. I'd seen the guy squat over 500 pounds before. He had hands the size of baseball mitts.
Yeah, okay.
I slid my pack off and dug out my flashlight. Saul got his flashlight out, and we ventured farther into the bunker, breathing the stale air and holding the dark back as we went. We heard the noise shortly after reaching the second floor down. The first floor, where we'd come in, held the parking area and a couple of offices before bottlenecking to a heavy-duty door next to a large elevator, both protected by a couple of Jersey barriers. I figured this place had been built for some heavy hitters in case of a bombing or an invasion. The Jersey barriers were where the foot soldiers would crouch to fire at the enemy, preventing them from getting to the door or elevator, the last line of defense. With no power, the elevator didn't work, but the door was standing open. Beyond was a stairwell that led down to another floor we were determined to explore. But as soon as we stepped foot on the second floor, we heard a strange noise that caused my skin to tighten. It sounded at first like a snicker, like something was laughing at us. When it repeated, I realized it wasn't someone laughing. Quite the opposite. It was someone sobbing in such an odd and sped-up manner that it sounded like a hyena laughing. Both Saul and I whipped our flashlights toward where we thought the source of the noise was. We stood in a narrow concrete hall that stretched both left and right, with doorways branching off it at regular intervals. Our flashlights were trained to the right, but they couldn't reach far enough to see the end of the hallway.
Hello?
Saul shouted, causing me to jump.
What are you doing?
I whispered, grabbing his arm. He looked at me like I was insane.
Someone's hurt. We don't know that. What if what?
He asked.
Help me!
I jumped again at the hoarse and pain-filled male voice that echoed off the cold concrete walls. Without another word to me, Saul started off down the hall.
I'm coming!
Admonishing myself for my cowardice, I hustled after Saul. But it wasn't out of any altruistic intention. I wanted to stay close to him because I knew he could defend himself.
Where are you?
He shouted as I caught up to him.
Down here!
The man called.
In the bathroom!
Something clunked in the hallway behind us. We whipped around and pointed our flashlights that way, seeing nothing but empty hallway and dark doorways.
Hello?
Saul said. For the first time, I heard just a hint of fear in his voice.
We're here to help. Help me, please!
The shout got us moving again. Now we could see that the hallway took a sharp left up ahead. Saul kept his light on that, while I pointed mine into the rooms that branched off the hall. They were simple bedrooms, with ancient cots that folded down from the walls. Some of the rooms held crates or old equipment, but most of them were empty, except for the single, fold-down cot in each one. I sensed movement behind us and whipped my flashlight that way, glimpsing a figure darting into a room behind us.
There's someone behind us,
I whispered to Saul as we reached the left turn. We stopped again.
Are you sure?
I nodded.
He's in one of those rooms. He's following us. It's a he? What did he look like? Is he big? Does he have a weapon?
I shook my head.
I don't know. It was just a glimpse of his leg, I think. But it looked weird.
The strange sobbing resumed, much louder now that we were close. It sounded like the man was hyperventilating.
Listen, we're not here to start any trouble,
Saul said to the hallway behind us.
We don't care about anything but getting help for this guy, okay? So whatever you want, it's none of our business. We'll just get this guy and be on our way.
The hallway answered with silence. The man in the bathroom screamed for help again.
Did someone hurt you?
Saul asked, now calling out to the man in turmoil. There was no answer. Even the sobbing stopped. I thought maybe the man was dead. Then he called for help again.
What the fuck?
Saul said, shaking his head in frustration. I kept my flashlight pointed down the hall behind us, going over repeatedly what I had seen. The quick glimpse of a figure. The more I thought about it, the more I realized it wasn't a human leg I'd seen.
I think it's an animal,
I said.
What? What kind? Animals don't stalk humans. Maybe a cougar?
Saul shook his head.
Which room did it go into?
I pointed.
Fourth one down on the right. Stay here and watch my back. Shout if you see anything.
The injured man shouted for help from the bathroom again. Without thinking, I turned my flashlight that way, shining it down the empty hallway.
Hold on!
A squelching noise erupted from the direction Saul had gone. I turned and shone my flashlight on Saul's back. He stood on his tiptoes, shoulders hunched forward, his own flashlight held limply in his right hand. I blinked, trying to compute what I was seeing. Saul was twitching, his arms jerking and his body flinching back and forth. He dropped his flashlight, which hit the ground just a moment before his size 18 feet left the floor. That was when I glimpsed whatever was on the other side of him, previously blocked by his bulk. His attacker's feet weren't human, although they had 5 toes on each limb. Protruding from each toe was a curved black claw. The thing that came to mind was a bear's feet, but there was no fur, only gnarled skin so dark it was almost black. The ankle joints on each leg were thick with bulbous protrusions, as though tumors had sprouted there. My eyes traveled up, but the rest of the creature was blocked by my half-brother's body. Blood splattered the floor between the two of them. I took a step forward to help Saul, but as I did so, the back of his shirt poked out as if something sharp had just protruded from his body. And as blood soaked into the fabric of his tan-colored shirt, I knew that was what had happened. The shirt settled again, but Saul's body kept twitching in time to a horrific squelching sound. More blood splattered the floor, soon followed by a tangle of intestines dropping meatily to the wet floor. I turned and ran, darting through the first door I saw, finding myself in a large bathroom with 5 toilet stalls, 5 sinks, and 6 showers.
Help!
I ran toward the man's voice, hoping he could provide some form of sanity for me to latch onto. I raced down to the showers, 3 on each side of the bathroom. I aimed my light into each of them until I found the source of the cries for help. But as I stood there, my light shining into the last shower stall on the left, I found myself frozen with terror. The thing in the shower wasn't so much a man as a pile of deformed body parts. My eyes glanced over him repeatedly, but for several long moments, I was unable to make any sense of what I saw. It was clear he had been severely injured, presumably by the creature that had just killed my brother, but there were other things wrong with him. As far as I could tell, the wounds that had been inflicted on him had partially healed, but not in any normal way. Growths of stretched maroon skin bubbled out from these horrific wounds. His left arm, which had been nearly torn off at the shoulder, now stuck up from his body at an odd angle, held there by bulbous formations of that bumpy, strange-looking skin. The right arm was still in working order, and he held it out toward me, begging for help. His right foot was gone, but the skin had fused with his intact left leg at the calf. His clothes hung in blood-stained tatters from his body, but I could tell that the strange growths weren't only confined to his injuries. His clothes bulged with protrusions nearly everywhere I looked. But it was his face that shocked me the most. It looked as if the creature had slashed him across the left side of his head. That entire side was a mass of dark, deformed skin. His lifeless left eye protruded from a small mountain of flesh next to his half-deformed nose. His right eye still blinked, and the emotion there affected me deeply as my gaze finally rested on it.
Help me,
he said, still breathing rapidly. As I opened my mouth to ask him what had happened, there was movement from the bathroom door. Turning my flashlight that way, I saw an enormous creature that had most likely once been a bear. It was deformed in places, although not as bad as the man lying in the shower stall. The bear's skin was dark gray, its eyes full of confused rage, its blood-covered mouth hanging open to reveal a deformed and bulbous tongue. It paused for a moment, turning its head slightly away from the light. Then it dropped onto all fours and rushed toward me. Panic gripped me as I spun, looking for some way out or something to defend myself with.
Get behind me,
the man said.
Get behind me now.
I had no other options, so in my panicked state, I did what he said, crowding into the shower, stepping on the man and tripping in my haste. He cried out in pain as I rolled over him. Then I was off and standing with my back in the shower corner. The bear creature stopped just outside the stall and reared up on its hind legs, letting loose a distorted roar that sounded as if it had come from deformed vocal cords. But it didn't move any closer. Its eyes looked from me to the deformed man and back again, its nose twitching. It roared once more, propelling the stench of rotten meat and slow death into my face. Then it backed away.
Can you carry me?
The man asked.
If you can carry me, we can get out. It won't touch you if you carry me. Why?
I asked, listening to the bear make its way back toward the bathroom door.
I'm bad meat,
he said, managing a little laugh at the end.
I've been down here for days, and the thing hasn't come near me since it first attacked. It did this to you? Can you carry me or not? Can you hold a flashlight?
I asked, pressing the tool into his right hand. He gripped it. I squatted and got my arms underneath him, feeling moisture pass from his skin to mine. I levered him up so he was propped on his one good leg. Then I put my shoulder into his stomach and got him into a firefighter's carry. He cried out as I lifted him, but after that, he quieted down and managed to point the flashlight at my feet, even though his arm was hanging down behind my back.
Go!
He gasped.
Hurry!
I went, taking little steps, hoping my back didn't give out. As I reached the hallway outside the bathroom, I saw the bear to the right. On instinct, I turned the other way, heading farther into the bunker.
Stop!
The man cried.
Not that way! There's some kind of chemical leaking out of storage barrels down there. You have to go the way you came. The thing is that way. It won't touch you, I promise.
I turned around and headed toward the bear creature. My heart slammed around in my chest as I faced off against the thing. I wanted to drop the man right there and run the other way, weird chemicals or not. But I doubted there was an exit that way. So I steadied myself and took a step toward the creature. It grunted and backed away, nose twitching. I took another step, and the creature kept its distance. I worked my way down the hallway in this manner until I came to Saul's body. I didn't want to look. but I had to navigate around the gory mess, clenching my teeth against my crushing sense of loss. Then I was past, and the bear had backed itself into one of the rooms on the right. The stairs were difficult, and by the time we reached the top, my legs were shaking. But there wasn't much farther to go. I could hear the bear behind us, but by then, I knew the man was right. It wouldn't attack. It was afraid of him. When we got outside into the sunshine, I turned and shut the main door to the bunker, shifting the handle so it was fastened. It wasn't locked, but I had to take the chance that the bear wouldn't be able to open it from the inside. I couldn't carry the man any farther. I set him down as gently as I could on the side of the road and then stood up. I wiped the sweat off my face with one hand. My eyes were stinging from sweat, so I wiped at them with the backs of my hands. It didn't help. I pulled out my phone, and as I stepped away from him, searching for a signal, I realized my skin was starting to burn where I'd touched the man. I looked down at my bare arms and saw a little red bubble slowly forming there. I could feel the man's one good eye on me, mouth open and anguish building. I looked at him. A single tear traveled down from his one good eye.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to see the sky one more time. I'm sorry.
I looked back at my arms, thinking about how he had mentioned dangerous chemicals. He must have crawled or limped into the spilled chemicals right after the bear attacked him, and he still had some of the stuff on him. The burn was turning into a searing pain that seemed to sink deeper into my arms, even as it traveled through my body. My skin bubbled more violently. I felt it happening on my shoulder, the side of my neck, and the ear that was pressed against him as I carried him. I cried out at the pain and fell to my knees. Then, as the burning started on my face, I recalled wiping the sweat away with the same hand I had used to secure him on the journey up. I blinked as blinding pain erupted in my eyes. The world went blurry as I rubbed at my eyes. The pain went to a crescendo. Then the world went completely dark, and all I could do was scream.
We've got movement on our 6.
Nomad says, his eyes locked on the scanner attached to the top of his M4 carbine.
Arkle, you got it? I see him.
Arkle responds, bringing up the rear of the group as the 4 men slowly march their way through the dense jungle.
Looks like curious tag-alongs. They're keeping an even distance. Don't be fooled,
Busby says from his point position at the front of the group.
they could be the distraction.
Should I be worried, Mr. Busby?
Mr. Bozeman asks from directly behind Busby.
You will get us safely to the beach, yes?
That's what you hired us for, Mr. Bozeman.
Busby replies, his M4 swinging evenly from left to right to left, as he makes sure their path is clear of any hostiles.
We got you in safely, and we'll get you out safely.
I would hope so.
Mr. Bozeman says, as he tugs on the sweat-soaked collar of his overly expensive safari-style shirt.
The amount I paid you for your services was not insubstantial. My safe return is of the utmost importance.
I know it is, Mr. Bozeman. So if you could maybe be quiet and let us do our jobs, then we'll make sure you get every penny's worth.
Busby says just before coming to a halt and raising a fist. He drops into a crouch, reaching behind him without looking back to pull Mr. Bozeman down into a crouch with him. Arkle and Nomitz follow suit and drop down too.
What you seeing, Busby?
Nomitz whispers.
Not sure.
Busby whispers back, his eyes studying the foliage that surrounds them all.
Thought I saw movement. Not picking up anything on the scanners.
Nomitz says.
Our 6 is still clear.
Arkle adds.
We need to keep moving.
Mr. Bozeman says in a loud voice.
The ship will not wait forever, Mr. Busby. I have important samples that must be...
Be quiet.
Busby snaps, keeping his voice low.
I will not be spoken to in that tone, Mr. Busby.
Mr. Bozeman continues.
When I hire security, I expect them to show a decent amount of respect. I will not tolerate...
Do you want to fucking live, asshole?
Busby snarls as he turns and stares at Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman swallows hard, eyes the M4 that Busby grips, and nods.
Then be quiet.
When Busby turns himself back around, Mr. Bozeman glares at the back of the man's head, rage in his eyes.
Bogies on our 6 are leaving.
Harkle whispers.
Moving away. What?
Busby asks.
They're moving away fast.
Harkle says.
Like really fast. Something has them spooked.
Nomad says.
Something has me spooked.
Busby says. The group wait for a solid minute before Busby shakes his head and stands up, his eyes studying the landscape.
Let's keep going,
Busby says.
Finally,
Mr. Bozeman mutters. Busby doesn't respond. His attention is on the path in front of him and any possible danger that may strike. They trudge through the dense jungle, the security operators on high alert. Mr. Bozeman, on the other hand, is only half paying attention to his surroundings. His eyes keep going to the heavy-duty canvas bag strapped across his shoulders and hanging by his right hip. A bag filled with samples of gold, emeralds, and the holy grail of natural resource finds, lithium. The gold deposit he found is enough to fund operations for a century, at least. The emeralds could be just as lucrative. And the lithium? Mr. Bozeman is a rich man. A very rich man. But the lithium discovery will make him an even richer man. A man with 12 zeros behind his bank balance. And that includes the cut he'll have to give to his partners. A hissing off to the left gets Mr. Bozeman's attention, and he stops walking, causing Nomits to bump right into him.
What's wrong?
Nomits asks.
I heard something.
Mr. Bozeman says.
Like what?
Nomits asks, his eyes moving in the direction of Mr. Bozeman's gaze.
I'm not sure.
Busby stops and looks back over his shoulder.
Talk to me, Nom,
he says.
Bozeman heard something. Can you confirm? No,
Nomad says, then cocks his head.
but I think the jungle has.
They all listen hard to the sound of absolute nothing. No birds, no tree frogs, no small animals rustling the leaves on the jungle floor, no insects, nothing.
What's the call, boss?
Nomad asks Busby.
Harkle?
Busby asks.
I'm seeing nothing.
Harkle responds.
My scanner is clear, and I don't have eyes on any movement. Same.
Nomad says. There's a slap and a low slithering sound from the group's right. Busby, Nomads, and Harkle all turn in that direction, their M4s up and at the ready.
Snake?
Harkle whispers.
It'd be a big fucking snake.
Nomads responds quietly.
Shit is big on this damn island.
Harkle replies, his voice barely audible.
Evolution took a different turn on this island due to it being hidden from explorers for centuries.
Mr. Bozeman says way too loudly.
Hush!
Busby orders, his face a mask of frustration mixed with sharp awareness.
I'm simply saying that the fauna here could easily be unknown and...
Before Mr. Bozeman can finish speaking, a thick vine shoots out from the foliage and wraps itself around Nomads' neck. Nomads cries out, his hands grabbing at the vine, desperate to get between it and his skin. His M4 falls to his side, dangling by its strap as it smacks his leg over and over while Nomads thrashes against the attack.
Fucking hell!
Harkle shouts and opens fire on the vine, shredding the thick flora in seconds with his carbine. Nomad stumbles backward from the sudden release and lands on his ass, his eyes bulging, his face purple, his hands still desperate to get the vine to uncoil from around his neck, which it refuses to do.
What the fuck?
Busby shouts and removes his K-bar knife from its sheath. He pushes past Mr. Bozeman and kneels next to Nomads.
Hold on, brother. I got you.
Busby says as he slices at the vine. The thing constricts further, and Nomads' eyes bulge even more. The whites are now fully bloodshot, and the skin on his face looks so tight that it will burst at any second.
The fucking thing won't let go.
Busby growls as he keeps cutting.
Fuck me!
Harkle yells and opens fire once again. Mr. Bozeman falls to his knees, then bends over, his hands over his head, his forehead touching the jungle dirt. He screams as the gunfire roars around him. Busby feels wetness splatter his shoulders and the back of his neck, and he risks a quick glance behind him.
Shit,
he says, and cuts faster as he sees more vines snaking out of the jungle, whipping toward Harkle as the man fires again and again, struggling to keep them back.
Mr. Busby!
Mr. Bozeman shouts from his crouched position.
Get me out of here, Mr. Busby! That is your job! I'm not gonna let my man die, you son of a...
Busby shouts, just as Nomitz's head explodes from the pressure. Brain and bone and blood splatter Busby, and he coughs out a hunk of gray matter just before a vine snatches him by the upper part of his left arm.
Fuck this!
Busby yells and swipes down fast with his knife, slicing through the vine before it can pull him into the jungle. He stabs at what's left of the vine attached to his arm, twists, and cuts downward, extracting his arm from the still constricting hunk of flora.
Boss!
Parkle yells and Busby jumps to his feet, spinning with his M4 up. Parkle has vines tangled around both ankles. The man stares at Busby and starts to yell something just as his feet are pulled out from under him and he's dragged screaming into the jungle's depths.
Move, move, move!
Busby shouts, yanking Mr. Bozeman to his feet and shoving him in the direction they had been going.
Do not stop moving unless I tell you.
Mr. Bozeman replies with a terrified squeak as a vine just misses his head. Busby slashes down, severing the vine from its root. He then jumps over the flopping piece as it still tries to grab for him as he and Mr. Bozeman flee.
Help!
Mr. Bozeman shouts when a vine snatches his bag and yanks him off his feet. Busby doesn't miss a step. He leans down, cuts the bag strap, and pulls Mr. Bozeman back up, all in one smooth motion.
The samples!
Mr. Bozeman screeches.
Fuck the samples!
Busby yells, pushing Mr. Bozeman along.
I need those!
Mr. Bozeman yells and actually tries to turn around to retrieve his lost bag.
No, you fucking don't!
Busby yells and spins Mr. Bozeman back in the correct direction, giving him a hard push in the small of his back.
You can't do shit with them if you're fucking dead, asshole!
Busby keeps pushing Mr. Bozeman through the jungle. He shoves his head down as a vine whips past. He pulls him to the right as a vine drops from above. He brings the man to a full stop when a wall of vines appears right before them both.
This way!
Busby says, and drags Mr. Bozeman to the right, off the animal path they'd been following and directly into the thick jungle.
Where are we going? Away from here.
Busby replies, keeping the older man moving along. The noise of the pursuing vines fills the jungle, but Busby focuses on their way forward. Bright light is ahead and Busby shouts.
Do not slow down! Do you hear me? Do not slow down! What do you mean?
Mr. Bozeman exclaims.
Why would I slow?
The man screams as he breaks from the jungle and is suddenly airborne. Busby is right behind him as both men fall off the edge of the steep cliff that borders that side of the jungle. When Busby hits the water below, he unstraps his M4 and lets it fall to the river bottom. He spins himself this way and that way until he spots the flailing form of Mr. Bozeman. With powerful strokes, Busby swims to his client, wraps an arm under the man's armpits, and kicks hard to the surface. They break free of the water's surface, each taking a huge gulp of air. Busby keeps a hold of Mr. Bozeman and swims them to the bank.
We need to get out of the water,
Busby says, scrambling up the bank. He turns, and Mr. Bozeman is only laying there.
Get the fuck up! Let me catch my breath. Sure, no problem,
Busby says, just as he grabs the man by the shoulders and yanks him across the muddy bank and up to solid dirt.
I'm sure the Crocs on this island would love for you to hang out. Crocs? Crocs,
Busby says, and points to several webbed footprints in the riverbank's mud. Busby looks up at the sky, studying the angle of the sun.
Come on, this way. Where are we going? The beach and our raft,
Busby says.
Unless you want to stay here. I do not.
Busby pulls a .45 semi-automatic handgun from the holster on his hip. He shakes some of the water away and pulls back the slide, chambering around.
Will it even fire? It's never let me down yet. Yes, but it's wet. Will it? It'll fucking fire,
Busby snarls.
Get to jogging, Mr. Bozeman. We're almost free of this hell.
Mr. Bozeman eyes the handgun, then nods, turns, and starts jogging in the direction Busby is pointing. The jungle is thick, but not as thick as it was when the vines attacked. Soon it becomes sparser and sparser, as the distant sound of waves crashing on sand begins to take over the close-up jungle sounds. When the two men reach a patch of low-lying palms, Busby grabs Mr. Bozeman's shoulder and stops him.
Get down,
he hisses, and yanks the man to his knees behind the branches.
What is it? We're not alone,
Busby says.
There were 4 men, all armed, standing next to the raft. There were? How? No one knows we even found this island. The ship's captain must have called someone. I'm guessing you got cheap and didn't pay the man as much as he would have liked. He was paid the appropriate amount for the work he was contracted to do, which obviously wasn't enough.
He rubs his face and sighs.
All right, I have a plan.
Busby says.
I think I can get us out of this.
How do you plan to do that? Busby leans to the side and racks the gun's slide again, then ejects the magazine. He grunts and slaps a new magazine into the gun, then racks the slide once more.
Hollow points,
he says, and offers the gun to Mr. Bozeman.
If my plan doesn't work and they come toward you, just point and fire until it's empty, then run like hell.
Mr. Bozeman eyes the gun, then takes it quickly.
What will you do?
Busby turns his head and peers through the palm fronds at the distant shapes of the men on the beach, standing next to the Zodiac raft he and his team used to bring Mr. Bozeman ashore.
I'm going to walk toward them with my hands waving, like I'm asking for help,
Busby says.
Hopefully, they'll see I'm unarmed and won't open fire. I'm sure they'll want to know where you are, so I should have a little wiggle room.
Wiggle room for what?
I'll still have my knife.
Then the cold steel of the .45 is pressed to his temple.
I would like you to hand me the knife too, Mr. Busby,
Mr. Bozeman says.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Busby asks, without moving a muscle.
I'm afraid so,
Mr. Bozeman says.
Unfortunately, the discovery of this island must remain secret. You know the riches it possesses. The knowledge cannot get out. I'm not gonna say a word, asshole,
Busby replies.
You paid me to keep you alive and to keep my mouth shut. I am sorry,
Mr. Bozeman says, his finger on the trigger.
I'm just not a trusting man, and we are talking trillions of dollars in profit. Well, you do what you have to do.
Mr. Bozeman squeezes the trigger. The only noise the gun makes is a dry click. Busby spins on Mr. Bozeman and slides his knife blade up through the soft flesh under Mr. Bozeman's chin, up through his mouth and into his brain. Busby stares the man in his eyes as the life leaves him. Then he yanks his knife free and wipes it on Mr. Bozeman's expensive safari shirt before he stands up. As he pushes through the palm fronds, he shouts,
Double cross achieved!
The men by the raft all turn his way, rifles up. Then they relax and lower the weapons. When Busby gets to the raft, one of the men asks,
He dead? Just like his partners wanted,
Busby says, and sits down on the side of the raft.
I gave him a chance not to be an asshole like they asked me to. He didn't take it. Your team?
The man asks Busby.
Gone,
Busby says and sighs.
Same with the samples.
He taps his forehead.
But I know exactly where every deposit we found is. Lithium?
The man asks.
Lithium.
Busby replies.
You're about to be one wealthy motherfucker,
The man says and laughs.
Don't forget us little guys when you get your payout.
Busby looks at the man and then looks back at the jungle.
Oh, trust me,
Busby says.
They're gonna need every hired gun available with this place.
As acclaimed scientist, Dr. Vincent Kroll stepped from the driverless taxi and assisted his female companion out onto the sidewalk. The crowd outside closed in on the police barricade. People jostled each other to get a better view and to snap pictures. Most of the gathered crowd outside the back entrance of the concert hall that night were excited, having read online about the upcoming performance. But others were angry, hateful, violent even. Protesters held up middle fingers at the scientist, spit on the sidewalk, and shouted obscenities. One man was carrying a placard on a pole, and as they were led inside the building, Dr. Kroll glanced back and looked at the protesters' sign. It read, "God made them bones. You made them clones." Beneath these words, a cartoon image of an ugly caveman was overlaid with a red circle and a red line through it. As the doors shut behind them, the noises of the crowd in the street died away, and the sounds of the concert's preparation rose up. Techies setting up lights, instruments being tuned, opera singers exercising their voices. Kroll turned to his female companion.
Are you doing all right, Pandora?
The young woman did not answer, except she turned and looked up at the scientist who had created her. To others, the gaze of her small, dark eyes might look empty, vacant, stupid even. But Vincent Kroll knew better. He withered under her stare, shuddering, and brought a shaky hand up toward the side pocket of his suit. He had a flask of liquor in that pocket, but before he could pull it out and begin his evening ritual of dulling his inner pain with drunkenness, someone approached them in the hall.
You're here! Excellent!
A tall man with a lavender-dyed pompadour and a matching tuxedo extended a hand to Dr. Kroll.
So very nice to see you in person after all our virtual rehearsals. I'm Dieter Zhao, Board of Directors here at the Symphony. We are delighted to have you both here. This will truly be an historic performance, and such a fine way for the arts community here to hearken in the 22nd century in style, wouldn't you say?
Zhao's eyes hovered briefly over Dr. Kroll's suit, which was old and rather threadbare. People always assumed someone as famous as Vincent Kroll would be extremely wealthy, which couldn't have been further from the truth. He was now more in debt than ever.
We're happy to be here.
Kroll lied.
And while I have you, about her payment?
Oh, that will all be handled, don't you worry, Dr. Kroll. Now then.
Zhao cleared his throat, and with a strange expression of mingled awe and trepidation, he turned and looked down at Pandora. She was to be the star soloist of tonight's concert, and the stakes were high. The classical music world was abuzz with anticipation, awaiting the performance of this unlikely new artist. Pandora was just over 4 feet tall. Her hair, eyes, and skin were all the same shade of deep brown. Her head was large and elongated, her face flat and rather plain, her jaw jutting. Her forehead was rather small and slanted, ending in a jutting brow with bushy eyebrows. The heavy brow cast a shadow over her face and the harsh light of the hallway.
Remarkable!
Gushed Zhao, after staring at her for a whole 10 seconds.
It is remarkable. A real live Gen 2 Og in the flesh. My hat is off to you, Dr. Kroll. It's beautiful.
A muscle twitched angrily in the scientist's gaunt face.
She.
I beg your pardon?
She is beautiful, Mr. Zhao, not it. And please refrain from using the derogatory term Og in my presence. Neanderthal clones, such as Pandora here, are human persons, both legally and scientifically.
Ah, well, of course. I meant no offense. Please do accept my apologies. Now, come along. I'll lead you and her to the dressing room. Our seamstress has done her best with the costume based on the on Pandora's unique measurements.
Zhao spun on his heels and started down the hall. Kroll nodded to Pandora, then the two of them fell in step behind Zhao.
Are you an aficionado of the opera, Dr. Kroll?
Zhao asked as they walked, pausing briefly at a mirror to adjust his absurd pompadour hairdo.
Fan of opera? Me? No, not at all.
Pity. Well, tonight represents the finale of our current showcase of the finest arias in opera history. The Doll's Song, as the aria is known, harkens from Jacques Offenbach's 1880 masterpiece, Tales of Hoffmann. You'll know the plot, of course.
Dr. Kroll slid a hand into his pocket, letting his fingers rest against the cold metal of his flask, wondering how long it would be before he had a chance to start drinking. Too long, that's for sure.
What's that? Oh, the opera? It's about a doll or something.
Zhao snickered.
It's more than that, and I would think a scientist like you would especially appreciate it. You see, the themes in that particular opera fantastique were way ahead of their time. Why, it's practically science fiction. The woebegone protagonist, Hoffmann, falls deeply in love with a lifeless automaton, a robot. Imagine what they must have thought of that in 1880, eh? These days, the implications are numerous. Personally, it reminds me of a nephew of mine, moved to Tokyo to buy a droid body for his AI girlfriend. They had a wedding and everything. My sister was furious at me for not attending, but really, it's repugnant. Anyway, tonight, the role of the singing automaton doll will be performed by your...
He looked over Pandora, his head cocked to one side.
What do I call her? Your creation? Your experiment? Surely not your daughter.
You can just call her Pandora, Mr. Zhao.
Ah, yes. Well, Pandora will be performing the character's infamously difficult aria. Very few sopranos can do it justice. But, of course, your lab has made a superstar here, Doctor. I said it the first time I saw her singing online. Voice like an angel. She belongs on the stage. Tell me, Dr. Kroll, man to man, did you do anything in designing her DNA? Find some way to enhance certain qualities, perhaps?
Kroll sighed, not bothering to hide his growing irritation.
Pandora is pure Neanderthal, Mr. Zhao, I assure you. She is an exact recreation of a woman who lived 41,000 years ago, soon before their kind went extinct.
Zhao held up his hands in mock surrender.
Very well. I'll take your word for it. It's just that her talent is so unexpected. Not to speak ill of your earlier work, Doctor, but, well, let's face it. The Gen 1 Neanderthal clones were all a bit dull, weren't they? My building still has a Gen 1 Ogog for a doorman. It does add a bit of drama to the entrance, seeing him standing there in a suit and top hat. But the Ogog doesn't really do anything. More like a statue than a real person. No offense again, but like I said, these new Gen 2 models, like Pandora here, so talented.
Zhao led them into a dressing room, where a pair of nervous young makeup artists approached Pandora, who looked to Dr. Kroll for instruction. When he nodded and told her to go with them, she allowed herself to be led to a chair and sat. Kroll watched his creation from across the room. Pandora's dark eyes stared out from under her heavy brow, gazing into her own reflection on the wall of mirrors, as the women began to spread creams and powders onto their stoic face, transforming the short, dark Neanderthal clone into a life-sized doll with rosy cheeks and pale, chalky skin. Half an hour later, Kroll watched from the wings backstage as Zhao himself led Pandora onto the stage. The crowd erupted in boisterous applause, rising to their feet in a standing ovation, even though she hadn't yet sung a single note. They had dressed Pandora in a frilly gown and put a giant white bow in her hair, which, proving too thick and coarse to style properly, they had left down to spill over her shoulders. She stood in the spotlight, just as they had instructed her to do so, with her arms held out to either side. Like a crucifix, Kroll thought, and he had the sudden nasty feeling that he was Pontius Pilate here. Or would it be Judas, sacrificing the dignity of his beloved Pandora for a few silver coins? But he really did need the money. Even after starting back up cloning production in his lab and releasing this new generation, Kroll was still running behind the new competitors in the Far East. Labs in Beijing, Singapore, and Seoul were even now growing hundreds of thousands of perfect Neanderthal clones. He saw a pair of those foreign models in the front row of the audience now. They were two of the only people not on their feet applauding. The clones were short, heavy-browed, identical teenage boys, dressed in suits and sitting beside a Korean woman Kroll thought he recognized from a cloning conference years ago. He had to admit, she did good work. They looked perfect.
So it begins,
Kroll muttered to himself, as Zhao left the stage and the audience sat back in their seats, their eyes fixed hypnotically on the exotic soloist. The conductor in the pit began to paint the air with her baton, and as the woodwinds responded with twinkling notes from their instruments, Kroll reached into his pocket and finally drew out his flask. He unscrewed the cap and brought it to his lips, savoring the burn of the strong liquor in his throat as Pandora began to sing. Her voice was like silk in sunlight, each bouncing note clear and perfect, resounding around the concert hall so that every face broke into a smile and many eyes filled with tears. Hidden in the wings, Kroll chugged the liquor in the flask, welcoming the warmth flowing through his stomach and eagerly awaiting its effects on his anxious mind.
Oi!
Said a hushed voice to his left. Kroll flinched and looked over. A stagehand holding a clipboard under one arm was leaning toward him from the shadows.
You're him, right? The scientist?
Kroll rolled his eyes and stuffed the flask back into his pocket. He turned and pretended to be watching the performance.
You're proper famous.
Whispered the stagehand, apparently not taking the hint.
Why aren't you in a box seat or something?
Oh, Christ,
mumbled Kroll, and he went ahead and pulled out the flask for another long sip, no longer caring how he might be perceived. After he had swallowed again, he turned to the stagehand.
Anyone in the dressing room right now?
The stagehand blinked, eyebrows raised, then whispered.
I don't know. Probably not. Why?
In answer, Kroll pushed past him and walked into the hall behind the stage. Much to the scientist's dismay, the stagehand followed him.
Don't you want to hear the performance?
I've heard her sing it in 100 rehearsals. It's always the same. She never misses a note. She never changes it up. It's perfect from the start. Always.
Kroll pushed open the door and swept into the dressing room. There was no one inside. He walked straight to a couch in the corner, shoving off a backpack and empty viola case that someone had left on the cushions. He slumped onto the couch, pulling out his flask for a third long sip. The stagehand stood in the dressing room doorway, confused, unsure of whether the scientist was breaking any rules by being back here.
I take it. That's not orange juice in there?
Kroll wiped his lips and grinned. He was starting to feel tipsy, thank goodness.
Absinthe! Nectar of the gods! Care for a taste, young man?
No thanks. I'm, working.
Then why did you follow me in here,
Checking the hall, the stagehand shut the door quietly and approached the couch.
I don't know, man. It's you. I'm Linus, by the way.
He held out a hand, but the scientist didn't bother shaking it.
I wrote a report about you and the third grade.
Did you now?
Groaned Kroll, sinking lower into the couch and closing his eyes.
Yeah, for real.
Linus pulled over a chair and sat, setting the clipboard on his lap.
We had just gone on a field trip to the National Zoo. We went to see Tusky, the first woolly mammoth clone. Of course, you know all about Tusky. You made him. I was really excited to go. It sounded awesome. But when I saw it, I don't know. I was kind of disappointed. He was just an elephant in a fur coat, basically.
Kroll sighed and shook his flask. There were only a few drops left.
But then I read that you had created the Ogogs. And wow, you brought back a whole nother branch of humans. That's crazy. And I know a lot of people weren't impressed by the Gen 1s because they were so docile and dumb and stuff. But I still thought it was cool. And now, with the Gen 2s, crazy. Everyone I read about is more impressive than the last. There's that one Ogog in Japan that's breaking all those Olympic records. And the math savant, you know, that engineer who keeps making those insane architecture designs. And you practically broke the internet when your little Pandora singer out there went viral. A true artist. That's what you made. You've created a race of geniuses with Gen 2.
Even with his eyes closed, the room was swimming in Vincent Kroll's mind. He was properly drunk now, and savoring the loss of control, of shame, of fear.
Pandora is not a Gen 2,
He mumbled.
What do you mean?
Kroll could hear Pandora singing through the walls, muted, but still so beautiful. He thought about what it must have sounded like 41,000 years ago, back when Neanderthals wandered the world side by side with Homo sapiens. What music they must have made back then. What wonders.
Why'd you say she isn't a Gen 2?
What?
Kroll opened his eyes. His vision was blurred. The room swirled around him.
Oh, it's just... What you call Gen 1 was actually the second. So, Pandora, she's technically Gen 3.
Really? I've never heard that before. But then, what happened to the actual first generation of clones you made?
What indeed, Linus? What indeed?
Moaned Kroll. Tears came suddenly to his eyes, and where at first the alcohol had dampened his feelings of guilt and sorrow, it now did the opposite, elevating his negative mood so that he broke down in wet sobs.
Whoa! Hey! You okay, sir?
Kroll looked up at the stagehand and sniffed.
I made them secret, you see. No one ever knew. No one could ever know what happened to them. Why? What happened?
Kroll went for another drink. When only a few drops came out of the flask, he grunted and tossed it onto the couch beside him. He wiped at his teary eyes, then leaning back against the cushions, he exhaled, long and exhausted beyond his years. The liquor was burning inside him. His heart felt heavy and his tongue felt light, and so he spoke. He spoke to the young man with the clipboard, and for once, Vincent Kroll told the truth, or at least, most of it.
I grew 40 Neanderthal embryos in artificial wombs. 40. And every embryo survived, flourished, and came out strong. 40 perfect infant clones, red-faced and howling. It was a miracle. And they were beautiful. Oh yes, so beautiful. With their little hairy bodies and their small dark eyes. But then, well, I had predicted that they would be intelligent, somewhere between bonobos and Homo sapiens. But what those infants displayed was off the charts. Tracking objects visually on the first day and grasping within a week. By 3 months old, they were escaping their cribs and crawling around the lab. And by 6 months, they were speaking. I couldn't believe it. At first, I thought they were just babbling, but soon I realized it was language. But not English, no. It was their own language.
Linus leaned closer.
What do you mean? They were babies. Who taught them another language?
Kroll shrugged, suppressing another bout of sobs and sucking in a breath to calm himself.
No one. Maybe mimetic encoding in the DNA? But I don't think so. I think the infants created the language themselves, right there in the lab, whispering crib to crib. They worked together as a unit, you see, like tiny soldiers. And they were planning something. I just knew they were. I could see it in their eyes and sense it in the way they looked at me, so full of rage. I loved them, but they hated me, and I began to fear what I had created. And so...
A lump came into Kroll's throat. He swallowed painfully, and blinking tears from his eyes, he whispered,
I discarded them, all 40, on the same night.
Linus sat back in his chair, sneering.
Wait, you mean to say you killed 40 infants? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that? You weren't there,
said Kroll miserably.
It all has to do with the past. I'm sure of that now. For tens of thousands of years, different branches of early humans coexisted in this world. Interbred even. But then something happened. I think it was a war. A clash of cousins. I think our Homo sapien ancestors feared the Neanderthals were better, stronger, and so they committed genocide against them.
Whoa! Well, that's quite the claim, sir.
They knew.
Kroll continued, his voice a gravelly whisper.
Somehow, they knew. Those little children in my lab.
He let his eyelids droop, let the playful music from the concert hall mingle in his head with the horrible memory of their screaming voices as those little ones died, vomiting blood from their poisoned food, their eyes blazing in their flat little skulls.
God made them bones. I made them clones. I resurrected our oldest enemies. That's what I did. And I was their first contact with the modern world. It was a chance to start new relations anew. But me being me, I put the whole world at risk. That's what I did. And for what?
Linus crossed his arms and leaned back in the chair.
Yeah, I don't know, sir. If you were really that scared of the clones, why'd you go and make the next generation? This all sounds like a bunch of bullshit, like a bad joke.
I'm the bad joke.
Kroll sat up on the couch, swooning and holding his head in his hands.
I
financial investors to satisfy, debts. So many debts. So I grew another batch. But I was careful that time. I polluted their genetics. I handicapped them, took away their will, their intelligence. I made them dull and docile. Less than. I made what you call Gen 1 dolls.
Okay, but then what about that voice we can hear now? What about that girl out on the stage? She's not dull. She's new, different. She's special. Why'd you make her?
Because I was a coward. I should have told the world about those first clones. I should have turned myself in for what I had done. Maybe no one else would have gone down that path.
Linus considered this statement for a few seconds, tapping his fingers on his clipboard, then said,
Oh, are you talking about the other cloning companies? In China and stuff?
Kroll nodded drowsily.
Yup. Once they started making their clones, I knew it was too late to be stopped. So I figured, why not? Why not start up my lab again? I have debts to pay. So, here I am.
He held out his hands to either side, swaying on the couch.
Pimping out my Pandora's voice to the adoring elites of this fucking city.
Through the wall, they heard Pandora hit a particularly tricky part of the aria, her voice jumping through notes with grace and athletic perfection. The doll's song was almost at its end.
But she doesn't sound evil, and she doesn't look dangerous. Neither do the clones from Asia. They don't seem to hate us.
Kroll's hands dropped to his sides.
Because they're clever. They're all brilliant. Now even smarter than my first batch somehow. They know to blend in, to act like the witless clones that came before them. But they're starting to reveal their talents, to make themselves useful, to infiltrate, to become beloved.
As if in response to his words, they heard Pandora deliver the final note, an impossibly high A-flat, which seemed to vibrate the very walls around them. And the crowd exploded in applause and cheering. Kroll got to his feet with difficulty, and Linus caught his elbow to help him.
Steady on, sir.
Just you wait.
Kroll slurred, swooning in place.
Mark my words, Linus. They are only biding their time. And then they will have their vengeance for the sins against them, past and present. And for the second time, we will have to strike them down like the monsters we are.
Linus stared at the flushed, inebriated face of the famous scientist he had, until now, venerated. Then he sighed, shook his head, and snorted a laugh.
But this has all been a joke, right? Or at least the liquor talking. I mean, you didn't really kill a bunch of infant clones, sir. And that girl out there? She's just an ogog with a pretty voice. Right? Right?
Vincent Kroll frowned down at the stagehand for a moment, then shoved him aside and stumbled to the door. He moved drunkenly down the hall, holding onto the wall to keep from falling, and made his way back to the wings. Breathing hard, he clung to the curtains for support and gazed over the backs of the performers on the stage, over to the applauding audience. Everyone was on their feet, pounding their hands together, stomping their feet, crying out in one voice,
Encore! Encore!
They loved Pandora. They all loved this pretend doll with the voice of an angel, because they didn't know. But Vincent Kroll knew. He knew, and he loved her anyway. He loved her like the daughter he never had, and like the lover he had never managed to find among his own species. That was one part of the story he hadn't told the stagehand, not even in the throes of drunken, murderous confession. About the things he did with Pandora, when the lights were off and the mood struck him. She was his doll. They all were. The bodies he grew in his lab. It had been easiest with the Gen 2s, who were designed to take orders and never fight back. These Gen 3s were different, as he knew they would be. He had tried to restrain himself, but it wasn't long before he gave in to the dark cravings. And every time, he had feared that Pandora would respond, that she would fight back. She could, if she wanted to, when she wanted to. He knew that. They were stronger than Homo sapiens, smarter, but also more patient. The other performers on the stage lined up and took a collective bow. But Pandora, standing in the middle, stayed in place, arms still raised, passive and obedient to the instruction given to her before being led on stage. Vincent hiccuped, and a mouthful of watery vomit splashed from his mouth and dripped onto his old suit. He stood there, gaunt and jaundiced, staring at her silhouette in the frilly gown with the bow on her head, and then, as if she knew he was watching her, Pandora suddenly lowered her arms and turned her back on the audience. She turned to look into the wings, staring through the blackness there, staring at Vincent Kroll where he swooned, leaning on the curtain, vomit on his old suit. He met her eyes. They were glinting beneath her brow, like daggers in the night. He would get what's coming to him. They all would. In sharp contrast to the home, a charming, colonial-era farmhouse built in the 1780s, the car in the driveway was brand new and a Bugatti. "Got any idea how much that costs?" asked Agent Yang, nodding at the sports car. Agent Price rolled her eyes. "Too much." The federal agents approached the front door, but as Price reached to push the buzzer, the door swung open on its own. The man inside looked to be in his mid-40s, but he was dressed like a college stoner, barefoot, in an oversized t-shirt and sweatpants. His hair was a curly mess, his face unshaven, his eyes tired and sunken. "Good morning, sir," said Yang, pulling out his badge. "My name is Agent Yang and—" "Agent Joseph Yang. Yeah, I know," the man interrupted. "And you're Agent Natalie Price. And you guys work in the art crime division of the FBI. And you just want to ask me a couple of questions and blah, blah, blah." Leaving the door open, the man exhaled with a groan and turned. "Well, come in. And yes, my name is Milo Wysocki. And no, I do not have any weapons in the house," he called over his shoulder. The agents exchanged a look. Yang walked in first, one hand hovering near his holster as he checked around the door. Price was less cautious as she followed him. She hadn't sensed a dangerous vibe from Milo Wysocki, but there was something off about the man. She wondered if he was high. Milo headed into the living room and threw himself into an armchair. The agents entered behind him, scanning the place. The room was cluttered, antiques stacked wherever they could fit, polished chairs and end tables, beautifully framed paintings and mirrors, vases, pocket watches, jewelry of every sort. Mused Yang. Then he turned to Price.
Well, you're the expert. You're the expert, Price.
Milo interrupted again, now in a lazy impression of Agent Yang's voice.
How about you put that art history degree to good use and prove your parents wrong about its usefulness in the workplace, eh?
Yang was not amused.
Mr. Wysocki, did someone tell you? No one told me you guys were coming, no.
Broke in Milo. He leaned back in the chair.
Know what happens next? Yang gets pissed. Price thinks it's all kind of funny. If I offer you something to drink, I might actually learn that you both like Diet Coke. And then...
He sighed and pointed at the antiques around them.
When we get to discussing my collection here, Price will say that it doesn't take an expert to see that everything in this room is a fake.
Yang looked at his partner.
Do you know what he's talking about?
Price kept her gaze on Milo.
Are they fakes?
Milo shook his head.
No, but you'll be right when you say they look to be in too good of condition to come from the period. You make a lot of astute observations, Natalie.
Yang stepped forward, puffing out his chest so that his tie swung.
Just what kind of game are you playing here?
Milo slouched in the chair.
It's not a game, man. Actually, it is like a game.
Like a level I just can't seem to beat. Stop talking in riddles. Do you know why we're here? Dude, are you really gonna make me say it all again?
Groaning, Milo looked at them with his exhausted eyes.
Fine. Until a few months ago, I was a nobody. A wannabe antiquities dealer with a shitty rating on eBay. One day, I showed up at Christie's auction house down in New York with the trunk of my car filled with priceless colonial-era treasures, which I claimed to have acquired at various garage sales. They were hesitant, but everything checked out as legit. Then I showed up again and again and again and made way too much money, way too fast. Because I am an idiot. And now you're here to look into it all, to see if I'm a forger, or working with one in China or something. And
He went quiet.
You're what?
Asked Bryce. He smiled weakly.
I like you, Natalie. You're genuinely curious and open-minded. Not like...
He nodded toward Yang, who crossed his arms.
Anyway, I am, let's say, in a rut. Stuck. Spinning out, going nowhere. Also, very tired.
Yang shook his head.
What the hell are you even talking about? What does this have to do with the antiques? Everything,
said Milo, his smile fading. Agent Price looked at him, and in that moment, decided to go with her gut. Ignoring the art and furnishings they had come to investigate, she lowered herself onto a couch across from Milo, casting him a friendly smile. Yang rolled his eyes and picked up a golden pocket watch from a nearby shelf, squinting at it skeptically.
I think you have something you want to tell me, Milo. What is it?
Milo looked on the edge of tears.
Just tell you? Just like that? I haven't tried that yet. Honesty is dangerous. So are lies.
Milo ran a hand through his shaggy curls. His roots were going gray.
If I tell you the truth, I don't know what'll happen next. Well, you better start talking, Wysocki,
barked Yang.
We're federal agents and far from home.
Price leaned forward.
Ignore Joe here. He's having a tough day. Oh, I know. He's got hemorrhoids.
Furious color came into Yang's face.
Who told you that?
Milo shrugged.
You did. What the hell does... When? Now. Well, another now. I mean, it's confusing. Too confusing for me. I'm not very smart. Really?
Asked Price.
Obviously. I used to think I was at least. I don't know. Lucky? But now, I think I'd use a different word. An opposite word. Unlucky.
Offered Yang with a sneer.
Cursed.
Answered Milo, looking back at Price.
It all started in 2020. I had just bought this place. Then COVID happened. And I had a lot of time on my hands, so I started doing some renovations. Nothing crazy, just DIY changes here and there. That's when I found it. What did you find, Milo?
On the armrests of his chair, Milo's hands balled into fists.
The door. What door? Asked Yang. The one I always run to, throw open and dash inside. Whenever our conversation here makes me too nervous, like it's starting to now.
Yang opened his mouth to shout again, but Price held up a hand.
How did you find this door, Milo?
Milo was very still for a few seconds. Then he exhaled and relaxed his hands.
By accident. I was moving a ladder, and I chipped the plaster in the back corner of the kitchen wall, and I saw part of the door. The door was hidden under plaster? Yeah, it was weird. Especially since that's an outer wall, and there's no door there on the outside. Anyway, I pulled away all the plaster and I just opened the door. Let me guess,
said Yang.
You found a room chock full of shiny antiques. Nah, man, I told you. It's an outer wall. There's no room on the other side. Then what was behind the door?
Asked Price.
Don't humor this guy. He's just messing with us.
Whined Yang.
Or else he's got a few screws loose.
Price looked up at her partner.
I know what I'm doing. Just let me... Why don't you take pics of the items in here? For the file, okay? Whatever.
Yang grumbled, pulling out a small digital camera and walking to a table covered in silver dishes and cutlery.
Just what I needed today. Another pain in the ass.
Bryce turned back to Milo. Her partner wasn't wrong. This Milo guy wasn't making much sense. But she didn't think he was lying, and everything about him was just so tantalizingly weird. Compared to most workdays, this one was proving to be rather intriguing.
So, tell me, Milo, what did you see behind the door?
A strange look came into his eyes.
That's the thing. I didn't see anything. And I don't mean blackness. Black is just a model in the brain, same as all the other colors. But when we come face to face with true emptiness, it's beyond description, Natalie. No length, no width, no depth. Only...
Milo went quiet again.
Only time?
Asked Bryce, her eyebrows arched.
That's what you've been alluding to, isn't it? That you somehow went into the past and brought these items back here with you. And that you know what Agent Yang and myself are going to say before we say it because we've already had this conversation over and over, maybe for centuries.
Milo's expression had remained vacant during her little speech, but now he cracked, smirking.
Hundreds of times? Yeah, but not hundreds of years. I don't look that old, do I? How old are you?
He shrugged.
Don't know. Early 40s, maybe? But I was born in 99. That math doesn't add up. It does if you believe my story. I don't know your story.
He frowned.
You just said it. The cliff notes of it, anyway.
Bryce crossed her arms.
So you really believe there's a time machine in your house?
Across the room, Yang let out a derisive laugh.
Not a machine, no.
Said Milo, leaning forward.
A gateway. I don't know where it came from. Maybe it was made by an ancient witch, or, I don't know, caused by an accident of some Nikola Tesla type's experiment gone wrong. Or maybe it's naturally occurring. Something someone found and sealed away because it's dangerous. All I know is that when I step through it, I'm in the past.
He sniffed a laugh.
The first time it happened, I thought I was tripping balls. I went a little wild and somehow ended up snatching this lady's bonnet, I guess, and running across the field, being chased. And then I was back here, in the kitchen. And the bonnet?
Reaching to a shelf above his chair, Milo grabbed something white and frilly and tossed it to Agent Bryce. She looked down at the old-fashioned bonnet, noting a burgundy stain on the lace.
I could bring things back, see? So I started to, collect. I'd come back, sell the shit, go in again. But now it's gotten to now. So whenever I come back, it's to this moment. And you're in the driveway. And I don't know what to do, because I can't risk not being able to access it. I can't. You're afraid to be away from the door?
His face twitched, and for the first time, Bryce sensed a deep despair in his eyes.
You don't believe me. I don't know what to believe yet.
Bryce admitted.
Can you show us the door? No!
He screamed the word, and Yang stomped over from where he was, photographing paintings in a far corner.
Watch yourself, Waisaki! It's all right,
said Bryce, keeping her voice stable.
Milo, can you at least tell us how you think it works? I don't know how it works, Natalie. Okay, that's okay. Well, I only know what I've seen in time travel movies and books, but do you think you changed the past? Or are your actions there something that already happened?
He shrugged.
I don't know. But the present is always the same when I return. I think maybe I'm the anchor. Like, since I'm the one traveling back, it's impossible for me to do anything that would alter the future in a way that would mean that I don't exist. But I'm not sure. And anyway, it doesn't matter what we think, because whatever is going to happen, happens.
Yang cleared his throat.
Well, I think we've heard quite enough of this malarkey. Agent Price, why don't you...
Milo moved fast, jumping up from the armchair and sprinting into the hall.
Hold it, Waisaki! We're not done here!
Yelled Yang, starting to run after him. but quickly grabbing at the rear end of his pants and grimacing.
Damn it! Get after him, Price!
Price rose and hurried into the hall. Turning left, she saw Milo run around the corner into the kitchen, then heard a crash, and Milo grunted in pain. Running forward, she came into the kitchen and saw Milo spread out on the floor, holding his ankle. A stool lay toppled beside him, and his right foot was bent sharply at the ankle.
Fuck!
He howled, gritting his teeth.
That's never happened before.
It looks dislocated. We'll call an ambulance. You'll be all right.
Said Price, kneeling beside him. But he screamed again and tried to crawl away toward the far wall. Yang came into the room and pinned Milo to the floor.
Careful with him, Joe. He's...
Price's eyes had glanced up to the far wall for the first time, and she froze. There, set among a shattered hole in the faded white plaster, was a small door of stained chestnut with a rusty handle. Price rose to her feet, her gaze locked on the door, and walked slowly toward it. Somehow, compelled or pulled like a magnet in her mind.
No! You can't! It's mine!
Screamed Milo, scrambling on the floor as Yang tried to restrain him.
Tell Natalie, I need it!
Price blinked, coming back to reality, and turned to look at him.
It's like an addiction for you, isn't it?
She asked.
Why, Milo? Is it just the thrill of taking back the antiques?
Milo finally stopped fighting and lay on his back, sweaty and wide-eyed, his wrists held by Agent Yang, his dislocated foot starting to turn purple.
That's how it started, yeah.
He whispered, bending his neck to look up at Price behind him.
But once I realized what it meant, that I had this escape from consequences, this eraser for past deeds, then the trips turned into something else. Ooh, yes. There were just so many temptations.
She took a step backward, cocking her head.
That bonnet you showed me, there was a stain on it. Was that blood? What have you been up to, Milo? Have you been spending your time?
Tears came into his eyes, but not of sorrow. A look of madness, of lust and violence, and unbridled dark desires came over him. He grinned, his upside-down face twisting and contorting.
Whatever I want.
A chill went over Natalie Price, and she turned back to the wall, approached the old door, and twisted the knob. The door squeaked open, and she looked into the void beyond the doorframe, into that twisting tunnel of time.
Oh, God,
she said, paralyzed by wonder and fear and bliss.
Oh, God. Housekeeping.
The small voice calls from the other side of the door. I thought I'd put the Do Not Disturb sign on the knob, but I can see it sitting on the crappy table by the motel room's front window. Weird. I could have sworn I put it on last night, the second I got into the room.
Hello? Housekeeping.
I hear the jingle of keys, because a motel like this definitely doesn't have electronic key cards. And I rush to the door and press my hand flat against it.
No, thank you.
I respond in a voice that is a lot higher than my normal voice.
I'm fine. Towels? No, thank you. Soaps or shampoo? No!
I take a deep breath.
Thank you. I'm good. Okay. Have a good day.
I place my ear to the door and hear the cart's wheels squeak as the housekeeper moves on to the next room. It takes her a while, since I think there's only me and one other person staying here right now. At least, there was only one other car in the parking lot when I got here at 2 a.m. What time is it now? Hurrying to the bedside, I look for my phone. Then I stop and stand up straight. I don't have a phone. I chucked it a few towns back. Hard to remember things like that. My head is always fuzzy. I cough and shake my head. Seeing one of those complimentary binders with all the local information sitting on the crappy table by the window, I hurry over and grab it up, flipping through the pages on the hunt. Coffee, I mutter as I find a page for Mel's Diner, 3654 Highway 99. This motel is on Highway 99. I flip more pages and find what I hope is a semi-accurate town map. Yep, the motel is on Highway 99, and the diner is about a quarter mile down the road. Or it could be 25 miles, depending on how bad the scale is on this crap-ass map. An image of a gun slams into my head as I look for my shoes. Startled, I freeze and take a deep breath. It wasn't just a gun. It was a highly modified Sig Sauer P226 MK25, a memento from my... The pain squeezes my skull and I wince. Why am I thinking of a gun? And what the hell is a Sig Sauer PK226? I don't own a gun. I've never owned a gun. Guns are a national health crisis. Why the hell would I think about a gun? Finally, finding my shoes, I slip them on, grab my wallet, and head out of the room. The housekeeping cart is nowhere in sight. The only other guest must not have needed their room cleaned either. No towels, no soap, no shampoo. As I pass the front office, I glance inside and see the same clerk there who checked me in last night. Either he's on a very long shift or just started. I give him a nod and a wave. He replies with neither, only stares at me as I head out of the parking lot into the highway. Not even a quarter mile away, the diner is across the street. Jogging across quickly, not that there's any danger since there isn't a car in sight, I hurry to the diner's front door and yank it open.
Grab a seat anywhere, hon.
A woman shouts from the back.
Be right with you.
I find the corner seat and plop down with my back to the wall so I can watch the door. Why? Seems a little paranoid.
Morning, hon.
The waitress says. She's tall, bottle blonde, and has the creases around her bright red lips of a lifetime smoker. Her smile doesn't reach her eyes.
Coffee, pancakes, 3 eggs scrambled with cheese, 4 slices of bacon,
I say.
and coffee.
You already said coffee, hon.
She replies, writing everything down on a ratty order pad.
It's the most important part.
I say and smile up at her. She only nods and says,
It sure is. Be right back with the Joe.
Turning, she's gone in a flash. That's when I see him, the other customer, sitting at the counter. I didn't notice him when I came in, and I've been watching the front door, so he couldn't have slipped in after me. Where'd he come from? He raises his coffee mug when he sees me eyeing him. Then he gets up from his seat and walks toward me. The image of the gun fills my head again, and I actually pat my pockets, feeling for it.
May I sit, Mr. Lowe?
The man asks.
Excuse me?
I reply, confused.
Oh, right. Sorry.
He says and clears his throat.
May I sit, Mr. Naughton?
Do I know you?
That's a complicated question.
He doesn't wait for my permission and sits across from me.
I'm just here for some breakfast, then heading on my way.
I say and look around the diner, hoping the waitress will come back with my coffee, hoping something happens that can give me an excuse to get rid of this guy.
You from around here?
The stranger asks.
No. I just said I'm gonna be on my way after I eat. Where are you coming from? Not here.
I clear my throat.
I'm sorry, but who are you? My apologies,
He says, and offers his hand across the table.
Haven't made it this far before. I'm Terry Giles. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Naughton.
How do you know my name?
I heard you say it to the clerk last night.
I blink.
The hotel clerk. I'm staying there too.
Ah, the other guest. Right.
Yep, the other guest.
He laughs.
The place isn't exactly hopping, is it?
I didn't see you in the lobby last night when I checked in.
You didn't? I was there, sitting in the corner. You really didn't see me?
I shake my head. He nods.
Well, I'll have to make a better impression this time.
This time? I'm sorry, Mr. Giles.
Terry.
Terry. Yes, well, I'm sorry, Terry. But I had a restless night last night, and all I need right now is a hot cup of coffee. I'm really looking to make friends, or have a chat with a strange traveler.
Chats with strange travelers are the spice of life, Mr. Naughton.
He laughs and leans back in his seat, just as the waitress returns with my coffee. She sets the cup down in front of me with one hand and offers the coffee pot to Mr. Giles with the other.
Refill, hon?
Don't mind if I do,
He says, and smiles at me as she pours.
Your food will be right out, hon. You want me to bring it here, or will you be sitting back at the counter?
Mr. Giles looks up at her, then looks over his shoulder at the counter, back to her, over to me, lifts his mug, blows on his coffee, sets it down without sipping, and looks back up at her.
I'll eat it here. Thank you.
The waitress nods and walks off like he didn't just act like some weirdo.
You a serial killer?
I ask him and reach out to grab the sugar from the end of the table.
Why do you ask that?
I pour a little sugar into my coffee and stir, then set the dispenser back and snag 2 little creams from the basket. They're mixed in with butter and jellies of different flavors. The butter looks like it's just regular butter flavor. There's honey too, but I ignore all of it and just grab the sealed little cups of cream.
You haven't answered my question.
I say to Mr. Giles as he watches me pour cream into my coffee and stir.
Are you a serial killer or something? Not the last time I checked.
He replies and laughs. I stop stirring and stare across at him.
That's not exactly a reassuring response.
I say as I take the spoon out of my coffee and set it aside on my napkin.
I am not a serial killer,
Mr. Giles says and rolls his eyes at me.
I'm probably way worse. Is that so?
I nod a few times.
Great. Somehow I get the one crazy asshole in the whole area when all I want to do is eat some breakfast in silence, then hit the road. Who says I'm the only crazy asshole in the area?
He chuckles and sips his coffee.
Takes one to know one. What does that mean? Here you go, hon.
The waitress says when she returns with Mr. Giles's breakfast.
Denver omelet and 2 biscuits. Anything else for you, hon? No, thank you,
Mr. Giles says as he tucks his napkin into the collar of his t-shirt.
This looks perfect.
He digs in and I stare.
Is it good?
I ask.
Looks good. Hey, I have an idea. How about you eat up, then get the fuck away from me? How's that sound? Hold on,
he says around a mouthful of biscuit. He chews, and swallows, then says,
I've got something for you.
He sets his fork down and wipes his mouth with his napkin, making sure it stays in place around his collar. He takes a sip of coffee and swishes it around his mouth.
Better,
he says, then leans on his elbows and grins at me.
When the waitress brings you your breakfast, you are going to shoot her between the eyes.
I have no idea how to respond to that. I sit and just sort of blink at him a few times.
I'm sorry, what did you just say? I said that when the waitress comes back with your breakfast, you are going to shoot her between the eyes.
His words echo in my head, and all I can do is pick up my coffee and take several sips before setting it down and looking about the diner.
There's no way out,
Mr. Giles says.
You put yourself back here without checking for the rear exit.
He nods toward the small hallway with the restroom sign above it.
No exit that way. The only other way out than the front door is through the kitchen. That was a mistake on your part.
He chuckles and pats the table.
But you did get yourself the corner seat and put your back to the wall, so that conditioning held. What are you talking about? Are you fucking nuts? You can leave. Get the fuck up out of my booth and go, or I start shouting for someone to call the police. You're not going to do that. I'm going to sit right here while you take this pistol and shoot the waitress between the eyes. What fucking pistol?
His hand comes up from under the table, and he slides a gun over to me. A Sig Sauer P226 MK5.
What the fuck?
I exclaim as I recoil from the weapon.
Now, don't be like that, Mr. Naughton. You know this gun. It's your gun. You've held it 1,000,000 times, fired it 10,000,000 times. You've killed with this gun before, many, many times. So why so squeamish now? Not wanting to take a gun from a stranger isn't being squeamish,
I say and stand up.
You're fucking nuts.
His eyes watch me carefully. Then he sighs and shakes his head.
Well, we tried,
he says and starts to grab the gun. My hand shoots out and I snatch the pistol up before he moves even a centimeter. I have a round chambered faster than I can register what I'm doing. Then the barrel of the pistol is pressed into Mr. Giles's right temple.
Who the fuck are you? Muscle memory is intact,
he says, but not to me. It's like he's talking to open air.
Arm is steady, stance is correct. What are you fucking jabbering about? Here's your food, hon,
the waitress says. Without a thought or hesitation, I pivot on my feet and aim the pistol at the waitress.
Well, shit,
she says as I fire. A red mark pops between her eyes, and her head rocks back. Her whole body follows and she slams to the floor, landing on her back. Plates of what would have been my breakfast splattering and shattering all over her. Time stops. The world stops. Everything stops. Except for Mr. Giles. He stands up and takes the pistol from me.
Good job, Lo,
he says to me, and a brief flash of a man in a Navy uniform shreds through my head. The man is me. My name is Lo. Austin Lo. But I'm also Alex Naughton. Except that I'm not.
What is happening? Do you know who you are?
Mr. Giles asks.
Sergeant Austin Lo.
I say.
Bravo team, sir. I'm not a sir,
Mr. Giles says.
And yes, you are Lo. Anyone else? Alex Naughton,
I say, very confused.
Exactly. The trick is maintaining that conditioning. The trick? Don't worry about it. Now, Lo, some men will be coming through that front door in about 40 seconds. Do you think you can handle them? Yes, sir. Still not a sir.
Mr. Giles pats me on the shoulder.
Handle this, and you'll move on in the program, Lo. You just gotta take care of business. Take care of business,
I echo and nod.
Yes, sir. Son of a bitch, not a sir,
Mr. Giles says, then sits back down in the booth and sips his coffee.
20 seconds. Can I have my weapon, sir?
I ask and hold out my hand.
No,
he says, and sips his coffee again.
Sir, I would prefer if you gave me my weapon.
I say, my hand still out.
And I'd prefer if you didn't call me sir,
he says. I wait, but he doesn't give me my pistol. The bell hanging over the front door jingles. I look that way at the 4 very large men who walk into the diner. They have guns and badges.
Alex Naughton, you are under arrest. On your knees with your hands behind your back.
They call me the other name and not my real name. This is all so messed up.
On the fucking ground now!
One of the men shouts. They aren't local Leos. They're dressed like feds. Black jeans, black t-shirts, black tactical vests, black windbreakers. Before they can shout at me again, I leap into the booth next to me and up onto the table, kicking all the packets of jellies and butter and cream into the air right at them. They, of course, react instantly and open fire as they turn to me. But they're too late. I'm already leaping to the next booth's table, and the next booth's table, and the next booth's table, until I'm even with the men. They are all shooting at where I was, not where I am, which gives the tip of my left boot a brief moment to connect with the left temple of the closest man. His eyes roll up into his head and he collapses. I fall to my knees on the table and snag his pistol from his hands. Then before the rest even realize that they are down a man, I take aim and fire 3 shots. Each shot hits its mark, right between the side seams of the men's tactical vests. The men cry out and fall. I'm off the table and firing into the foreheads before their bodies can even settle on the floor. Clapping behind me gets my attention.
That went about as well as we could have hoped,
Mr. Giles says, his hands slow clapping as he walks toward me.
Even confused by your identity, you still maintained your training and eliminated the threat.
I turn and aim the pistol at him. He keeps walking.
This part is the part that we still have to work on,
he says.
You always go for me afterward.
I pull the trigger, or try to. My finger won't move. I strain and strain, desperate to get my right index finger to just squeeze a little.
But I'm glad that the safety part of the conditioning is still working,
he says as he reaches me and takes the pistol from my hands.
Well done, Lo. Well done indeed.
He tucks the pistol into the back of his waistband and then shouts,
Exercise over. Reset.
The men on the floor groan and slowly pick themselves up. So does the waitress. People stream from out of the back of the diner. Some start cleaning up. Others compare tablets and start talking in tech speak I don't understand.
What the fuck?
I say to no one in particular.
You are almost ready for the field, Lo,
Mr. Giles says, and claps me on the shoulder.
A couple more run-throughs as your alter ego and the psychological conditioning should be solid.
He takes a deep breath.
God bless this country, and God bless this CIA.
Then I feel a sharp prick in my neck, and the world starts to spin. I wake up with a jolt.
Housekeeping!
The small voice calls from the other side of the motel door. I sit upright in the musty, dusty bed and look about the room. I thought I'd put the Do Not Disturb sign on the knob, but I can see it sitting on the crappy table by the motel room's front window. Weird. I could have sworn I put it on last night the second I got into the room.
Hello? Housekeeping?
No, thank you.
I shout and ease my feet over the side of the bed. Time to get the day going and go find some coffee.
I can't believe you bought this place without telling me.
Rachel says as we pull up outside the abandoned theme park.
You were supposed to keep the blindfold on.
I say, not really surprised that she took it off. After 12 years, I know her well enough to predict such things. As I guessed she would, she ignores my comment and stares out the windshield as I cut off the engine. The headlights shut off, no longer obstructing our night vision. The park, which has only been closed for a few months, looms in the night like a graveyard. Beyond the locked chain-link gate, the roller coaster tracks look like massive spines. The buildings and other structures look like carcasses and grave markers.
How much did it cost? It's a good investment.
I tell her, keeping my voice neutral. I can tell she's angry.
How much? Remember how I've been saving money for an investment of my choosing? We discussed this before. I don't see the problem. Do you need more money or something?
Rachel scoffs.
I just wish you had told me, that's all. Then it wouldn't have been a surprise. I thought you would be pleased. I bought us a haunted theme park.
Rachel rolls her eyes.
Come on, you don't believe that stuff. I don't, but you do. That's part of why I got it. I figure we can play to that strength. With all your expertise in the world of ghosts and goblins, we can make this the premier haunted park in the country. After we fix those issues that caused all those horrible deaths, of course. You know I don't believe like that,
she says.
It's just kind of fun, you know? And it makes me feel better about death, knowing there's an afterlife. I know, babe.
Rachel reaches over and takes my hand, looking intently at me through the gloomy interior of the truck.
You're serious? You want to do this together?
I nod. Headlights appear behind us, illuminating the cab.
But I have another surprise for you. Right on time. Come on.
As I get out of the vehicle, I see Rachel look at the approaching SUV. I see the moment she recognizes the Ford. Her beautiful face changes from a look of heartfelt appreciation to one of barely contained fear. Then the headlights shift away, and her face is plunged into darkness. When I get a good look at her again, she's outside the truck, standing beside Mark's SUV, and her face is back under control. She smiles kindly at Mark as she gets out of the vehicle.
Holy shit, you really did it, didn't you?
Mark says, rushing around to pull me into a hug. I hug him back.
I sure did. You crazy bastard.
When we separate, my stepbrother and my wife share an awkward one-armed hug and a few muttered words of greeting.
Well,
I say, pulling out the keys to the locked gate.
Shall we?
As far as theme parks go, this one is on the smaller side. If it was any bigger, I wouldn't have been able to afford it. Built on a lakeside lot in the downtown of a struggling Appalachian community, Mystic Bay Park has a lot of history behind it. Not all of it good. Then again, if it hadn't been closed recently after a horrific fire, I never would have been able to afford it. So I count myself lucky as I walk past the box office and start down the central aisle of the park. Rachel walks a few steps behind me and to my right, while Mark does the same on my left.
Don't the lights work?
Rachel asks, a little fear in her voice.
It's so dark. I have an appointment to get the power turned back on Monday, but you're welcome to use the flashlight on your phone.
Two pools of weak light come on, one after the other, as both my guests heed my suggestion. Concession stands, souvenir shops, and face-painting stations line the thoroughfare before it opens wider to reveal a big roller coaster on the right and a Ferris wheel on the left. I remember spending my summer days here as a kid. It only took 4 or 5 hours to ride all the big rides, but there were other, smaller attractions to check out. I got to know the place really well way back when. That was before my parents divorced, before my mom remarried Mark's dad, giving me the brother I always wanted. We soon moved 50 miles away to live with Mark and his dad, so my summers were no longer spent at Mystic Bay Park. I had Mark to play with after that, but the park always had a special place in my heart. Now, all the little nooks and crannies come back to me. I spot a narrow alley that runs between a restroom and a cafe.
Oh, let's go this way,
I say, angling toward the dark alley without waiting for an answer.
Can't we do this during the day?
Rachel asks. I turn around.
Come on, let's just explore it a little bit. If I remember correctly, this comes out right next to the Fright House. If there are ghosts hanging around here, I bet we'll find them there. Besides, there's going to be a bunch of construction and repairs going on during the day. Now's our chance.
Rachel looks to Mark for support, but he smiles and shrugs. My wife rolls her eyes.
Fine, just half an hour, but please tell me we're not going to where that awful fire happened. All those poor people. No, that's on the other side of the park. Besides, they got that all cleaned up. Nothing there but an empty dirt field now. No evidence there was a fire. Still, it gives me the creeps.
I resume walking, slipping into the narrow alley.
I promise we won't go near it.
They both come forward and squeeze one by one into the alley. I rush ahead, excited, only stopping when I hear Rachel cry out behind me.
What? Did you hear that? I didn't hear anything. I did,
Mark says.
It sounded like something was scratching on the other side of this wall.
Mark pats the restroom wall to his left.
That's right,
Rachel says.
Something big and frantic.
I shake my head.
Probably just some rodents or a cat or something. Come on.
After passing through the long alley, we come out on another thoroughfare. Just as I remember, the Fright House is down the way and to my right, sandwiched between the bumper cars and the tilt-a-whirl. I head immediately up the ramp and past the podium where the park employee would keep people from walking through too soon so that the animatronics and noises and other effects would have a chance to reset for the next group. The entrance is shrouded by hanging strips of cloudy plastic stained with fake blood, just like I remember. Standing here, I feel a tickle of anticipatory fear for the first time in a very long time. This Fright House used to scare the hell out of me every time, even when I knew exactly what was coming after walking through it dozens of times. I wanted to be scared. It was fun, being scared and knowing that nothing was going to happen, that I couldn't be hurt by any of the pranks inside.
Ben, what's the point of doing this now?
Mark says as he and Rachel trudge up the ramp.
With no power, nothing will work.
I just want to see if everything's the same. Come on, guys. Please, it won't take long.
Rachel is busy looking over her shoulder, arms wrapped protectively around her.
What's wrong?
I ask.
I think there are some kids in here. I swear I just saw someone running across up there. Did you see them too, Mark?
My stepbrother shakes his head.
No, sorry.
I sigh.
There's barbed wire around this whole park, and I locked the gate after we came in, remember?
Then I smile and nudge her.
Maybe it's a ghost.
She gives me a look that makes me raise my hands and step back.
Okay, sorry, not a ghost. But I'm sure we're the only ones here. If it makes you feel better, we'll just walk the Fright House, and then we'll get out of here, okay?
Okay, Rachel says absently, peering over her shoulder again.
Great.
I pull out my phone and turn on its flashlight so I can see where I'm walking in the Fright House. After pushing through the strips of plastic, I find myself in a room with a bunch of dolls everywhere, all of them staring at me. There's a doorway on the other side, but to get to it, I'll have to go around a rather large and creepy-looking doll sitting in a rocking chair in the middle of the room. I remember that whenever you walk around the chair, it suddenly starts moving and a scream sounds from speakers overhead. That's bad enough, but when you get to the doorway on the other side, all the doll heads suddenly whip toward you. I smile at the memory. Very creepy. But, of course, nothing happens this time as we make our way through. The next room is clown-themed, and the one after that is littered with a maze of coffins on the floor that you have to walk past.
God, I'm so glad the power is off right now,
Rachel says as she makes her way through the coffins. A loud thud sounds from behind us, maybe coming from the clown room. We all turn that way, holding our breath. A coffin lid near Rachel twitches, jumping up a few inches and falling back down. Rachel shrieks and rushes away from it, wrapping her arms around Mark for protection. After a moment, she seems to realize what she's done, and she extricates herself from Mark, moving over to me and taking my hand.
See, she says, there's kids in here. They're messing with us.
With my heart thudding in my chest, I say,
Who's in there?
There's no answer from the coffin.
Let's just go.
Rachel says, trying to pull me deeper into the fright house.
Yeah, but back the way we came is quicker.
We both look to Mark, who stands near the coffin. My stepbrother seems like he's trying to keep a brave face, but I can tell he's scared.
You mind opening it, Mark?
I ask.
I think they open up onto hydraulics underneath, so there's probably a way to get under there from outside.
Mark swallows hard in the dark, his flashlight beam fixed on the coffin.
Yeah, sure. Probably just kids.
He eases over to the coffin and then looks back at us. Rachel's hand tightens on mine. Mark slowly extends his free hand forward and bangs hard on the top of the coffin, maybe trying to scare the kid he thinks is down there. Then he uses the same hand to yank the coffin lid open, jumping back a little as he does. When nothing comes rushing out at him, he eases back over and looks into the casket. He shines his light on a simple hydraulic column draped in black fabric. Then he leans farther down, looking to the right of the column.
Yeah, there is a hole through the floor here,
He says.
It's...
A severely burned arm shoots up through the hole and grabs Mark by the shirt, yanking him off balance and into the hole. He drops his phone and manages to get his hands onto the edge of the coffin, preventing himself from being pulled entirely into the hole. His muffled shouts fill my ears as he convulses, clearly trying to pull himself back up.
Help him!
Rachel shouts, shoving me toward him. I rush over and drop my phone onto the floor. I grab Mark by his belt and the back of his shirt and pull him out. He sits back on his knees on the floor, and I move around to get a better look at him. As soon as I see his face, I gasp and step back, my phone crunching underfoot. His face is a bloody mess of ripped flesh and gouged eyeballs. A gash on the side of his neck spits blood in time with his heartbeat. Behind me, Rachel screams. Mark opens his mouth to say something, the wrecked remains of one eye finding my face, but nothing comes out. Nothing but blood. He topples over and goes still. The wound that was spitting blood slows to a trickle as his heart fails. Another thud comes from the clown room. I step back once and then twice. Rachel screams at me to run, so that's what I do. I turn around and run deeper into the fright house with Rachel at my side. After the coffin room is a witch-themed room. We get through it without incident, but the thudding sound follows us, getting closer and more frequent. After the witch room, we pass through a butcher-themed room, but as we step foot into the next area, we freeze. The only light we have is from Rachel's phone. Mine is back on the floor next to Mark's body. Her flashlight illuminates a modest swath of the wide room, which is populated entirely by human-shaped figures shrouded in white or black sheets. Probably 30 or more figures with no clear path through them. This wasn't here when I was a kid. This room was a zombie graveyard with animatronic hands that would shoot out of graves as you passed. My heart goes wild in my chest, and all I can think about is the blood spitting out of Mark's wound before fading to a trickle. Another thud sounds behind us. Whatever it is getting closer. Rachel directs the flashlight down, illuminating 2 boot-clad feet at the base of the nearest shrouded figure. Then she shifts it again, seeing more feet and similar boots. Not every figure has boots visible. Some of the shrouds are long enough that we can't see anything. Rachel's hand tenses on my arm, and I suddenly become aware of heavy breathing behind us, on the other side of the strips of black cloth that serve as the door. Rachel pulls me forward, no doubt driven by sheer terror, thinking of nothing but running away from whoever or whatever is behind us. But as soon as we're 10 yards into the forest of shrouded figures, half a dozen of them move. Some of them simply twitch violently, while others dash toward us. Rachel screams and tries to whip her flashlight beam in every direction at once. Her nails dig into my forearm as she pulls me along. 2 black shrouded figures angle toward us, knocking over other figures as they come, cutting off our escape path. We whip around and move back the other way, but the flashlight beam illuminates a badly burned man who lurches toward us, scorched skin swinging from where it hangs off him in strips. Rachel claws her way around so she's behind me, trying to put my body between our approaching attackers and her, but they've got every angle covered.
Stop them!
She screams in my ear. I crouch, raising my fists, ready to attack. 3 figures come up to us, knocking mannequins out of the way to clear an area on the floor. They stop out of striking distance, surrounding us. Now, I can see that the 2 shrouded figures are wearing what are closer to robes than sheets, complete with baggy sleeves and black gloves. Rachel whimpers behind me, but I straighten up and drop my fists, and she lets me pull away from her as I turn around. In the light from her phone, I can see the confusion on her face. Then I take a step back, toward the burned man. The confusion deepens. I take another step, and another. The confusion starts to shift, a hint of betrayal coming into her expression. Then, as the 3 figures start toward her, completely ignoring me, grim understanding comes to her. She knows, but that knowledge won't save her. The 3 figures produce knives as they close in. At the very last moment, rage enters Rachel's face. She takes a swing at one of the figures, but the man parries it easily and jams his knife up into the underside of her bicep. This time, she doesn't scream, not right away. As the first man rips his knife out of her arm, severing muscles and tendons and veins, the other 2 plunge their knives into her. Now she screams. As she goes to the floor, these 3 men stab her to death just like I hired them to do. Then she dies, and her noises die with her. When it's done, the 4 of us stand around her dead body, which is only illuminated by the flashlight beam coming from Rachel's phone, still clutched in one lifeless hand. The 2 shrouded men pull their black hoods off, which feature see-through mesh at the eyes. I don't know these men's names, and that's fine. The man in the prosthetics speaks first.
So what? They were sleeping together?
That's what I figured too.
Another one says, looking at me.
Is that right? Your wife was cheating on you?
Sighing, I turn to leave. Clean it up before morning.
Sure thing, boss.
The man in prosthetics says in a mocking tone. When I get to the doorway to the butcher room, I step behind a shrouded mannequin and reach into my back waistband, where I have a compact handgun and a concealed carry holster. Swiftly, I pull the handgun out, take 2 steps back toward the 3 men, aim, and fire. I empty the magazine, which holds 13 rounds, with 1 in the chamber that makes 14. Once I put them all down, which only takes 6 rounds, I fire wildly to make it look like I was scared for my life when I gunned my attackers down. I walk over to them, grab one of their knives, and stab myself in the abdomen, right where I researched so I wouldn't hit anything major. Then I sliced into the underside of my forearm 5 times. Defensive wounds, they call them. That should do it. Next, I grab Rachel's phone and psych myself up to call 911. If I play this right, I'll get away scot-free. If I don't, I'll go to prison for a long time. Either way, it will have been worth it to kill those 2 backstabbing assholes. The coffee machine sputters in the adjacent office, alerting me to a fresh pot that's finished brewing. I'm just putting the finishing touches on the latest case, which entails washing the body before it goes into its assigned cabinet in the cooler. This particular case is of a man who died during surgery upstairs in the hospital, which is why we had to do an autopsy. Some nights, we only have a couple of bodies, but tonight will be a very long shift. We're backed up from a sudden influx. It happens sometimes, with no rhyme or reason. Dr. Larson, the forensic pathologist I work with, has gone out to get a late dinner before coming back to finish the shift. I still have to prepare the next body, but I've worked with Lloyd Larson for years, so I know he'll be gone long enough for me to enjoy a cup of coffee before I open up the next body. As an autopsy technician, I do the grunt work, while most of Dr. Larson's day is spent writing reports or talking to law enforcement. Honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. I couldn't bear sitting at a desk for half the day. Once I get the cleaned body into its assigned drawer in the cooler, I remove all my safety gear, wash my hands, and head into the office section of the morgue, where we have a small kitchenette on one side of the room. Just as I'm pouring my coffee into my cup, a buzz sounds from the intake door. I stop pouring and drop my head, closing my eyes. Not another one. Sighing, I put the pot and cup down, and then head through the autopsy suite to the door that leads to the private garage. There's a screen fixed to the wall there, which shows the camera feed from outside the garage. An ambulance is backed up to the closed bay door, and 2 cops stand next to it. I watch as one of them leans on the buzzer.
Please let this not be a rush job, I say to the ceiling. I want to see my wife at some point in the next 12 hours.
Pushing through the wide double doors and into the garage, I head to the button and open the roll-up garage door. The 2 cops step inside, looking at me and then glancing around the garage. They're both in uniform. One of them is older, sporting the obligatory mustache and potbelly. The other one is in his mid-20s and clean-shaven. He must be new, because he still hasn't developed that cop expression of someone suffering from severe constipation.
Must be a special one, I say to the 2 cops. It's not every day I see a body come in with a police escort. You the only one here?
The mustachioed cop asks. His nameplate says Brogan. The younger one says Klopek.
The doctor is out for a bite to eat.
No one in the waiting room?
I shake my head.
Nope, not at this hour.
Brogan takes one last look around the small garage and then nods. He turns to the ambulance and shouts,
Back it in!
I can handle it from here,
I tell Brogan and Klopek, once the bag-shrouded body has been transferred from the ambulance's gurney to mine. The 2 paramedics have already left, and now I'm waiting for the cops to leave so I can enjoy my coffee. It's only halfway through the shift, but I'm already dragging.
We're staying,
Brogan says, looking more constipated than ever. I look at the black body bag on the gurney, curiosity growing.
So what's the deal? Was this some mafia guy or something? A big case?
Brogan's mustache bristles like a porcupine's quills as he looks disapprovingly at me.
Just put it in storage. Someone will be here to pick it up in a couple of hours. We're staying until then.
His reticence only grows my curiosity. I've never had anything like this happen before in all my years working with the dead. Klopek hangs back, not saying a word. He peers around like a kid at the zoo. I shrug.
You're the boss.
As I push the gurney through the autopsy suite and into the cooler, Brogan follows me. Silently, I curse. I was hoping to get a look at the body before I could put it in a cabinet. Not yet, I guess. Brogan helps me get the body onto the slide-out cabinet shelf. It's not very heavy and not very bulky. In an age where most people are heavy and bulky, it's a bit of an oddity itself. Once we get the cabinet door closed, I leave the gurney and head out. As I get to the door, I notice Brogan isn't following me. I look back at him. He says,
You got a chair I can bring in here?
You're going to stay in here? It's like 40 degrees. We have a perfectly good waiting room. Or hell, you can sit outside the cooler door if you want.
Brogan considers this for a moment and then nods.
Yeah, okay.
We both head out. 5 minutes later, the 2 officers are sitting outside the cooler door, and they each have a cup of steaming coffee in hand. The only thing missing is donuts. I must admit, I'm jealous of their coffee. I should have poured myself a cup, but I wanted to get them settled so Brogan would stop following me around, looking constipated.
Okay, all comfy?
I say.
Great. I gotta get the body for my next case. I'll be right back.
As I open the cooler door, Brogan grabs my wrist. I look down at him, knowing what's coming.
Leave that body alone. You got me?
You don't have to tell me twice, but you can come in with me if you want.
I give him my best trust me bro smile. Brogan's mustache bristles. He looks down at his coffee and then back up at me.
No, I think you're smarter than that. You don't want to be arrested tonight, do you?
No, sir.
He lets go of my wrist. I head into the cooler and straight for the cabinet containing the mystery body. Being as quiet as I can, I open the cabinet and pull the shelf out halfway. Then I unzip the bag enough to see the upper half of the body. My mouth drops open and my eyebrows shoot up.
What the hell?
It's a man's body and he's naked, at least from the belly button up, which is all I can see. There are strange markings carved and burned into every visible inch of his body, including his face and his bald scalp. Even his ears have strange and elaborate carvings inside and out. Many are clearly old, mottled with scar tissue. Others, like the ones on the top of his head, look extremely fresh, like they would be bleeding if he was still alive. Unable to help myself, I pull the shelf out all the way and unzip the bag to its limit. His entire body has these markings on it, including his genitals. A chill sweeps across me, and not just from the cooler. The fact that someone would do that to themselves gives me the creeps. I suddenly regret looking at the body. As I'm pulling the zipper back up, the lights shut off, plunging me into darkness. I can hear the two officers speaking hurriedly to each other, which must mean the lights out there are off too. I've paused in zipping the bag up, and the knuckles of my gloved right hand are just above the man's stomach as I blink in the darkness, completely blind. Something pushes up from the dead man's stomach, pressing his skin against my knuckles. Crying out in fear, I yank my hand away and backpedal, bumping into the gurney I brought in earlier. Scrambling around the gurney, I find my way to the cooler door and shove it open, getting a flashlight beam to the face as I step out. I raise a hand to block the beam, able to make out Brogan holding the flashlight.
Where's the breaker box?
I don't know, I say. We have maintenance guys to do that kind of stuff. Behind Brogan, the younger cop, Klopek, shines his flashlight around the autopsy suite.
Did you hear that?
He asks, pointing the light at the door to the waiting area, which is only accessible by an interior hospital hallway. Brogan turns to shine the light that way.
What?
Something in there, a noise. I've already convinced myself that I imagined something pushing up from the dead man's stomach, but a ghost of the sensation lingers on my gloved hand. I must have pressed my fingers down into his flesh without knowing I was doing it.
Let's check it out,
Brogan says, drawing his gun. He turns to me while keeping his flashlight shining on the door.
Don't move. Stay right there.
I stare at his pistol.
What's going on?
Just stay here and don't move.
As Brogan walks away, he uses his flashlight hand to depress the transmit button on the radio, clipped to his left shoulder. He requests backup, but as he waits for an answer, there's only static. He tries again. Same thing.
Shit,
he says, turning to me again.
Call 911.
As I reach into my pocket, Brogan and Klopek move to the door. A cool sensation on my back reminds me I didn't close the door to the cooler. Pulling out my phone and turning around, I press my thumb to the sensor on the screen, but it doesn't unlock because I still have my gloves on. A shuffling sound from inside the cooler tightens the skin on the back of my neck. With the flashlights on the other side of the autopsy suite, I can't see inside the cavernous cooler. Holding my phone out, I press the side button, awakening the device and casting weak blue light into the cooler and onto the carved-up face of the man standing just inside the cooler door. His eyes, white with swirls of red, stare at me. I jerk, an involuntary spasm from sheer terror. I drop my phone and use both hands to slam the door on the man. At the exact same time, after some whispered conferring, the two cops rush into the waiting room with guns drawn. Spinning around, I shout gibberish, trying to tell them what I've just seen, but it's too late. I'm just in time to see through the open door as Klopek's flashlight falls on a man with a horribly disfigured and impossibly white face. This man, wearing tight-fitting black clothes and holding a strange weapon in one hand, lurches at the young police officer. The officer shouts and fires on him, but as he does, his flashlight travels farther into the room to reveal 3 more identical men. All share the same disfigured white faces, and all with the same strange bladed weapons. Brogan, who went into the room right after Klopek, also fires his weapon. The flashlights whip around chaotically as the 2 officers fire. One of the figures tackles Klopek to the floor, and the cop's flashlight goes out. Now, there's only the light from Brogan's, which is deeper in the room. The firing stops, and Brogan walks backward out of the room, still pointing his gun and flashlight. I get another glimpse of Klopek, lying on the floor with his back to me, a pool of blood expanding around him. There's no sign of the figure who attacked him. I move over to Brogan, thinking only of us getting out of here. But as I reach him and come around to his front, I see that he has been slashed to ribbons. Intestines hang from a gash in his stomach. He looks at me, a world of pain on his face, before collapsing to the floor. The flashlight still in his hand shines toward the waiting room. Movement in the doorway catches my attention, and I turn as 2 of those figures lurch toward me. Now that they're closer, I can see that their faces aren't faces at all. They're wearing plastic white masks that look to have been melted onto them. I can see nasty burns where the torch, or whatever was used, was left on too long and melted the plastic away to burn the skin. I can also see that the weapons they carry are like brass knuckles, but with 3 5-inch blades sticking out from the front. Reaching down, I grabbed Brogan's gun out of his hand and pointed at them, only realizing after I pull the trigger that the gun is empty. Dropping the pistol, I back away from the approaching figures, thinking of darting through the office and up into the hospital. Surely the security guards heard the shots. Surely they're coming. But I doubt they'll get here before I'm dead. Then cold, steel-hard fingers grip the back of my neck, and the smell of fresh death fills my nostrils. I turn and look into the mangled face of the dead man from the cooler. One of the figures pushes me toward the carved man lying on the autopsy table. 2 others, who came in after the skirmish with the 2 police officers, hold flashlights on the dead man. The 4th man has just finished dragging Brogan nearby and sprinkling some of his blood on the carved man. I watched the blood disappear into the carvings, soaking it up like a sponge. I also noticed, while the carved man had hold of me and the other 4 were busy barricading doors, that 2 of their members were dead in the waiting room. Klopek and Brogan had killed them, but they don't seem to care at all. In fact, they haven't spoken to each other or to me since they've come in here. Again, the man shoves me toward the occupied autopsy table. The first words I hear any of them speak come out in a sickly whisper.
Open him up, carefully.
The carved man's eyes, which don't have irises or pupils, stare up at me as I reach for a scalpel to begin the incision. The speaker, standing next to me, is holding his 3-blade weapon near my neck. As I place the scalpel just under the carved man's ribs and get ready to cut, a bulge comes up from the man's stomach.
Wait.
The speaker says. I wait. The bulge disappears.
Okay, go ahead. If you damage it, I'll kill you.
What is it?
I ask, still staring at the area where the bulge was.
Salvation.
As I make the initial incision, someone bangs on the door to the main office. A distant voice shouts,
Hey Rick, you in there?
I recognize that voice. It's one of the night shift security guards, a guy named Gerard. The sharp tips of the speaker's blades touch the side of my neck.
Don't say anything.
It's clear that Gerard has someone else with him because he's talking, but the words are too muffled to hear what's being said. Maybe another security guard or maybe a cop. As part of the security team, Gerard has a skeleton key that can open any door. But that's why these people barricaded every entrance. Gerard and whoever he's with start slamming into the door, trying to get it open.
Hurry.
The speaker hisses. These people didn't hesitate to kill 2 cops, and they didn't blink as 2 of their own died in the process. I can't imagine what's going on here. Looking down at the carved man who should be dead, I feel my worldview cracking. He blinks up at me with those white red eyes, waiting for me to open them up. My eyes dart to my right at the metal cabinet for storing and dispensing formaldehyde. Since the chemical is highly flammable and carcinogenic, the cabinet is locked. I have the keys in my pocket, but there's no way these people will give me the time I need to open it up. My eyes fix on the singular window that allows us to see how much formaldehyde is left in the large plastic storage tank.
I said hurry.
The speaker rasps, this time pressing the blades into my neck hard enough to break the skin.
Okay.
The banging grows more insistent. It sounds like Gerard is making progress. I slice open the flesh of the carved man's abdomen, careful not to cut too deep as I work my way down toward his navel. I'm surprised my hand doesn't shake. Maybe because I've done this 1,000 times, just not under these circumstances. I cut around the navel and continue down to the pelvic area and then stop.
Step back.
The speaker says. I do what he tells me, and he shifts as well, still keeping the blades to my neck, but not with as much force. One of the face-melted guys holding a flashlight hands his light off and steps up to the carved man's body. He looks up at the speaker, who nods and says,
Do it now, Lucarum. You have earned it.
I still haven't seen anything come out of the incision, and I've been watching, heart going like a bass drum at a metal concert. Lucarum sticks his hand inside the carved man's body. A moment later, the man spasms and cries out in pain. clearly trying to jerk his arm out. It doesn't come. Blood spews out from the incision, splattering all of us. I turn my head away, quickly realizing this is my best chance. Vision blurred by the blood, I lurch away from the blades and toward the formaldehyde cabinet, relying on years of muscle memory to get there despite my obscured vision. All hell breaks loose now. Lucurum is screaming. The speaker is shouting. Gerard's voice grows closer. It seems he made it through the door. I bring my elbow up and smash it into the sole window into the metal cabinet. The glass bows inward, spiderwebbing, but it doesn't break. As I bring my elbow back for another blow, a sharp pain erupts on the left side of my back. Several gunshots sound, and I turn my head to see the speaker falling to the floor with a bullet hole in his head, dragging his weapon down my back, now weakly. Although Lucurum is preoccupied with whatever the hell is happening to him, the two other melted-faced men rush Gerard and the other security guard. For a moment, I think everything is going to be okay. But then I get a better look at Lucurum. Someone dropped a flashlight, and now it illuminates the man from behind. But he no longer looks like a man. Blood has stopped spewing out of the incision in the carved man's abdomen. Now, it appears as though millions of flies swarm out, covering Lucurum from head to toe. Only they're not really flies. They have too many legs, and their heads are too bulbous, and they seem to melt into each other as they collect on Lucurum's body. Then something else, something larger, scurries out of the incision and up Lucurum's arm. Clouds of insects roil up as the black thing, about the size of a crab, moves swiftly up the limb. I can't get a good look at it, but the way it moves and its aberrant shape makes me want to scream. As the thing forces its way into Lucurum's mouth, snapping the ligaments of his jaw and ripping his skin in the process, I turn back to the formaldehyde cabinet and smash the window in with my elbow. Reaching my hand through, I yank the large plastic container out, severing the pump hose. Some of the stuff splashes me, but I can't worry about that right now. Container in hand, I douse Lucurum and the carved man. The insects, if that's what they are, erupt and start attacking me. The biting hurts more than the 3 gashes down my back. Unable to take it anymore, I toss the container at Lucurum and turn to run. I see that Gerard and the other security guard, Lawrence, have shot and killed the other 2 men.
Lighter!
I scream at them, hoping one of them carries flame on them. Lawrence pulls a Zippo out and hands it to me.
Run!
I tell them as I flip it open and ignite the flame. My arm immediately catches fire from the formaldehyde, but I expected it to happen. I throw the lighter, and it lands on the carved man's body. A whoosh sounds as flames erupt and quickly engulf both bodies. The insects frenzy, flying around the fire as if trying to help. With flames engulfing my arm and licking up toward my face, I turn and run, hoping I've done enough. I see that Gerard and Lawrence have waited for me, and we all run together. As we go, I pull my lab coat off and toss it down, thankful that it was the only thing on fire. We make it out to the hallway, but we don't stop there. We keep going until we're outside the hospital. The fire alarm starts buzzing soon after, and that's when I remember the fire suppression system. The sprinklers that will douse the fire. Lawrence, Gerard, and I share a look, and then turn our frightened gazes back to the hospital. A dark figure appears in the hallway we just ran through. A cloud of insects buzzes around it. It's much larger than Lucurum was, maybe 10 feet tall now, and only humanoid in the broadest sense.
I think we should run,
Gerard says.
I don't get paid enough for something like this.
Me neither, I say.
Nope.
Lawrence quips. Once more, we all share a look. I nod at them in thanks. Then we all run in opposite directions, headed for our cars. As I screech out of the parking lot, I see emergency vehicles approaching, sirens screaming and lights blaring. Following along are 6 black, unmarked SUVs. The cavalry has arrived. I've done my part. I sigh and lean back in my seat, wincing as the gashes touch the seat back. I know I need stitches. Looks like I'm going to another hospital. Shit. Then I look on the bright side. At least they'll have coffee.
What are you doing?
Sophie asks as I pull into a gas station on a lonely West Virginia road.
I told you, I have to pee, and we need gas. Not this place. It's so dark.
It's 3 a.m, babe. No place is going to be open off this shitty 2-lane. But I'm guessing the pumps work 24/7. Sophie stares out the window at the dark gas station structure as I pull alongside a pump.
Please, Mason, let's keep going. I don't like this place.
After only 6 months of dating, I'm starting to have doubts about this girl. Nothing is ever good enough for her. She's much more high maintenance than she let on at first. Whether she hid that side of her on purpose or not doesn't really matter. What matters is that it's 3 a.m. I've been driving for 7 hours straight, and my bladder is about to explode. Unable to help myself, I slam the selector in park, shut the engine off, and open the door.
Pump the gas while I pee.
I say, getting out and slamming the door. As I round the back of the CRV, headed for the woods behind the station, her door opens.
Mason, I don't have service here.
I grit my teeth. We're in the middle of nowhere. That's why I downloaded the map, remember? I'll be right back. Gas up, please. Sophie whines some more behind me, but I ignore her, resisting the urge to yell at her to shut up. I've never yelled at her before, but I've certainly gotten snippy on this trip. Then again, so has she. As I near the gas station, I take a better look around. The steep, rocky slopes of the Appalachian Mountains give this valley a claustrophobic feeling. Unlike other portions of the Appalachians, where the ancient range seems more like a series of large hills, this is high country, where craggy formations of sandstone and quartzite jut from the sheer slopes. The station, the first one we've passed in at least 30 miles, has seen better days. Its parking lot is pockmarked, its windows coated with grime, the pumps bordering on ancient. It has an attached 2-bay garage for mechanical work. Both bay doors are closed. I keep moving, about to explode. I round the back corner, take 2 steps into the woods, and relieve myself. As soon as my stream hits the ground, a sudden but short-lived yip sounds from the front of the station, like the beginning of a scream. She probably saw a spider, I think with a mental eye roll, knowing the sound came from Sophie. I expect to hear her call my name in that whiny way of hers, but she doesn't. A bad feeling suddenly crimps my guts. Release takes longer than I like because I've been holding it for so long, and I can't escape a sudden implacable urge to leave this place as quickly as possible.
You should have listened to your girlfriend, fucko.
A familiar voice in my head says. It's a version of my inner voice, but one that affects a Jack Nicholson from The Shining voice for some reason. When that voice pipes up in my head, I know I've fucked up, or soon will. When I hustle back around the building, Sophie is nowhere to be seen. Her door is open and the dome light is on, but she's gone. I check the driver's side of the car, but it looks like she never started pumping gas. I look inside the car to make sure she isn't in the back. She's not.
Maybe she went to pee.
That Jack Nicholson voice says in my head in an unmistakably sardonic tone. But the very fact that I'm unconsciously using that voice now speaks volumes. I know deep down that she didn't go to pee. Soph? I call, peering around. There are no other businesses around. There aren't even any other structures around. Just woods and mountains. But I can see a small dirt road about 50 yards ahead, disappearing into a large cleft in the mountain. Sophie? When there's no answer, I remember my phone, sitting in the cradle next to the steering wheel. I duck into the vehicle through the passenger door and reach for the device, but it's gone. The cradle is empty. A rotten taste invades my mouth as panic ramps up. I search the car frantically for my phone or Sophie's, finding neither. During my search, I notice Sophie's shoes in the passenger seat footwell. She's out there in her socks. The panic takes on a new timbre. Then I hear my girlfriend scream. I jerk my head up so fast I bang it on the doorframe before pulling myself out of the vehicle. Spinning toward the noise, I spot Sophie inside the gas station. Her terrified face is a pale moon on the other side of the glass door, the bottom half of which is obscured by sun-faded stickers and ads. It's strange, though. There's something odd about her, other than the fact that she looks like she's about to vomit from fear. "What are you doing?" I ask in a small voice as I walk on numbing legs toward her. Again, she screams. This time, I pinpoint what's bothering me. It's her arms. They should be up, pressed against the door, maybe pushing to get out or slapping the glass. But they're not. Because, from what I can see through the grimy glass and the husky gloom, Sophie's arms are bound behind her. This registers distantly, and I keep walking toward the door, hoping this is some kind of prank, not ready to believe something is really wrong. When I'm just a few feet from the door, a gruesome figure rises slowly into view behind Sophie's left shoulder, as if standing from a crouch. At his full height, he's a good foot taller than her and 6 inches taller than me. My eyes fix on him, taking in the barely healed wounds disfiguring his face from forehead to chin. His head is bald, but covered in scar tissue like the surface of a dormant volcano. Darkly luminous eyes peer out at me from under lids made heavy with scars. He wears a wrinkled and stained button-up shirt that was once white, but is now anything but. Thick, form-fitting work gloves obscure his hands, which he brings into view. One of them clamps over Sophie's mouth. The other holds in it a flathead screwdriver, which has been filed to a razor-sharp point. I can tell because he presses it to Sophie's cheek and immediately draws a thick bead of blood. Sophie has stopped screaming, and not just because of the hand over her mouth. Now, she's only trembling as her eyes search my face, pleading silently for help. Instinct moves my legs before conscious thought catches up. I take a step back, and then another. Now Sophie does scream against the hand. Her eyes go wider than I thought possible. The green iris is brilliant with betrayal. "I'll get help," I say as I back away, knowing I still have the key fob in my pocket. "I'll get help." The mangled man laughs raspily and then pulls Sophie into the impenetrable depths of the store. Throat buzzing painfully with stomach bile, I spin around and sprint to the Honda, jumping into my front seat. With a press of a foot on the brake and a finger on the ignition button, I start the engine.
I'll get help.
I say, nodding so hard my neck hurts.
I'll get help.
She'll be dead by then, bucko. You know it. I know it. That guy with the fucked up face knows it. That's why he laughed the way he did.
I shake the Nicholson voice away and shift into drive. That's when I sense movement behind me. My foot still on the brake. I look into the rear view mirror and see that same disfigured face come into view over my right shoulder.
It's not possible.
A fear-driven inner voice shrieks in my head.
It's not.
The man snakes an arm around my neck, cobra quick. He presses a thickly muscled forearm onto my throat, clamping me against the seat back. His other hand comes up, the screwdriver in it, which he presses to the tender flesh just under my left eye.
Put it in park and shut off the engine.
I do what he says, never taking my eyes off his mangled face in the mirror.
You thought I would just let you leave?
He laughs. It's a bass rumble. Then he presses harder with his forearm, cutting off the oxygen to my brain. I don't even fight as consciousness drains from me. But that Nicholson voice in my head laughs like the Joker from the 1989 Batman film. It laughs until it, too, fades into nothingness. The smell of gasoline and the sounds of sobbing bring me back to reality. Even before I open my eyes, I know Sophie is the one sobbing. As I blink in the dim light, I can't tell if the headache pulsing behind my eyes is because of being knocked out the way I was, or if it's the gasoline fumes. I'm lying uncomfortably on my arms, which are bound together behind me with what feels like duct tape. My ankles are similarly bound. The floor is tilted, and it takes me a moment to realize why as I look around. There's an extension cord snaking along the ceiling to a dim bulb in the middle of the room, but it's not really a room. We're in a huge gas tank under the pumps. It's about 8 feet tall and 30 feet long. One end of the tank is missing, opening onto a short dirt tunnel that leads to what looks like the gas station's basement. There's a large metal door there, but it's open right now. I shift awkwardly to look behind me at where Sophie is. As soon as I get my head around, my eyes lock on something past where Sophie lies. A man in tattered and bloody clothing hangs at the end of the tank from his wrists, which are affixed to anchors with zip ties. He's small enough that his feet don't touch the floor. There's a pool of dry blood under his toes. He looks to be in late middle age, but it's hard to tell because he's so badly disfigured with what appear to be animal scratches all down his body and his face. His chin is pressed to his chest, presenting his balding scalp rimmed with short, dark hair. I can't tell whether he's still alive or not.
You tried to leave me, Sophie says. I can't believe you tried to leave me.
A whirlwind of emotions whipsaws through me. I want to scream and cry and throw a toddler fit all at once, but I end up just puking the meager contents of my stomach onto the sloped floor next to me. The physical expulsion seems to help the moment of panic pass. I was going to get help, I whisper, unable to look her in the eye. The Nicholson voice laughs its Joker laugh in my head.
We need to get out of here.
You will,
A raspy voice erupts from the stubby tunnel.
when we're done with you.
I whip my head that way to see the mangled man striding into the tank. The light glints off something in his right hand as he nears me, but I can't tell what. Please, I say, sitting up. Let me go. I'll give you whatever you want. I'll give you all the money I have. I can buy Bitcoin. It's untraceable. I can... He whips his right hand at my face in an open palm slap. But the pain that erupts in my left cheek is not commensurate with the slap. It's a pain so deep and sickening that I lose myself in it for a long moment. When I look back, I'm gasping and dripping hot blood onto the tank's floor. Although I don't recall doing it, I'm now lying on my stomach. I meet Sophie's gaze. She's crying now as she looks at me, but she shifts her attention to the mangled man, who has his back to us while he addresses the man hanging at the end of the tank. As he raises his right hand, I see why the slap hurt so bad. The glove he wears isn't a normal glove. The palm and insides of the fingers are lined with metal spikes about half an inch long. I continue dripping blood from my ruined cheek, but I keep my gaze fixed on the two men at the end of the tank.
Wakey, wakey.
The mangled man says, gently slapping the hanging man's already disfigured face with the spiked glove.
What are you doing, Lars?
A bass-heavy voice says from behind me. I turn that way to see the mangled man's double standing at the other end of the tank. Two of them? I think. Two men with the same exact disfigurements? Then it hits me. They're wearing masks. Extremely realistic masks, like those used in movies. It's the only thing that makes sense. Lars ignores the newcomer and keeps trying to wake the hanging man up.
I need your help with the CRV. We need to part it out by morning.
I'll help you when I'm done. And please stop saying my name, Troy, Lars says. Then, shifting gears with whiplash speed, he yells,
Wake up!
He smacks the spiked glove into the hanging man's forehead and drags it down, ripping gouges in the man's face. The man finally wakes up, screaming in pain. Jesus Christ, Troy says in disgust during a lull in the screaming. He turns around and walks out. Sophie is crying violently now, eyes wrenched shut. The sound of tearing flesh makes me want to bash my head into the tank until I lose consciousness. Instead, once again driven by survival instinct, I turn and start worming my way toward the exit, praying I can get out before Lars notices. I barely make it 6 feet before I hear,
bitch boy. You're staying here.
I flip onto my back to watch Lars come, the Nicholson voice saying,
He's going to drag that goddamn glove all over Sophie's body. But you don't care about that, do you, huh, bucko? Well, how about this?
He's going to rip your face off with that thing. Just look at that poor sap over there. That's going to be you soon, bitch boy.
As Lars closes in, I glance at the hanging man. His horrifically disfigured face ignites a fear in me so deeply ancient and primeval, it's as if something else takes over my body. Lars steps over to me, and I jerk my bound legs up, knees to chest, and then shoot them out toward his crotch. He sees the move coming, shifting so I only kick him in the hip. He takes a couple of staggering steps back on the sloped floor and then steps on Sophie's legs. Unable to keep his footing, he falls on his ass. Sophie moves before I can even urge her on mentally. She throws herself toward the man's masked face, mouth open in a snarl. Her teeth clamp down on his nose, but it's not really his nose because of the mask. Whether she knows that or not, whether she is there enough to put it together doesn't matter, because what happens is maybe better than if she clamped down on his actual nose. She grips with her teeth and pulls, yanking the mask out of place and making it so the eye holes are no longer over his eyes. He's blind for the moment, but the advantage won't last long. As the man whips his gloved hand up and grabs Sophie by the back of the neck, I'm struggling to my feet, knowing that this is my only chance at survival. Sophie screams as the spikes dig into her neck. In the few moments it takes me to hop over to them, he shoves her to the side and then reaches toward his face with both hands to straighten the mask. He catches himself before using his right hand with the spiked glove to move the mask, but pauses with the hand held just above the right side of his face. With a grunt of fervent effort, I throw myself at the man's head, aiming for his face with the hard knob of my knees. I make contact, landing partially on his upper chest, my knees crashing into the backs of both his wrists. The spikes gouge paths through the silicone and into the skin underneath. The man cries out in pain and tries to buck me off, but I do my best to stay on top of him, however awkwardly. I don't know my next move, but Sophie takes the baton. Screaming savagely, she lifts her bound-together feet up and pivots so her heels are above the man's face and the still out-of-place mask. Through the tight yoga pants, I can see the muscles of her legs bunching and flexing as she slams her heels down into the man's face again and again and again until he stops moving. At my urging, she hits him a few more times for good measure, the whites of her ankle socks bloody at the heels. With some effort, I position my bound hands over the spiked glove and go to work on the duct tape. By the time I free my hands, I have gouges in my wrists, but it's a minor concern. My cheek is a throbbing sheet of pain. The minor wounds on my wrists barely register. With my hands free, I pull the glove off the dead man's hand and use it to free my ankles. Then I free Sophie. The whole thing takes 5 minutes, and we don't say a word to each other. As we make our way out of the tank and into the basement, I find one of the sharpened screwdrivers sitting on a crate. I offer it to Sophie, but she shakes her head, both hands pressed to the mess of seeping wounds on the back of her neck. I take the glove off and drop it on the ground, fixing that hand around the screwdriver. I press my other hand around my injured cheek, which is still bleeding freely. We go up the stairs and into a storage room. Distant sounds of mechanical work come through the walls. I pat my pocket for the key fob to the CRV. It's gone. Then I remember what Troy said about parting the vehicle out before morning. Is this what they do? I wonder. Steal people's cars and sell the parts? How many people have they killed? Turning to Sophie, I think about telling her to stay here, but the look on her face tells me all I need to know.
You tried to ditch her once already, bucko,
The Nicholson voice says.
I won't leave you again.
I say, hoping I mean it. She only looks at me, her expression unreadable. I turn and leave the storeroom. Inside the gas station is dark and musty. I make it to the front door before realizing Sophie isn't behind me. Peering around, I see her standing by the doorway to the garage, where Troy is working on parting my car out. I pad over to her and grab her by the arm to drag her away so we can leave. She yanks her arm from my grasp.
What are you doing?
I whisper.
We have to finish this. Finish what? We need to leave. If you're too stupid to come with me.
I thought you were going to leave me again.
She stares at me, and this time it takes no effort to read the challenge in her gaze. She turns and slowly opens the door to the garage just enough for us to see inside. Troy has my CRV on a mechanical lift so he can stand underneath it while he works. He holds an impact wrench, which whirs and clangs loudly as he works to unhook something beneath the engine compartment. Sophie opens the door a little wider and then looks over her shoulder at me. She takes a step inside, and then another. I follow her. She stops at a control panel hanging against a post. Troy's back is to us as he works, but he could turn around at any time. I grip the screwdriver tighter. She points at the control panel. Although I've never met them, I remember her saying her dad and 2 brothers are mechanics. It's the family business. She puts her thumb on a button that says emergency release above it and then looks at me. Without a word, I put my thumb over hers and press down. There's a hydraulic hiss as the release works on the lift. All 3,500 pounds of the CRV plummet down onto Troy. The sound of his bones snapping wetly under the immense weight fills the garage and seems to echo in my head. We stand there, thumbs still on the button, and watch as blood expands from underneath the vehicle. It's Sophie who speaks first.
I'm breaking up with you. Well, that's all I have to show you. I'll give you 2 some time to look around and discuss it yourselves. Just holler if you need me.
Smiling, I turn to leave the young couple in the living room. They're first-time home buyers. I've been selling houses for long enough to spot them a mile away.
What about the cellar?
The young man asks. He's wearing khaki shorts and a turquoise polo shirt. His words make my stomach cramp.
Cellar?
I say, still smiling.
I don't believe this house has a cellar.
The man and his wife look at each other. They seem like nice enough people. He's handsome, she's pretty. They probably have a couple of kids. Just the thought of children running around this house makes me want to scream. The man, Mr. Greer, returns his gaze to me, a smirk on his face like he knows I'm lying. I don't think I'm that obvious, am I?
I found an old listing for this house on the Wayback Machine,
Mr. Greer replies.
It says there's a cellar, and my father told me that looking at the cellar is a good way to see if the house has good bones. Right,
I say.
Good bones. Well, if there's a cellar, I don't know about it.
and I certainly haven't seen any entrance. I can call the office and see what we can dig up. How about that? That would be great. Okay, excuse me. I leave them in the living room and head upstairs to use the bathroom and pretend to call the office. After doing my business, I sit on the toilet with the lid closed and try to focus. The walls creak and swell around me. Echoing screams issue from inside the drains. To my left, a rotten human arm snakes out of the bathtub and grips the rim. The arm belongs to a putrescent corpse, which sits up in the tub filled with viscous black liquid. The bathroom reeks, the putrid stench threatening to expel the contents of my stomach. The corpse's face squirms with maggots, as its lidless, shriveled eyes stare at me above a lipless mouthful of snaggly teeth. I shut my eyes and clamp palms over my ears.
It's not time,
I mutter.
it's not time, it's not time.
Slowly, the stench fades. I ease my hands away from my ears. The screams from the sink and tub drains have disappeared. Opening one eye, I see that the corpse has gone too. A scream careens through the house, prompting me to whip my head toward the closed door. This scream doesn't come from the drain. It came from the cellar. I lurch up from the toilet. Seconds later, I'm entering the kitchen. The pantry door is open, and beyond that, the false wall at the back of the storage room that leads to the cellar yawns like a freshly dug grave. How did they know?
No!
I shout, running down the short flight of creaky wooden steps and into the cellar, which is lit by a single bare bulb hanging from the middle of the low ceiling.
Help me!
Mrs. Greer screams. She's kneeling on the floor next to Mr. Greer, or what's left of him. There's a giant mouth in the packed dirt floor, matching the one I saw on the corpse in the bedroom, except this one's large enough to fit a person inside it. The cinder block-sized, rotting teeth are clamped around Mr. Greer's waist, his legs inside the mouth. He's conscious, but his face is that of a man trying very hard to keep from passing out. Mrs. Greer has him by one arm, trying to drag him out of the huge mouth. I freeze at the foot of the stairs, crouching so I don't hit my head on the exposed beams. Finally, unable to hold it in any longer, Mr. Greer screams just as the teeth crunch through his body, cutting him in half at the waist. Mrs. Greer, still pulling her husband's arm, falls backward, dragging the top half of Mr. Greer with her. His intestines string out behind him. I turn and rush back up the stairs, chased by Mrs. Greer's terrified screams. I slam the disguise door at the top of the stairs and put my back against it, sliding down to sit as sobs work their way up from the depths of my body. Mrs. Greer's screams continue for a few interminable moments until a sickening crunch cuts them off.
Show her to me,
I say, hands gripping the hair at my temples.
I want to see her.
The pantry door slams, plunging me into darkness. A moment later, a soft glow illuminates the space, and I see her standing there in front of me, smiling.
Please, let me see her again.
I say to the house, looking at the ceiling in the living room.
Just for a minute. Just one more time. And then I'll bring you more food.
A knock at the front door causes me to jump. Grumbling, I trudge over and open the door. As soon as I see the two people on the front porch, I know I'm in trouble. One is a man dressed in a gray suit with an oversized jacket to help obscure the gun he carries on one hip. The woman wears her pistol in a shoulder holster. I can see the butt of it poking out from under her windbreaker. She also wears jeans, cowboy boots, and a button-up blouse. There's a significant age difference between the two, but they both have faraway looks in their eyes. The man is thick-bodied and a slightly darker shade of gray than his suit. The woman is slender in a powerful, sinewy way.
Mr. Rourke?
The woman says. I nod, stepping out onto the porch and shutting the door behind me. The lockbox attached to the knob knocks lightly.
This is Detective Linton,
The woman continues.
and I'm Detective Pruitt. We would like to talk to you for a few minutes.
She doesn't offer to shake my hand.
I'm about to head to another showing, actually. Maybe another time?
As soon as the words are out, I regret them. I should have asked what this was about. I haven't said 20 words, and I'm already looking guilty. Because I am.
We called your office.
Detective Linton says.
They said you don't have anything on the books until 2.
I make a show of checking my watch.
I thought it was 2.
Yeah, I guess I do have a minute then. What is this about?
Can we step inside?
Pruitt asks. Before I can answer, she reaches past me, opens the door, and moves inside. I step toward the porch stairs.
Oh, this isn't my house. I'm just trying to sell it. It would be best if we could do it out here.
Linton blocks the stairs to the yard.
We're doing it in the house.
I clear my throat.
Okay, that's fine.
We head inside. Linton shuts the door behind us. As soon as it's closed, I feel the house tensing in anticipation. No, I think. Not again. Not again. It's not worth it. The memory of those giant teeth snapping through Mr. Greer's waist plays on repeat in my head. Then, his wife dragging his body as she falls down, his intestines spilling out like a nest of snakes. We're still in the entryway when I say,
We have to get out of this house. I'll tell you whatever you want, just as soon as we get out of here.
I turn toward the door, but Linton blocks the way.
Why do you want us to leave?
He asks.
What are you hiding in here?
I pinch the bridge of my nose and shut my eyes.
No, this house is haunted, okay? I know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth. It seduced me. Not in that way. Not in the way you think. It gave me my daughter back. I held her. I smelled her hair and talked to her and heard her laugh. She was really here. But then it took her away and said I could have her back if you just what?
Pruitt asks sympathetically. I let go of my nose and look at her.
It said I had to feed it. So I did. I fed it. Twice. But the Greers, that wasn't my fault. I told them there was no cellar. I didn't know it would do that to them.
The two detectives share a look. Linton is still behind me at the door. I turn so I can see them both. A shriek erupts from the cellar. It's a little girl's scream filled with pain. It's my daughter. I know it is.
Did you hear that?
I say, my eyes bouncing between the two cops. They look at me like I'm crazy. It comes again, and I slam my hands over my ears.
Please, we have to get out of here. I can't listen to her scream like that.
You said something about a cellar,
Linton says.
Are the Greers down there? Is that where you left them?
I lunge for the door, but Linton moves faster than I would have thought possible for someone his age and size. The next thing I know, I'm on the floor, cold metal cuffs securing my wrists behind my back.
Where's the cellar, Mr. Rourke?
Linton says, kneeling on my back. I shake my head.
We have to leave.
Take a look around,
Linton tells his partner.
No, please. I buried them in the woods. I'll show you. I'll take you there now.
They don't buy it. I hear Pruitt's footsteps heading toward the kitchen.
It's in the pantry.
She calls back a moment later.
The door's already open. I'm going down. No!
I shriek. Linton pushes my face to the hardwood floor.
Shut up.
I wait for Pruitt to scream, for the sounds of her bones snapping, her flesh being torn off. But it doesn't come. Instead, after a few minutes, she comes walking back into the living room, a revolted look on her face as she glares at me.
This guy is something else. You'll want to see this,
she says.
Bring him.
Together, they pull me up and walk me into the kitchen. I plead the whole way. When I stiffen my legs to stop us, Linton punches me in the kidney. As we get into the cellar, I glimpse the Greers. They're bound in duct tape, lying face up in pools of dried blood. They've each been stabbed repeatedly in the chest, neck, and face. A kitchen knife is still sticking out of Mr. Greer's cheek. I shake my head, staring at them. Then something inside me shatters, and I drop to my knees at the bottom of the stairs.
I did it!
I sob.
I did it! I killed them! And 2 homeless people from downtown! I brought them here and killed them!
What a sad sack of shit.
Linton says.
Call forensics and get a team down here.
Yeah, on it.
In the corner of the room, Mr. Greer gasps as he sits up.
What the fuck?
Linton yells. Pruitt takes in a sharp breath. Mr. Greer cries.
Help me! You gotta help me! Fuck! He tried to kill us!
Linton rushes over to him, bent over to keep from hitting his head on the low ceiling.
Stay calm. We'll get you some help. Pruitt, call an ambulance.
The duct tape seems to fall away, as if it's little more than toilet paper when Mr. Greer brings a hand up and grips the knife sticking out of his cheek.
No!
Linton says as he approaches the man, hunching beneath the low ceiling.
Leave it in!
Greer pulls it out anyway and looks at it like he's never seen a knife before. Linton gets to his knees next to the man, his hands out but not touching the guy as he looks him over.
How are you not bleeding?
He whispers.
How are you not?
Greer says, right before dragging the knife across Linton's throat. Pruitt shouts something incomprehensible as blood fountains out of her partner's neck. She drops her cell phone, the ambulance call now low in priority, and pulls her pistol from a shoulder holster. Meanwhile, Mrs. Greer sits up, grinning, her own duct tape falling away. Linton collapses to the floor, gripping his throat and gagging as he dies. Mr. Greer gets to his feet, knife still in hand, and marches toward us. Pruitt fires her pistol, hitting the man in the chest twice before I lurch at her, slamming into her side with my shoulder. She crashes hard into a support beam and falls to the floor, losing her weapon. With Mr. Greer closing in and Mrs. Greer not far behind, Pruitt does the sensible thing and tries to run. Having recovered from my collision with her, I back away, hands still cuffed behind my back. The detective turns toward the stairs and starts running, but as she does, the cellar stretches out around her, turning into an impossibly long hall with a treadmill-like floor that keeps her moving in place no matter how much she pumps her legs. This transformation makes me nauseous. Everything seems to be stretched in every direction, almost like looking through a fisheye lens, but 100 times more disorienting. The Greers don't have the same problem. They approach her at an easy, undead shuffle. As Pruitt turns to face them, she looks at me. The terrible regret is plain on her face. It gives me a sick satisfaction as I think, I told you so. The cellar comes back to its normal dimensions as Pruitt stops running and squares off against the Greers, hands up and ready to fight. The hard-packed dirt around her feet parts as decaying hands jut out of the earth, gripping her by the ankles. She screams and looks down just as the two homeless men I fed the house emerge to their waists, their rotting faces squirming with maggots as they grip her legs. The Greers approach, and as they do, I see a giant mouth opening under Linton's body in the corner. The crunch of his bones creates a resonant undertone to Pruitt's sounds of distress as the mouth chews him.
We're going to take our time with you,
Mr. Greer says, grinning at Pruitt.
I helped you!
I shout.
I brought them here! Now give me my daughter back!
You tried to warn them.
Mr. Greer says, looking at me.
No! It was all an act! I knew if I told them to leave the house, they would do the opposite! I mentioned the cellar on purpose, I swear! Now give me Alexis! I did what you said! Now give her to me!
The Greers and a stunned Pruitt stare at me for a moment before they fade away. The cellar shifts sickeningly, morphing around me. I shut my eyes to lessen the nausea. When I open them again, my hands are free, and I'm standing in the house's entryway. Alexis stands there, looking up at me with her wide blue eyes, her strawberry blonde hair thick like it was before the chemo. She looks healthy and happy. When she takes my hand, it feels warm and soft, just like I remember. She leads us to the door, which opens on its own. Hand in hand, we walk out of the house, down the porch, and onto the sidewalk. My car is nowhere to be seen, but it doesn't matter. The afternoon sun is at our backs as we walk away from the horrible house. The world seems to shimmer around me for a moment, and I catch little glimpses of the cellar, as though through a sheer curtain blowing in the wind. I ignore them, focusing on Alexis. She looks up at me and smiles, only now she isn't the same. Her mouth is no longer hers. It's the rotting mouth that chopped Mr. Greer in half, that chewed Linton up. Then that flickers, and Alexis's mouth is her own again. I know the truth, but I don't care. I have my daughter back. That's all that matters. Realtor still missing after 2 detectives slain in-house. Authorities are still searching for Leon Rourke, a realtor wanted for the murders of 5 people, including 2 homicide detectives, John Linton and Rebecca Pruitt. Rourke's other alleged victims include Mr. and Mrs. Nathaniel Greer, Dalton Richards, and Peter White. All their bodies were found in the cellar of a house Leon Rourke was trying to sell. The 2 detectives were investigating the disappearance of Mr. and Mrs. Greer when they were reportedly lured to the cellar and killed with a number of different murder weapons the police are still searching for.
What he did to those people? Their bodies were so badly mutilated, we could hardly tell who was who.
said a police officer familiar with the case.
This guy is sick, and we need to catch him now.
Miss Olson, Rourke's ex-wife, insists that the suspect isn't capable of what the police are describing as a heinous killing spree.
He doesn't have it in him,
Miss Olson said.
I mean, he was in a dark place after losing our daughter to cancer, but he would never do anything like this. Never. There has to be some kind of mistake.
Police have released several images of Leon Rourke and are asking for tips from the public. His vehicle was found at the crime scene, so he may have made off on foot, or a vehicle he bought under a different name. If you have information about this man's whereabouts, please call the police hotline at... To hear more stories like this, be sure to hit subscribe and turn notifications on. I'll see you in the next one.